sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Oh cut through the sound of the rain to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light of the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Momo-chan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jerul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jerul?
Nama tim kita tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready? Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka. Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak? Let's go! Jadi gimana? Udah boleh masuk belum? Oke guys, let's go! sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya? Wayang.
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Bang toket itu. Izin, Mak.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk Ace Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucapkan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye!
Taker lah ya ketakutan kita. Mungkin. Tapi again itu hanyalah mitos ya. By the way, habis kalau itu baik langsung engage ke depan. Fascia pun udah punya mirror domain tapi no flash out yang bagus banget. Dan langsung di engage berdansa kembali karena Fascia. From kaki udah lihat terus mantranya. Kena karena dua orang dan first blood diambil oleh Bai. Silakan yang ambil level. One level dari kau. Lu udah pernah nyoba Umbyo? Wey, nyantai dulu bosku. Janex langsung hilang begitu saja. Baru gua mau ngebahas tentang Bigetron. Mereka semangat. Snowfall Slash berhasil taken down. Crystal terbuka lebar. Ada Bal di sana sendirian mencoba untuk menahan segalanya. Tapi Bal berhasil taken down. Dan Q juga langsung memanfaatkan destiny-nya. Dan ini dia.
get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
King's Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, Ganten datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Bell spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuk ku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata hingga sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang ku hulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come give me Mia gadis singgah sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Dia menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Criminality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Criminality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out, a weapon getting ready.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야.
Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Day 2. The grounds are alive with the hearts of the fans. The atmosphere thick with ambition. For the victorious, the goal is simple. Keep the momentum. For the others, to prove their worth. The stakes are set. The first match saw two teams with much to prove.
I think today the match will be 3-2.
Yup, nice knock-up with the passive activated as well.
Team Hawk found themselves on the ropes.
Dominate 6-1.
Under Kagendra's confident play, Fei Shi and Sen Ku made sure Team Hawk was found wanting. It promises to be an explosive show for Kagendra's next match.
Scorecard, Homan Daka.
The next matches were a showdown of the regions, as the home ground defenders faced against Filipino rivals. Match 2 was an intense back and forth, as Dominator and Boom exchanged blows.
Great night.
nice catch by Miggy as well. There's two members down, Tufts and TNX. DMT, they have found the formula and they will be successful. Boom, take a fall.
And it's going to be Dominator Esports, the ones that are gonna drop that crystal.
Many people predict Boom will defeat us, and now we prove that Indonesia team can beat Philippines team.
Dominator lived up to their namesake as the home ground defenders defeated Boom.
All these stacks, look, he's getting the damage in, and every single catch is going to be worth it. Nice catch by Bao. He was the one getting caught out this time. It is Bigetron that finally answers. That's Shashi down, Chance down as well.
A home ground defense reinforced by BTR's ball.
Bao jumps in, perfect catch on the 3. Where's the damage coming in? Nanfeng will finish the job for the team.
With an exceptional performance, proving that he has what it takes to clash with the best.
We defeated Nongshim, we defeated Blacklist. Nova, we're coming for you.
The pressure builds as Indonesia remains unstoppable in the group stage.
Selamat datang Indonesia, and to everyone around the world. The Hero's Gorge calls once more. The path narrows here in the group stage, and this is the day we will determine the final picture of the brackets in the knockout stage of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. The climb to the crown is brutal. And this is the last chance for the teams to claim their destiny. The final opportunity to gain the edge, set the tone for the long run, and prove that they have what it takes to rise above the rest and challenge for the throne. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is our game. Let the story begin. Casters, lead the gorge.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. Mara, we are at the GBK Stadium at the Basketball Hall of Jakarta, Indonesia, and with me today, the casters leading you in the English broadcast will be me, Sagi HOK, and a new familiar face that we haven't seen since 2015. Holler, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's the first time back. It's going to be super exciting. I mean, we've seen some amazing games thus far in the first 2 days. And I mean, we're going to have another 2 amazing days ahead of us in the groups to kind of finish things off.
Exactly, right. Like day 1, it was more of testing waters, getting yourself warmed up for the 2026 HOK Esports here. But my oh my, day 2, it was the IKL day. Because every single series, the IKL teams, Kagendra, Dominator, Bigetron Vitality played, they defeated all their opponents. We had what? Boom Esports losing up against Dominator. We have Blacklist International being defeated by Bigetron by Vitality. And over the course of the day itself, it really showed IKL is prepared to claim this total prize of $100,000.
Yeah, they want, I mean, the lion's share of it. Obviously, the champion's going to go home with 35,000, second place with 17, third, fourth with 14,000, and fifth through eighth will be in 5,000 for that. Unfortunate for them, but again, you were kind of talking about the fact that all the IKL teams have been terrible hosts and kind of mean in the sense that they're on top here, right? They're either undefeated or Kagendra taking the L against DMT, so only an IKL team can take down another one.
I mean, if you compare it to the 2025 year, it was PKL's year, right? Blacklist International went top 4 in KIC. Boom Esports went top 8. And you turn it into 2026, look at IKL. You can say, yes, group stage, you don't really have any teams that are going to be knocked out, but they are all in first and second place in the groups itself. But talk to me about what we're going to be looking at in today's matches here.
Well, 3 amazing matches. We're going to find out exactly how Group A is going to be shaping up. We're kind of seeing exactly some of the teams not do as well. But the first match is going to be Boom Esports. They're going to be going against Team Hawk, and that's from the team from Malaysia. The second match, Blacklist International going up against Nongshim. And the final one, which is going to be the kind of decider of Bigetron versus Nova Esports.
I think those are definitely key games to look at. Teams finding their first win, teams trying to cement themselves as the first place in the groups to get that privilege of selecting teams. But this is the current star value rankings of these players here. For those who don't know what is star value, it is a number that you can acquire in-game. It's below events called National Star Rise Up event. If you get 10 million, you get that Miyu skin. If you get 100 million, you get that cool dragon entrance effect. And we saw on our screen just now, top one, none other than the one with the one in his name, Chammy1.
Yeah, Chammy1. I thought my number was high, and then all of a sudden I saw that, and I was like, okay, that is insane, right? Because of the fact that Chammy1 is just being able to take that up on top, and plus they had that privilege of being able to choose out some of those other teams, and honestly, it kind of seems like it's biting them in the butt. It's not really paying off.
I mean, like I said, right? Yes, Chammy1, number one in National Star Rise Up, but where's their first win in towards their groups, right? So that's something that they definitely want to find out. But before that, another few teams that are trying to find their first win is none other than our first series of the day. A mission of redemption, one rises, the other falls behind. It's between Boom Esports that's coming in towards the stage, coming in as PKL's invited team against their opponents, Team Hak, a new blood coming in from the MKL Malaysia region.
Yeah, this is a squad that's does have some veterans on it. I mean, John, he came in from Magna Esports Club. I mean, he definitely played in the MKL Fall, placing 5th and 6th. Bai has been there from RRQ. I'm sure that you guys are very familiar with him because he was there at the KIC. Unfortunately, they were 13th through 16th, but now he joins this squad. It goes back to Malaysia. And then finally, the third place, that veteran that we've seen, Nuodo, he played on Todak. So this is a squad that does have their veterans. So this one will be an interesting day ahead of us.
I understand the fact that both teams have yet to find their first win, but we need to compare the, how do I say it, the path that they took, right? For Boom Esports versus Dominator, at the very least, Boom Esports pushed it to 5 games, and in the final game of that BO5, it was really close. But for Team Hak, I feel like they're still trying and struggling to find their footing in competitive HOK esports, at least in this group stage.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be very difficult, right? All of a sudden, now you're thrown into the wolves. Boom Esports right now, called them out. They actually picked Team Hak first going into this one. So if anything, Team Hak should have that chip on their shoulder. They're probably going to want to make a statement in this series here. But going into those stats, I mean, you were talking about the fact that Team Hak didn't have the greatest of times, and these stats are kind of showing that. They've only played one series, though.
Yeah, and you can see it from the average goal for Team Hak being below 30,000. It's not to say that they are inefficient at farming. It's more to say that their games are being bulldozed pretty quickly by Kagendra to result into that low goal per average, which I'm excited to see. Have they went back, look at the recordings to reinstate themselves coming into this series. And the player head-to-head that we will be featuring is actually Boom Esports Carl against Team Hak's Bai, both junglers in their own department.
Yeah, I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to make a prediction here. I'm going to say that Bai will increase the objective takes. He was at 0%. I'm pretty sure that he will take at least one objective in this series, so that number will infinitely rise for him. So I think that they're going to have a chance. You talked about the fact that, yes, Team Hak did get bulldoze, right? I mean, they have the shortest game. They played, it was what, 8 minutes and 3 seconds going up at Kagendra. It just seems like Team Hak has really not found their footing. This is something that they need to kind of, shake off and play this game like everything is on the line, because they need to get into this series quickly.
And another interesting point that we can really highlight is the jungle matchup, right, between Boom's Carl and also Team Hak's Bai, where both of these players were once in the same group back in KIC 2025. It was Boom's Carl, yes, the jungler still, and Bai used to be with RRQ. Same group, yet to face off each other. This is their first shot between that jungle matchup.
Yeah, and it will be interesting. I think that that's going to be the biggest piece, right? Boom Esports, there's a lot of confidence. I mean, they actually chose Team Hak first. I mean, if anything, Team Hak need to take that personally. They need to bounce back. But going up into this one, you're seeing the squad. This is a squad that's kind of been sticking around together. Yes, they took some L's, but they got top 8 of the KIC. And that speaks volumes about this team, because we see that, when the teams stick together and they fight through that adversity, they tend to come out much stronger.
It's about the synergy, right? It's not just about your mechanics, just about your experience itself, but synergizing yourself as a team that's been so long together for about a year or two really gives you the added advantage, right? You have that hidden synergy between your teammates, and plays that you pull off may be sharper compared to the teams that are rather new.
Yeah, and this is, of course, one of those teams that are somewhat rather new, right? Mon and Lola, both of these guys are brand new to the Honor of Kings esports scene. I mean, we're talking about Lola here. He's one of those guys that's kind of thinking, what can he bring? How much can he bring to this table right here? And Mon is another new blood on this one. And that's the greatest part about Honor of Kings esports. It's giving people a chance. They have that potential to go in and, of course, bringing it to the main stage. I expect to see big things, but again, this is something that a team needs to kind of evolve in. They still need to learn and where they sit as a team.
I want to pull you out of the direct matchup between these two teams first and their history. I gotta say, out of some of the jerseys I've seen so far from the past 3 days, I gotta say Team Hawk's drip is pretty dripping.
Yeah, it is actually pretty nice. I mean, come at me, right? I mean, Isagi HOK, send him a jersey, make sure that he gets there, right? I'm doing it for you.
Please, I need it. I need it. Just like I need to explain to you the first team coming in towards the third day series. It will be Boom Esports here. Kuya, day one coming in of the PKL region. We have Miggy, Carl, Tatsuri, Danny, and also Draw, comprising of the Wolves.
Yeah, and the biggest piece about this team is that, yeah, we know Miggy's great in the Clash lane. Carl is an amazing jungler. Tatsuri holds it down in the mid. But Danny and Draw, both of these guys have really stepped up. They played well together as a team. The coordination is on point, and it's very surprising considering these were the 2 latest additions to the squad. They both joined in August, and you're seeing how Boom Esports are really rising to the next level. But speaking of rising to the next level, it's going to be going up against Team Hawk. It's going to be Lola, John, Man, Nuonuo, and Bai. These are familiar faces. We've seen Bai in RRQ. We've seen John. He played at Magna Esports Club. Nuonuo has also been there in the MKL with Todak. So these are guys that have been on the scene, but they haven't been able to shine just as of yet.
I think it boils down to the question, can they synergize well enough? Can they evolve as the group stage commences, right? Because yes, you can say that group stage, you're not performing well, but at the very least in KIS4, group stage only determines your knockout seeding. It doesn't determine whether you're eliminated from the competition. So they, at the very least, have 2 more days, few more BO5s to really look into how they want to structure themselves, how they want to pace themselves going into these games, especially when it's BO7. It's going to be even more punishing.
Yeah, definitely going to be punishing here. I mean, Team Hawk right now, okay, look, if you're on the bottom of Group B, 3rd, 4th, you're going to be potentially chosen out by Bigetron or Nova. I mean, yes, we don't know exactly who will be the top 2. Nongshim could still potentially get into that one, but still, you do not want to be facing any of those big dogs going in. So this is a must-win game for both of these squads right now.
It's to really showcase that you have what it takes to cement yourselves in a comfortable position in your group. Because if we see it from a different standpoint, right, they are still 0-1 in the standing. If they can secure this first win, take on their second opponents, and win the series, then potentially they can actually break that tiebreaker to be second place in the group. So it gives you a better standing in the playoffs. At the very least, maybe you don't need to meet some of these strong teams in the semifinals and give you a better pathing to that finals if you can defeat 2 BO7 opponents.
Yeah, and obviously I'm getting way ahead of myself because we're still in the group stage, but there's so much at stake going into these final 2 days to see exactly where these teams will end up. Yes, they're not eliminated and they have those opportunities to, get those games in, to play against high-level competition, especially on the stage. It's got to be a little nerve-wracking, but at the same time, Boom Esports right now, hey, they picked out Team Hawk, right? This is one where they felt that they were very strong, and it's almost disrespectful for the fact that they picked them first.
It's what you see like a proving match, right? It's like, hey, the reason why I picked you is because I can pick on you. And for Team Hawk, it's like, you picked me, I'll make sure that you regret picking me. So it's really down to whichever team can stand up to their words or to their actions, right? But with the first game almost commencing into the pick and bans, I do want to point out that recent meta has been shifting away from the Mai Shiranui and also the early first picks on the blue side. It's more going into the jungle-centric ones. We've seen Dolia Yangjin, we've seen the likes of the Pei, we've seen the likes of the Byron, all these being prioritized by some of these teams.
Yeah, actually, Byron has been like the hero. I mean, you saw the highlights yesterday, right?
Wow,
With Bigetron, right? I mean, Ball was absolutely amazing on this hero. I mean, the hero itself is 6-1. It's the 6th most picked in the KIS for thus far. This is a hero that has a lot of, it opens up so many avenues, and it looks like Team Hawk right now hiding their strategies, playing it smart for the late game.
I mean, that's just John, man. He's a buddy of mine. He's just, giving you that atmospheric happiness. It's like just joking. It's like, hey, like, how would I say it? It's like cheering up the fans. You like these sort of like goofy people that actually have skills and also the personality. Something like a Zanq, for example, right?
Of course. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? Having that personality and also being able to play at such a high level. I mean, you have everything. I feel like, there's nothing left for us normies.
I don't know, but some of these times it's like, if I see trying to do some 6-7 dance or some TikTok dance, I find it pretty funny, but it happened once or twice back in KIC.
I mean, yeah, we'll keep it goofy, and there's a reason why I'm not playing, and we're kind of just talking about them in the end of the day. But this is going to be one where, again, we want to see these guys really shine. Obviously, sometimes it's the total opposite, right? When you have a camera in your face, you're on the stage, you're seeing the live audience, it is a little, overwhelming at times, right? And so this is where guys, can they break out of their shell and be that boisterous guy that the team really needs to really take them over the edge?
Oh, tell me about it. I remember I played one show match back in KIC. The lights was sharp. The place was pretty hot, and you have like earphones. You see those that they're wearing right now. Those muffles your ears pretty hot for the noise cancellation on the crowd and on the opposing team. So you were in a very different environment compared to your cozy gaming house where you can scream from comfort. So I do feel like for Boom Esports, they have this advantage. They have more tournament experience, more on-stage experience compared to Team Hawk.
Yeah, and actually that experience on stage is definitely underrated, right? Having those players that have been there before and not overwhelmed, that's going to be the biggest thing. As we go into the first draft, of course, Boom Esports are going to be on the blue side. They're going to be picking first here, but going up against Team Hawk right now, it seems like they don't really have too much, knowledge of what sort of direction that they want to go, because again, they've only played those 3 games against Kagendra.
Yeah, very little information for both teams, right? At the very least, for Team Hawk, they get to see more Boom Esports games from past recordings, from KIC, from the previous BO fight that they had with Dominator to the full extent. And for the side of Boom Esports on the eyes of Team Hawk, it's like, only 3 games in the tournament so far, no past data, so how am I gonna strategically predict what they're gonna pick here?
Yeah, that's the toughest part, right? I mean, even what they've chosen in the 3 games that they lost, I mean, you have some sort of intel of what they're sort of leaning towards. That will be helpful for them. Boom Esports, we know that this team has been out there. There's a lot more data on them. So it looks like Team Hawk can be very targeted with some of their bans, and you definitely want to kind of target some of their heroes, right? Some of the players. Carl and Miggy, definitely 2 guys that can make some plays. So you want to kind of take away from some of their hero pools.
And to kick off the pick and bans as well, you would want to target Team Hawk's one of the key players, right? Like you see jungle-centric picks. When we see the Chicha being selected on towards the blue or red side, usually we'll say like, oh, it's flipped between the Clash or farm lane. So far, it has been always consistently in the farm lane, but Team Hawk has been the, dare I say, only one to put Chicha in the jungle on the hands of Bai.
Yeah. And overall, only 2 and 3 hasn't had the greatest of showing. Sometimes it's been really fire. I think some teams are still figuring out where Chicha fits in terms of their role and how they want to play it out. But it looks like Team Hawk right now going, attacking Carl, taking away the pay, and of course, Boom Esports with a Haya ban. Also, these are 2 brand new heroes, Chicha and Haya, and both of them being targeted early.
Yep, and this does set up a pretty comfortable position for Team Hawk to pick up the things like the Dolia and Yangjian here, because Dolia Yangjian, Dolia Yuhuan, these are comfortable counters into the Mai Shiranui if you can play it right.
Yeah, and I mean, Dolia has been very, very strong thus far as well. I mean, we've seen it with 5-1. It's an 83% win rate, top 10 most picked. This is a hero that is incredibly strong. Plus, as you were talking about with the synergy with the Yangxian, you have so much potential damage. And these two, like, you kind of want to split them up. So it looks like Boom Esports are letting that go, and they're going to try to counterpick it.
This is rather comfortable coming in from Team Hawk because you see through the bans, right? Oh, Pei is gone, Allgrunt is gone, Haya is gone. All these are prime targets that strategically counter out the Yangjin jungle. Now with those gone, this Yangjin jungle is gonna be a key factor for Team Hawk to control those post-level 4 team fights that are beneficial for the Twilight and Sea Singer combination.
Yep, and it looks like, I mean, with that War Saint, the Guan Yu to kind of reposition, this could be a potential problem because you know that the Dolia and the Yangxian, the Twilight and Sea Singer are going to be kind of going and hanging out with one another. They're going to be sticking together, and breaking that up or repositioning them into a bad spot could really be a team fight winning, a play.
It could be, right? We talk about like, okay, you can push the Sea Singer away, you can push the Channel pack leader away, because yes, we can say like, okay, Channel does really well into Arlie in lane, but when it comes towards the mid game, that's where the Arlie starts outpacing the Channel in terms of the 3 item power spike, and with the addition of multiple engage tools, like the Guan Yu, like the Mai Shirunui, for example, it gives the Channel a rather tough time to actually do those DPS that you really need.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, he always has to keep his head on a swivel, ensuring that he doesn't get flanked. That Razor Cavalry could, again, just turn the tides of that fight. It could definitely take him out. But again, this pack leader, the reason why Team Hawk are looking to go for this one, most picked at the KIS thus far. Yes, it's only been 2 days, but it's been picked 9 times. It's 6-3, 66% win rate. What more can you ask for from a farm laner, though?
It's really good, right? Because like we're talking about like, oh, sometimes crit marksmen are not the best at laning, but Channel is like, hey, sign me up. I'm super good at laning, and I do really good against the Parasola in the laning phase. And this has been a strategic counter for the past 3 games that we've seen from yesterday and today. Teams are not respecting the Hano counter into the Agudo. When you drop your first spell on Agudo, you spawn a lot of those jungle critters, and that gives Hano so much stacking firepower with those scepters.
Yeah, it could be definitely rough, right? Plus, I mean, Akudo is not the fastest of tower takers. It's a slow siege, and you're going to kind of be able to kind of sustain that tower, which could be a bit of an issue, but then you have the Hano on the other side with that Fate Rewind to kind of bring it back. So this is going to be an interesting chess match in terms of how they want to play this.
For me, if I were to select a specific draft that I would prefer in this game 1, I gotta say Team Hawk drafted themselves a really comfortable one. All they have to do is to sustain the early game aggression coming in from the Mai Shirunui and also the Mozi. Then we might see Team Hawk win those mid-game team fights because their setup is looking really well-rounded here. But that doesn't mean that Boom Esports doesn't have a chance. For Boom Esports, it's about the tempo game. Mai Shirunui and Mozi setup, and then the Razor Cavalry that you mentioned coming in by the Guan Yu to break the formation that Team Hawk is looking to set up for the Channel.
Yeah, agreed. 100% agree on that one. Because, I mean, if you're looking at both of these squads, they're loaded for bear. They really want game 1 to really set the tempo. I think that this is going to be huge for both of these squads. Because, again, once you're on the losing side, it's way more difficult to come back from. And being able to take game number 1 will be key in this series here.
It's about 2 different ideologies, right? Boom Esports, back to their original playstyle, the hunger for team fights, the hunger for skirmishes. Team Hawk playing to the MKL standard, wanting good laning phase coming in from Lola and also John, winning out those 1v1 matchups and converting it into jungle pressure on the hands of Bai. And then that mid game will be extremely important. We need to see that 4th minute mark. Who controls that Tyrant will control the further pacing of this game 1.
Yeah, and I think that the early game tempo, key. I mean, you were talking about the 4-minute Tyrant, absolutely huge in setting the tone for this game. But I mean, in terms of just like straight up laning though, right? If we're looking at 1-to-1 matchups, like the Guan Yu, probably a little bit on the losing side to the Mai Yin, but let's talk a little bit more about this mid lane with this Hano versus Mai here.
I think in terms of pushing power, it's more of a 50-50. But in terms of being active on the map, we definitely have to give it over to the Mai Shirunui. Look at their aggression so far. Already Kachusen's landing on towards Nono. Heal already burned.
Yeah, it's going to be super uncomfortable for him. I mean, he wants to just stay in the lane. And now if you're looking at what Lola is doing, he's completely being zoned out. Danny just being this bully, and that's exactly how you want to play it, especially in the one-on-one. You got to win that matchup.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the side of Team Hawk. Top lane being pressured by the roam coming in from Tatsuri and also Draw. And the bot lane 1v1 matchup that you should be... I mean, in a way, if you look from it from a 50-50 side, Lola's channel should win against Danny's early. But hey, Danny outpaced him and got the initial objective, which is to fire big in towards that 1v1 matchup.
And you're looking at the level differential. I mean, level 3 to level 2. I mean, it's not huge, but it is an edge, right? Especially when you're talking about the fact that Lola should have been winning with the channel. You do have that range. The sword signal does quite a lot of work. But again, we're going to probably worry about those guys come late game, because right now the action in the top lane, look at John getting gone on here. They have the just Soaring Green Dragon right on top, but THQ are going to just hide under that tower.
There's just a bit of a poking damage here, signaling that, hey, you gotta back off. We have faster momentum coming in from Tatsuri. This is why the Mai Shirunui is so good. And look at that poke damage already on towards Man's Hano.
Yeah, a lot of damage. He's not even level 4 at this moment, so he can't really Fate Rewind it. But he did have the Healing Dew. He's going to shrug off most of this. And now that he's level 4, this is a potential jump in by Boom. And it looks like he wants to go. Tatsuri, that is. He wasn't able to get the catch back onto them. And it looks like THQ will dodge that bullet.
Oh, a bit of a mechanical misplay here coming in from Tatsuri. The Ryu Engine Flash misses on towards Man, and even if it catches on towards, Man has Purify on this Hano, so it's just gonna be a trade of spells if he does land onto it.
Yeah, if he did, but unfortunately for him, I mean, Tatsuri was the one that actually had to use the Flash instead. So coming out a little bit on the negative side, yes, it's not the worst thing. I mean, you're going for that attempt. Nobody died, but it's one of those things where, again, you're trying to make them use those spells so that they become a little bit more vulnerable later.
It's the activeness that we talk about, right? When you play Mai Shirunui, you cannot be too passive and too scared of doing plays. You gotta be aggressive like Tatsuri here. So a warning shot fired by Tatsuri in this first play. Who knows what he can actually do later on at the 4th minute mark. But so far, if you look towards the laning phase, Clash lane, farm lane wise, is looking really good for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and you were talking about it in the draft. I mean, you were saying that like the meta had shifted away from the Mai, and the reason for that is that generally Mai has to play high tempo. You have to be making an impact across the lanes. You're looking for, ganks across the map, and if you're not able to do it, you kind of fall off because you're just so squishy. So again, Tatsuri, a little bit more pressure for him to do that to ensure that this team has that snowball advantage.
And the rotations coming in from the side of Boom Esports, forcing Lola to take a straight beeline towards that mid lane to find farm or comfort in a different pacing, right? You see Channel having to go to this mid lane, Man on the Hano having to convert himself towards the bottom lane here, so they will be slightly slow from the bottom end, at the very least for Team Hawk coming in towards his Tyrant.
Yeah, and it looks like this is the 4-minute marker. This is going to be huge. I mean, Carl and Vi, both of them have their smites available, so it's going to be a little bit of a standoff, at least towards the side, but the Tyrant already at 60%.
Yeah, so far both teams are positioning themselves, preparing for this initial engage.
Oh, Tatsuri gets the pushback, and the Tyrant gets taken away by Bai. That's going to be a huge win for Team HQ, and it looks like they're going to be backing off of that Tyrant take.
It's a comfortable one. It's like no fights breaking out, both teams investing their manpower after the wave clear, and then it's superior smite power here, but Lola almost getting taken down!
Oh, the Kachusen! The snipe out by Tatsuri! He walked right into it, gets sniped out, giving up first blood, and that's a huge win for Boom.
It was looking good for Team Hawk. No casualties, winning out that Tyrant, but Lola getting caught out by Danny's initial play and the Queen of Kachusen. Straightforward and headshot on towards Lola. On Bido in towards the mid lane. Super aggressive with the Triline.
All right, I want to kind of just make fun of Lola, but in the end, I've walked into Kachusen's myself, so I've been there, but not with these types of stakes in terms of the game. Unfortunate for him, but he needs to find a way to catch back up. He's a level behind. He's struggling at this stage.
it's something that we talk about these traditional farm lanes like a critical marksman. When you fall behind in laning phase, the mid game is definitely going to be detrimental for you to actually catch up on towards the map because you move so slow, but Razor Cavalry once again!
Oh, nice heroic charge as well, and Lola gets run down. Miggy from the side. It didn't seem like Lola had any sort of vision on him, completely caught off guard on that one.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a really tough situation for the late game marksman coming in for the side of Team Hawk here. But at the very least, we do see a bit of a slow but steady early game being composed by Boom Esports. I'm waiting to see which place, the mid tower, that is gonna be a detrimental one. If, even with Hano, you drop that mid turret, this game is just gonna be blown wide open for the side of Team Hawk.
They need to slow it down. They need to ensure that that mid T1 stays up as long as possible. Yes, you're going to sacrifice a little bit in terms of the outer lanes, but you got to keep that alive. Because again, you have Mon on this Hano. You need to ensure that you're sustaining as much as possible, using those scepters to as much as wave clear as possible.
Yeah, so far, top bot, all the outer tiers are all taken down coming in from Danny. When you win out that bottom lane, you can allow your farm lane, especially this early, to put so much side lane pressure here. With the timers available on the Crimson Golem, maybe, just maybe, Boom Esports will want to find fights in that place. But Mon get taken down.
Yeah, taken down, not even able to use his Fate Rewind, completely bursted, and now Boom Esports are like, with all this space, they're going to take the mid T1. I was talking about how the strategic of a pillar that mid T1 was going to be, and it just instantly gets taken down. Now they're going to continue to chase. They won't even take away the Crimson Golem here.
It's a domino effect here, I gotta say, Holler. Bottom lane kill onto us Lola, top kill onto us Lola, one kill, one tower, and in the mid lane, Mon gets taken down, another kill, another tower, and going into the Crimson Golem, yet another objective here. Team Hawk is getting choked out of resources as we speak.
Oh, and he's taking a lot of damage, and it looks like John needs to get back to safety. He's going to limp away, but now Boom Esports, with all that spacing, those Chusins, the Cannon Blast, all of that being pushing them away where they can't even defend their towers.
This is just looking real difficult thus far for the side of Team Hawk here. They need to find a window for Lola to farm to 3 items. John needs to find the assassination on towards Danny here. At the very least, we do see Danny's itemization. There's no signs of an armor boot, so if he does a mechanical misplay, that could be Team Hawk's opportunity to find that key assassination.
If he's able to find it, but it looks like Miggy's trying to make them pay. Actually runs down Mon. He's not even able to get away. They get a second one with Ball going down as well. And it looks like Boom just pushing them back. Miggy is doing so much work with this Guan Yu, and he's just taking it down. 4 members down from teammate.
The hyper-aggression coming in for the side of Boom Esports here. Starting off Miggy, finding the perfect Razor Cavalry, soloing out Lola, forcing out the flash. Mon being pushed back, no Purify to escape himself towards safety and buy. When the formation is shattered on Dolia and Yang Jian, you really cannot play this composition to the maximum potential.
I mean, you can't get jumped. I mean, that's the biggest thing. I mean, easier said than done, but the way that Miggy is able to just disrupt you, get into those backlines, push people out, run down Mon essentially for free, and now you got a 5-on-4 power play and taking down the rest of the squad, you're going to have a much easier time, and it looks like they find John in no man's land, just get caught out again.
Yeah, what a monstrous gold lead being generated by the side of Boom Esports. Every single play has been committed so beautifully by the side of Boom. Engages coming in from Katsuri, pickoffs coming in by Miggy's flanks, and that resulted into this 8,000 gold lead at only 9 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and this is why most teams generally, prior to the meta shift, has been kind of banning out that Mai. It's super oppressive, especially when it's able to kind of get those ganks and those pickoffs. I mean, Tatsuri is 4-0-3, but his impact has been palpable this entire game.
He's just racking up those kills, hitting those Kachusens here. Danny playing super aggressively, chunking out Mon in that mid lane. As we see waves starting to pile in, that's the power of the Agudo in chunking out these turrets.
Just going to be able to just slowly siege this down, and it looks like Miggy, even on the backside, doing a little bit of work, but they don't really have the minions to kind of continue on. It looks like Team Hawk are going to hold, at least for now.
Yep, that's the power of the Phase Rewind coming in from the Hano. At the very least, you can slow down the game as what we expected from those early tier towers here. But with the aggression that's being committed by Boom Esports, this is not looking easy at all for Team Hawk.
Not at all. Bai actually was looking to hound forward, just dealing with the minions. That's the biggest thing. I mean, it seems silly. Why is he sacrificing himself? Why is he going out of position? But he's wave clearing, right? He's slowing the game down. I mean, yes, this is a little bit more space for them, but now Team Hawk have to find a way to punish them for being separated like Boom Esports are now.
Now this is going to be a dangerous one coming in for side of Boom Esports, trying to go for that assassination.
Oh, Tatsuri says, how dare you leave your base? No place is safe. We will take your jungle. Your base is mine. Tatsuri with yet another kill.
Okay, bad news. John got taken down. Good news, it's not a double objective being committed by the side of Boom Esports here, but 4v5 for the next 16 seconds. No availability of the Mayin. Towers might be in danger for the side of Team Hawk.
Yeah, that good news. I was just like, okay, how are you going to go with this? How are we going to sell this situation? Because it's not looking for good for Team Hawk right now. Nothing is looking good at this point. Right now, it's just all hands on deck in terms of this defense. Boom Esports with so much pressure.
Pack leader stands already popped by the channel here on the hands of Lola here. You see all three burning waves crashing in, and Mon has to use the phase rewind. Check out Miggy though.
Oh, but the Razor Cavalry in the back, all 5 members, and they're looking to clean up. The Crystal is trying to defend as well, but it is open and they will be focused, and Boom Esports take game number 1.
10,000 goal lead, 10-0 in terms of these kills. 0 objectives, 0 towers, an absolute crushing defeat for Team Hawk in this game 1. Very well executed by Boom Esports.
Oh, very well executed indeed. I mean, this is a great game. This is a bounce back one that they were looking to go for, right? Get themselves in that win column. Slowly but surely, they're going to ensure that they're able to kind of play the game that they want to play. And you're seeing just how this team plays. They are very mechanically sound, and it didn't seem like Team Hawk had any sort of answers for Boom Esports to get back into this one.
I think in terms of drafting capabilities, it's pretty comfortable, and at the very least for Team Hawk, I see the vision, strong side lanes with a strong mid roam, a jungle roam synergy with the Dolia Yangjin, but the execution is something we need to be nitpicking on. The moment it's 4 minutes, we see, okay, you're losing lane, it's fine. Yang Jian's managed to secure the Tyrant for the team, but Lola being caught first by the Kachusen and also Dani on towards the early, and he rotates himself towards the Clash lane, immediately gets punished by Miggy. That's where you know the game is already into a dire situation for Team Hawk to even progress.
Yeah, and Team Hawk, it looked like they were just trying to group up. They knew that they were losing, so they would kind of use the buddy system, but that plays into the hands of Miggy, right? I mean, on that Guan Yu, you know that Razor Cavalry is coming, absolute domination, and you're talking about how Miggy leading Boom to secure game 1, a clear MVP from me here.
Hands down, I gotta agree with you for some of these rare occasions. This is definitely a Miggy MVP. He was finding insane flanks, dare I say. Yeah. The last one, that was a what? 4 or 5 man Razor Cavalry in towards the backline to seal the game. And in the early game to mid game phases as well, we saw how he catches Lola, he catches Mon. Every single play that he has committed with the help of Tatsuri has converted into a very big macro win. Hence you see 10,000 goalie at only 11 minutes.
Crazy if you think about it. And the fact that, I mean, Miggy, like, he was making those plays, but he was also the highest net worth on the team. Miggy was like, okay, we're not losing this game. We're going to just trust in me. I'm going to be able to just get onto the backside and ensure that Team Hawk have no sort of way to fight any sort of team fight at all.
Yeah, definitely a difficult one for Team Hawk to swallow because they are still looking for their first victory coming in towards KIS4. So definitely after this first game, their second game will be much more pressured because you're still finding your first win. You need to find that perfect, I wouldn't say perfect, that viable strategy to put you into a winning position, or at the very least, an equal one to start off things against Boom.
Yeah. I mean, if we're looking at the gold graph, things were kind of equal, right? I mean, at 3 minutes, 50-second mark, we're talking about how competitive they were going to be, but it just got to that point, that 7-minute 38 mark, where you're kind of like, Boom Esports, fully control on this one. They're just going to be able to dominate from then on, and you can kind of see that gold graph just close them out, because this is where Team Hawk needed to have made some sort of adjustments, figure out ways to, again, chip into that lead that Boom Esports had.
It's very difficult. When the snowball starts with a Mai Shirunu and also Guan Yu, you kind of wonder, like, okay, I have the Yangjin and Dolia, but my Yangjin and Dolia can't really be standing in front and being pushed back by Miggy into heroes like the Arlie into heroes like the Mozi, that's a lot of CC to actually swallow. And aside from that, you still have the channel that's thinking like, hey, if my formation is already broken, who's realistically gonna peel for me? There's no peel in the game for Lola on that channel.
Yeah, no peel whatsoever. I mean, they were also grouped in that sense because they were just kind of lacking vision. They were sticking around too much, and Miggy was able to just kind of make them pay. And all of these lane matchups in favor of Boom Esports at the end of the day, and that is the biggest struggle. I mean, Mon, the only one he really wins in terms of this, head to head was the damage taken because he was taking quite a bit. But this is a tough situation for Team Hawk to figure out a way to get back into this one.
It will definitely take a lot of readjustment and I would say practice, right? At the very least in this BO5, it doesn't send you out of the tournament immediately. It's not a knockout, it's not an elimination. It gives you more chance to adapt yourself. But how long can we give you to realistically finalize your form going into playoffs?
Yeah, it will be tough, and there's not a whole lot of time. And this is why you're kind of thinking, how would they, Team Hawk do in that game, that second series, that second match? Are they able to bounce back? But this is Boom. This is they're top 8 in the world right now. I mean, that's what we learned from the KIC, right? And going into this one, we knew that they were going to be a tough one, but it looks like the MVP is going to go the way of Tatsuri. It looks like production likes that KDA of 5-0 and 3.
61,000 damage done, 24,000 damage taken, 8.5k goal. It's only an 11-minute game, as you've seen a lot of these moments that's being started by the side of Tatsuri on this Fire Ninja. The mid lane one, the first warning shot on towards Mon, and then you see the subsequent ones, the assassination on towards the backline, and this Kachusa snipe on towards Lola that started everything for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, started everything right there. But you're just seeing a lot of Miggy on this one. Look where he's at. He just goes right into the middle. Who can he pull? He's going to run down Mon. Anybody that tries to get back to their team, Miggy is literally running them down. His impact was definitely there. Tatsuri with that damage as well to ensure that they have that cleanup when they get repositioned. And again, they were just sniping throughout Boom Esports right now, firing on all cylinders.
And every moment that we've seen so far is the Tatsuri and also Miggy. So check this Razor Cavalry out. That was a 4-man Razor Cavalry catching everybody except for the C-Singer on the hands of Nuo. Pushes everyone back towards the fountains here. Yes, no casualties, but it gives a straight beeline towards the end of the crystal for the side of Boom Esports in this game 1. Question is, how does Team Hawk come back towards this? Because in terms of the execution, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. I mean, this is one where they kind of need to, go back to the drawing board. I think that they need to channel the MKL fighting spirit of being like, actually, we're the best, in the world. We need to ensure that we have that. I saw Siang in the crowd. Maybe they get some advice from him in terms of just like what they need to do to bounce back against Boom Esports.
Siang was in the crowd. Yeah, good eye. I didn't notice. Oh my god, I definitely gotta ask him, send some pictures of the GBK basketball hall, because that hall is looking pretty good. I like the LED, I like the entire setup, and there's also carnivals for people to actually just visit and get some freebies. So definitely, if you're in Jakarta, if you're in Indonesia, nearing that area, do drop by in towards that place to actually visit some pro players, cosplayers, and events to get some goodies.
Yeah, get them all good. It's all for free. Just the environments, the ambiance of all of the other Honor of Kings players, all of them have been amazing in terms of these carnivals that they have. So again, this is going to be a great one. And going into to watch the games live, the environment, the crowd, the fans, everything that you want it from an esport. This is it's magnificent.
Yep, magnificent indeed. And we will be heading into game 2 shortly later on. But okay, we keep talking about they need to adjust, they need to adapt coming in from Team Hawk. So if you were to give them advice as a coach here, Hauler, what would it be?
I think I would want to play a little bit faster, right? Let Bai kind of be aggressive, right? Get him something maybe get him a pay, get him something that he can kind of get going in just being invasive. Once you're aggressive and it's kind of like a very fast start to the game, you're going to have a much easier time, especially when you have a good early game. Because, Honor of Kings, while the comebacks are definitely there, it's much easier to play when you have that lead.
That's true, right? If you have the momentum on your hands instead of being reactive towards your opponents, maybe it will be slightly different for Team Hak's pacing here. So it really comes down to how the coaching staff and also the drafter in the team decides the game plan for Team Hak. And we saw just now Team Hak getting the side selection to be on the blue side. Excited to see what kind of hero they will be first picking here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going into that draft. I mean, it seems like they want to just kind of get that first pick. Maybe they're looking for, you know, to be honest, maybe like a Byron, just to kind of go a little bit basic, I think. I don't think that you want to just completely show your hand, but you do need to secure something that so that you have that laning advantage, especially in that clash lane.
Okay, now if you talk about laning advantage in towards the clash lane, first thing I can think of is the Byron you mentioned, and then there seem to be more battle tanks introduced in towards this meta. We've seen the IKL clash lanes pick up things like the Bai Chi, the ultimate weapon, for example, and also the Lubu. So these are available options for Team Hak to venture into. But if we talk about tempo, if we talk about momentum in the early game, a shift of different philosophies maybe is to try out Pei, the Tigeress, or Ukyo Tachibana, the Swift Strike.
Yeah. Incredibly, yeah. Get that speed, that aggressiveness, right? Start with a good early game. I think that will really set things up. But again, it's power picks, right? You cannot be down 0-2. I feel like this is a must-win game for Team Hak, because if you're down 0-2, it is a world of hurt, and it's a struggling position to play from.
It's 3 back-to-back games that you actually have to come back on towards to, and there is actually stake in this BO5, because we talk about both teams, yes, they're 0-1 in standings, but they need the 1 win and also the subsequent one to force a potential tiebreaker with their opponents that could potentially end up in second place. So that's all they need to do in this series. Try your absolute best, get the BO5 win. But Team Hak's first decision in the draft will be the Forge Maiden, Chicha being locked in, flexible into 3 lanes.
Yeah, flexible. I think that's the biggest piece, right? I mean, it's a hugely, very strong hero to pick first, and you have a lot of options in terms of which direction that you go, depending on what Boom Esports look to counter with. So it's a smart pick. But it was funny because we were talking to Miggy the other day, and we're kind of like, hey, what does he think about Haya and as well as Chicha? And he was saying both of these picks almost insta-pick ban almost every game. Like, they have that game-changing potential, and so it's going to be incredibly strong. It looks like they're kind of, they went with the Ogren Luna ban, a little bit more conservative ones, and they kind of let that one go. So we'll see exactly how Boom Esports are going to counter here.
It's more of a rinse and repeat from the Game 1 strategy that Boom Esports proposed, right? It's like, okay, Luna, Ogren, things that are strong in the jungle that Bai can realistically use, but they also missed out the Pei Byron that we mentioned in the pre-game draft. Locking these two in, making a shift of momentum, no longer in the hands of the side lane to play that mid-lane game team fight, but it's the early tempo that's going to be on the hands of Bai in the jungle.
Yeah, I feel like Amu from the coach from Team Hak is listening in right now, and we were talking about how Pei and Byron were so good, and he picks it himself, right? We clearly manifested that, right?
I think it's, 1, we-manifesting it, 2, Team Hak's understanding on the meta itself, and the potential fixes towards their winning capability, right? The percentage, right? If certain things don't work out, you need to look for active changes instead of just laying down there, accepting fate. It's like, okay, this is my fate. I shall lay down and wait for it.
Yeah. You can't wait around. You got to make it happen, right? And I think that this is the biggest thing where, if you're looking at what Boom Esports are looking to do, they're thinking about it. I mean, the Lapu Lapu really just kind of solidifies that counter initiation, gives them a little bit of space, but it looks like they're going to go with the Broken Mirage right here. This is going to be an interesting one because, again, how fast can Carl be here?
It's always nice to see jungle assassin matchups between 2 teams. We have Team Hak's Bai on the Tigerist, you have Boom Esports Carl on towards Jing, and every season that we watch Carl play, there's always a statement that we put on towards it. He loves those assassins. Now, getting on his hands on this assassin, it also gives Danny a leeway. We've seen Long with the tanky build. It didn't work out really well, but it's actually really meta right now. You go to Force Scar Embrace, you go to Axe of Torment, you go semi-tank, and assassins that like to dive deep, like, for example, the Forge Maiden, the Tigers, it doesn't really do well into tag long.
Yeah, it doesn't do as great. I mean, keeping him alive. Plus, you have that. I don't know what it is. It doesn't seem like they've been able to kind of take him down. I mean, it kind of keeps them off guard in the sense that he's like a little tankier than he should be. Plus, he has that infinite vastness, which is like that get out of jail free card. He's a lot tougher to take down, and he does need to stay alive. But going into this one, I mean, you have the pay, you have the Nuo with that long range. Once that pounce happens, you have that potential burst. So I do think in this one that you probably want to go a little defensive. You just need to stay alive here as that loop.
That's fully well explained, right? Because in terms of like the counters that we see, why do we always say like, oh, Nuwa counters Long? How does it work? It's because like when you pop that ultimate on the Long, the infinite vastness, you fly around the sky, you come back down, enemy actually has vision, right? So when you come down, you are, I would say, you're not stunned, you're like, you just cannot move, right? You come down, you fly down, enemy has vision, right? So the Nuwa, the Celestial's ultimate, can just snipe you from afar, and if you don't flash, you will get hit by it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, basically, whenever you're landing, it's like an airplane landing. Like, you need permission to land. It's the most obvious place. Yeah, permission to land. And as you do, obviously, the Annihilation, as you're talking about, from that Nuwa can easily snipe him out. So, again, it comes back to that last piece. Is he able to snipe him out? This game is going to be interesting. But, again, if we're talking about the drafts, even from game 1 to this game, I kind of feel like Team Hawk's drafts are pretty solid, though.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Game 1's draft was strong side lanes and also strong mid game with the Yangjin Dahlia. Game 2's draft also winning side lanes and a very aggressive jungle, but not forgetting about the late game cover coming in by the Celestial Nuwa here. So I want to see the fix, lesser laning mistakes, lesser mid game teamfight mistakes, and then we see a proper 10th minute teamfight by these two teams.
Yeah, don't play passive. I think that that's the biggest thing, the biggest change that Team Hawk need to do in terms of how they want to play this. You have the pay, you have the Byron. This is a huge win in terms of that top side of the map. So you got to be aggressive, play to your strengths, and then get that little bit of a lead, and then hopefully that will turn into a much bigger snowball so that you have a chance.
And towards the early game itself, in the laning phase at the very least, it seems to me as a repeat of last game. Still, Danny pretty much in control. We see a bit of a gold share coming in by the side of Team Hawk, getting that pay farmed up as fast as possible. Oh, he stole that Azure Golem!
Did he? Oh my gosh.
Katsuri has Azure Golem on him!
Yeah, he does. He did take that away. I mean, that's going to slow him down. That's a perfect way to counter also the early aggressive play by Bai. And he's got to be a little frustrated because, again, all the buffs really matter, especially early.
Oh, that's not going to be good coming in for side of Team Hawk here. You want the pay to be online as soon as possible, but due to the fact that you miss out this Azure Golem, we see on our screen right now at 1 minute 30, pay is now level 4, which is really slow for the pay standard. And what does it actually translate to? Side lane objectives like the River Sprite having to be given over to the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's a feels bad man right now, and they find at least draw. He's going to get back to safety, but this is going to be one of those things where now he's slowly farming. He needs help from Nuo, who will kind of just shepherd him around to speed up some of that farm.
Ooh, Miggy's position here. If he stuns John, there's going to be a lot of engage.
Oh, the force field suppression is not going to be enough, and that's perfectly set up for Carl to take first blood. What a great play by Miggy there.
On the board, catches on towards Mono here, has the flash, doesn't have the ultimate here. He will be limping away with the final flash after the board expires.
Yeah, he'll take that one. I think that, I mean, the board was pretty nice, but Nuo, I mean, he has a lot of sustain, that Unending Sorrow as well, but the Flaming Palm from Danny doing some work, and he's been very aggressive, not even giving him any sort of space, and now with those minions gone, that's a small reprieve, at least for Team HQ.
And let's talk about the new Spriteling troop that's added into the game, right? Because that is a pretty big cooldown compared to the previous Spriteling system. This new Spriteling, AoE shield, slows the enemy, gives you added movement speed. That's also AoE as well, but at the cost of a 2-minute cooldown. So if you use it at the 2-minute mark, you're not going to be having it online at the important Tyrant fight.
Yeah. And actually, that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, the long cooldown, but I mean, everyone's got one. But the biggest thing for me, this is like a psychological, mental warfare, right? When you get the kill, then you plant the flag on top of their corpse. I mean, that could do some serious mental damage.
It's it's an interesting one, right? It's like a semi-taunting style where it's like,
Exactly.
I died. And I'm like, oh my god, it's the enemy's country flag, but born here.
Oh, it looks like they've got a nice little two-man stun, and the Unending Sorrow dodging most of this. Bai is going to get back to safety. He stays alive, but Boom Esports made it very close.
Now, it goes back to our discussion on towards the Sprite-Link troop. Look at that Tick Shield. It actually saved Bai. You also have to give props towards Nono because of that Unending Sorrow, getting that key healing on towards at the very last second. But you can see, if you play it and utilize it well, it really gives you that edge that you need to survive in some of these burst situations.
Yeah, it's all about that small sustain. And I mean, Yuan is still very strong, right? I think it's still a hero that, like, yeah, it's been kind of hit in terms of, oh, looks like they find Carl, goes in for this one, finds Bai. Oh, all he wants to do is farm and be left alone, and Carl is making it happen. And nice little board that's been set up. They've got him locked in, but John gets under the tower. Here comes Danny, the flaming palm, gets the snipe, and John goes down.
Losing Bai, losing John, losing the Azure Golem. Everything is looking so darn bad for the side of Team Hawk, and Miggy is just casually 1v3 zoning against Lola Nono, leaving the mid tower to be taken at the 4th bit mark. It's a disaster for Team Hawk.
Absolute disaster at this stage. I mean, you were talking about, we were talking about how this pay really needs to get going. You have a huge early game lead, but Boom Esports have all the leads, right? It's not even 5 minutes, and they're like 2K behind. This is a world of hurt for them, and Boom Esports have been so good with this map control.
Bai here trying to take a bit of a recovery resource, but Carl is slowly pacing. He sees it, he knows it's in the bush, and he finds Bai. Okay, Bai leads away towards safety here.
Yeah, he pounces away. Bai is just running for his life, and Carl's like, that's how you want to play. I mean, he's taking away one of the buffs right now, but Bai right now needs to catch up. He needs to be using that mobility to potentially get some more steals and get themselves back in this game. John goes in for the Storm Strike, finding Tatsuri. He's in a bad spot. He's going to dodge most of this one, somehow staying alive. Lola is going to have to flash under the tower. He's going to be fine. This tower is going to do a little bit of work in terms of this defense here, but they're going to continue to chip away. They do have minions. Tatsuri is very low. He needs to ensure that Mon doesn't get the snipe. The Annihilation had been used, but Tatsuri is just going to recall on back.
Ooh, every single mad movement that's being committed by Boom Esports, Team Hawk has no apparent answers here. Yes, you don't drop in terms of kills or in terms of deaths, but you can't really do realistically anything. Like, look at Carl. 1v2, 1v3, stealing away the Azure Golem, but I can't do anything.
And that's the frustrating part, right? Especially when you're going up against the Jing, you want to take away his buffs, right? And you see how Team Hawk have not been able to be aggressive, have not been able to invade, and Boom Esports are imposing their will on Team Hawk and making them play a defensive reactive game, which is a losing game.
And it's also really concerning because you expect Lola and also John on these strong early game picks to find those aggressive leads that could elevate Bai's potential on this pay. But due to the fact that the early game has so many good setups coming in by Miggy and also Carl, it's really difficult for these side lanes to actually provide any value here. Tatsuri having to pop the flash.
Yeah, he pops the flash. There's just too many members of Team Hawk right now. They really wanted to go for that, but they take the top T2 instead. Miggy decided to go Heaven and Earth mode. He's going to just kind of get in front of this one, dealing with John, but he's going to be pushed back eventually. And it looks like Boom Esports, without any minions, won't really continue on with this push here as they wait for at least the mid lane.
Ooh, round 2 here. Flaming Bomb landing on towards the tier 2, putting more pressure here. This tower seems to be falling down real soon, and there we go here. So, for me, Team Hawk's draft makes a lot of sense. But if you lose early, it puts you into a situation where you have no solid engage once again. But look at John.
Oh, the Storm Strike. Tatsuri, they find him and they eventually take him down. That's going to be a huge one. Their first kill right now. And Draw looking to go for revenge. Miggy showing up on this one. Finds it. And John trying to just flash away. But here comes Carl. And they do have the damage. And John gets picked off. He's just not taking just yet. But looks like Boom Esports have traded away. It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, good active play here coming in from the side of Team Hawk's Clash lane, John, finding the flash from Tatsuri. Because We saw from the moment that Tatsuri burned the flash in the mid lane thanks to Bai, that is a key information received by Team Hawk to find that play. At the very least, it slows down the pursuit coming in from Boom to push the lead even further. Danny here being boxed out, look at those creation blocks, having to back away. So this Crimson Golem is freed from the pursuit from Boom Esports.
Yeah, it was, I mean, they threw everything at them, right? To ensure that they secure that Crimson Golem. Because Bai cannot lose yet another buff. It's not even 10 minutes at this stage. I mean, they have a 4K lead, Boom Esports, at this stage. And it seems like almost everything is going in their favor. But again, just look at how they're positioning. Everything is being contested.
Super aggressive positioning coming in from Draw and also Miggy. Actively just scouting out the bushes here, giving as much information to Danny and also Tatsuri as much as possible. And right now, look at Draw. He's using that spell 1, getting control, pushing the member of the Team Hawk back in their own base.
Are you trying to say that he's trying to draw them out? Huh? I'll
to
show
draw
myself.
their attention? Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Oh, good. We can move on. But yeah, Draw's taking a decent amount. He will be backing off. I mean, he's doing his job, right? That's kind of what you want to do on the Lapu Lapu. So again, just be up front, provide that vision, and just kind of make people, like, you know, feel a little bit scared.
Yep, that's going to be the final objective as well, as we pace into that 10-minute shadow objective mark. He dogged on towards John here, enters it, and gets caught by the board.
Oh, completely diving in. They are not scared. Boom Esports finding a couple pickoffs early, looking to turn that into a bottom T3. Boom Esports taking everything from them, and Team Hawk right now just trying to hold on. They don't really have the minions. They plant their flags, but what more can they do? They still have 4 members. Boom Esports thought about going in. Looks like they're going to regroup right now.
Yep. Quick 2 kills, getting that bot tier 3. Miggy goes in, trying to zap onto his bot, gets the kill! Oh my goodness.
Oh, Miggy, the disrespect. He's going to trade his life away. I mean, he really wanted that kill, but he thought about going. Carl is looking to dive on this one. Needs to be a bit careful. Space created. They take the mid T3. The emergence, that will be popped on forward. He tries to go in, but he gets instantly deleted. Oh, it turns into a bit of a disaster, and now they turn him. They do have John locked in. The Storm Strike on forward. He decides to go all in, tries to make the play, doesn't make it, but they do end up getting Draw in return.
Yeah, the failing arrow marks on towards Draw here. You can't flash away, you can't dodge away as long as you're marked by Chicha. Gets the answered kill. At the very least, they delay the shadow objectives being taken by the side of Boom Esports, but at the cost of multiple kills, multiple turrets being surrendered into the walls of PKL. Not gonna be a good news, as we need to see how they progress themselves coming into the shadow objective marks.
No towers taken by Team Hawk. I think that's the biggest, takeaway on this one. That's the struggle, right? They have 0 space. Now they have to deal with the elite minions in the bottom lane. This is going to be tough, right? Boom Esports right now, again, with this map control, they have everything, taking the Tyrant essentially for free. Team Hawk have 0 answers.
0 answers, 0 reactive plays, because we see right now it's a double objective committed by the side of Boom Esports. It means after this objective take, they will be going in for that final push, that final tier 3 in towards the bottom side. So expect the next 2 minutes to be a really difficult time for Team Hawk to survive. If they can survive, maybe the game goes longer, but if they don't, it's instant GG.
Yeah, and look at Boom Esports doing such a good job of chauffeuring that wave forward as well. So it's going to be a push across. It's going to be so tough to go in, and it looks like Carl wants to dive in. Just uses the mirror edge. He's going to dash around and continue to do his AoE damage, but he's getting a little bit low. Needs to be careful. He's going to be picked off on this one. The Unending Sorrow keeping Nuono alive, and it looks like Boom Esports might have overstepped here.
It's a good defense coming in by the side of Team Hawk. Carl being having a bit of over-aggression, missing the ultimate on towards Mob, which resulted into the lack of damage for that finalizer. But look at that flaming pop on towards Bai.
Oh, Miggy tried to go in for the play. He actually flashed it forward. Bai was looking very juicy, not able to find it, but they get another one. Storm Strike, Danny, he's going to get killed here. John gets that play. He gets the double Bai, that is, and he's looking to turn this around. He's on the chase, and it looks like Miggy, he's fighting 1 versus 3. He's going to be picked off by Lola. They have the damage. Team Hawk are going to be happy with the turn of events, but they don't have any towers.
The Raging Sea lands over towards Bai here. Bai wants to go for execute here, but look at the hero! Carl comes in with the Shattered Mirror Domain, gets the kill on towards Bai. But still, pretty good trade thus far. I would say a successful defense that's being committed based on Boom Esports' mistakes.
Oh, Draw was like, oh, I need can someone call the police? And Carl shows up at the right moment, ensures that Bai gets picked off. That was like a heroic play by him. Carl has been making his impact heard and felt throughout this entire game, taking everything. This Jing is so annoying.
He's just styling on towards them, using the mirror domain, stealing away the Crimson Golem. Let's check out the instant replay, what exactly happened here. We see Carl aggression punishes him on the first play here. John finds a beautiful knockup on towards Danny. CC Chain unable to pop the Infinite Vases to run towards safety here. Miggy left alone between 3 people, and later on what happened, it was by overextending on the chase on towards Draw for Carl to pick up that return kill. But right now, with 3 tier grounds down, we might see the final push.
Oh, Miggy getting about half-life, needs to be a bit careful. John, the force field suppression, keeping him alive. He wants to go for the Storm Brush, but he gets picked off. Boom Esports making him pay, but they are a little on the lower end in terms of the HP pool, but they don't really have the minions. Team Hawk right now will hold the Flaming Palm, almost picking off Newell on the way out.
Yeah, but sacrificing John here. So the next wave that's gonna be coming on all 3 lanes, this is gonna be a difficult one, at the very least for Team Hawk, because John is not only the engager, but also the solid front line that Team Hawk only has in their team.
Yeah, he's not exactly solid anymore. He's died a couple times, so he does have some holes in his body, but still, it looks like Danny's going to be picked off here. It looks like Lola is going to be killed as well. The emergence on forward, Mon's looking to go aggressive, and now with that double from Bai, they actually flash forward. They get Draw as well. That's a team ace, and Team Hawk right now, this is an opening. March it down the mid lane.
There is a potential possibility that they could go for the end if they just Hail Mary all the way down, but they take a alternative approach and go for the Tyrant take here on respawn. So right now, 2,000 gold deficit from Team Hawk at 15 minutes. This is no longer a team gold deficit. They are back online, and if you see the draft that's being provided by Team Hawk, their lane game is really solid, especially with the Celestial Lure.
Yeah, I mean, the potential is there, right? But they don't really have any towers. So they're on a bit of a timer because all the lanes will be pushing. So if anything, yes, the net worth is a bit of a wash. Yeah, they have the lead, but still, with all the lanes pushing, now you have to constantly think about the macro game and where the lanes are before you take any sort of team fight.
And for the very first time in this series, Team Hawk has the gold lead against Boom Esports. They're trying to threaten a double objective against their opponents right now. This upcoming 5v5 team fight might finish the game for either of these teams. We see Flaming Palms on towards Normal. That's a lot of damage that's being nailed down on towards the Team Hawk roamer.
Yeah, they need to be a bit careful here. They don't want to go for the 50-50 in terms of that Overlord. It looks like Miggy's going to go aggressive. Not able to do too much, but it did bait out the Unending Sorrow from Newell.
That does spell one thing. It means that they're giving up their total position on this objective here. So they cannot really contest this no more. They have to back off, have to restructure how they play for the following fights later. It may be in the high ground and base of Team Hawk at the blue base. So now, with the Shadow Vanguard being secured by Boom Esports, they might just be preparing themselves for this final push.
Yeah, and if you're kind of watching, you're like, why did Team Hawk just disappear on that one? They had a great position, they had a foothold, but the lanes were pushing, so they had to go defensively, and that opens things up for Boom Esports. Now for this potential final push, they have the board, they have John locked in. They don't want to continue on because they need to be a bit careful. Understanding that actually the damage from Team Hawk is real. They could get bursted.
The Nuwa damage, the Celestial, the creation blocks, those are starting to hurt really hard, especially if you're Tatsuri or Danny, where your range is not as far compared to a Nuwa. So we need to see what kind of engage that's being proposed by Boom Esports to capture the backline. Look at Miggy.
Oh, they find Miggy with the Heaven and Earth, and it's instantly gold by Mon. He's just going to try to stay alive, but Miggy's going to be picked off. John doing some work, and now he finds Carl. Do they have the control? And they do. That's a double going the way of Lola, and now they're looking to turn this. Can they get any sort of other catch? Taking liberties is just going to zone them away. Now they're on the run, but John wants to make it happen. They run into Vanguards, and now this is a potential push. Mon is dealing with the waves. He will stay back.
And once again, another beautiful flash storm strike coming in from John to deny Danny for any potential counterplay. No farm lane, no jungle carry right now with the death timers being so low. This might be a potential push coming in from Team Hawk to assert their dominance.
Yeah, John doing some serious work on this Byron, but the waves have been taken care of, and it looks like Boom Esports are going to hold at least for now. But Team Hawk, again, off of the back of John, which you rightly pointed out with his Byron, the Storm Strikes have been real.
Take a look at the live gold graphic here. If you see, at the middle point, it was a 7,000 goal lead by Boom Esports, and at one point, it was like what? Like 10 kills to 2, no objectives being taken by the side of Team Hawk, but with a flip of a switch, 2 high ground wipeouts coming in by the side of Team Hawk against Boom. They are back at it again, and they are holding a 4,000 goal lead against their opponents.
Yeah, Team Hawk needs like 2 or 3 more team wipeouts to just win this game instantly, though. Boom Esports have not made it easy because, again, they don't really have the towers. And with all the lanes pushing, it's very difficult for Team Hawk to mount some sort of aggressive play. And now it looks like they find Bai in a bad spot. He's going to be bounced around. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. The board is going to be locked in, and that's going to be his prison. Bai will die in the pit.
That's a beautiful roamer item swap coming in by Draw, using the house, scouting out the bushes, and capturing by. No Sage Sanctuary, no Destiny, going into a Tempest Dragon fight. You do not want that here, but check out Miggy fighting John.
Oh, finding John, but he's going to go aggressive. Gets the nice little Storm Strike onto 2, but it looks like he's going to get gone on. He's going to be focused. He doesn't really have enough to stay alive. Danny gets the pick off on this one, and Boom Esports, it looks like they've gotten this, especially with Bai down for about 15. Here's the Unending Sorrow. He tries to go for the minions, but he's going to sacrifice his life away. Now with only 2 members, how do they hold? The minions are slowly there. Tatsuri gets a little bit on the lower side. He gets picked off. Lola flashes away. He gets back into the fountain. And it looks like Mom was trying to deal with the minions, but Sage's Sanctuary, here comes the minions. The crystal is now under assault, but now Bai is right back up, but he's going to be focused in. Lola, that is. He gets killed here. That's a double going the way of Carl. Bai just trying to stay alive, but the minions are now on point. They go for the crystal, and Boom Esports take a tough game number 2.
At the brink of 20-minute mark, Boom Esports found the opening with the haul coming in by Draw, finding the key catch on towards Bai, and immediately converting that into a key pickoff on towards John's Byron. And it's an odd number fight, providing so much value in Boom Esports to actually collect that tough win. We saw signs of hope coming in from Team Hawk in acquiring their first game win in KIS4, but to no avail. This was what they had to swallow. Mistakes in these key situations does not allow you to get that clean win.
Yeah, there were mistakes on both ends, right? I mean, Boom Esports, this is a game, they had a 7K net worth lead. They should have just closed it out. But giving the opportunity for Team Hawk, where they kind of stumbled on the high ground and allowed them to get back into this game. But towards the end, that was Team Hawk's game to lose, right? Bai cannot be picked off there. He should not have been killed. If they stayed alive 5 versus 5, they would have had a chance. Unfortunately for Team Hawk, they lose this again. Carl's aggressive play, just really securing that one.
I think if you are on the coaching perspective for both teams, the coaches will be super duper angry on both of their performances. Like, we're not trying to shame any team, but we're just trying to see on a coaching stand viewpoint. For Boom Esports, let's break it down, right? For Boom Esports, you have such a monstrous lead, but you fumbled 2, I would say, almost aces at the enemy high ground, which provided so much tempo back towards the enemy's pocket. From a 7,000 gold lead to a 4,000 or 5,000 gold deficit to your opponents who you dominated so well in the early game. For them, it's really to play more disciplined in ending these games. And for the side of Team Hawk, same could be said. You've managed yourself to find a pretty good comeback, got so much gold deficit and made it into a gold lead, and you fumble at the most important timer, nearing the Tempest Dragon, dropping your most important member, which is the pay for the potential 50-50 smite, and then you're forced by the enemy in that mid lane, one by one after another one. That's a tough one for both of these teams to actually process in the coaching room.
Yeah, I mean, you see, if you're Boom Esports, you're the coach, and you see those guys walking back into the room, and some of them are smiling, you're like, hey, stop smiling. That was not a game worth smiling for, right? We need to ensure that we do not make those sort of mistakes, because any other team, dare I say, in the KIS4 would have made them pay. They would have lost that game. They would have extended it. Every single game where you have a lead, you have to close it out. I mean, Team Hawk played a very valiant game. They had a chance. They had an opportunity, but again, in the end, they actually made some mistakes. So, I mean, I guess in the end, Boom Esports gets that win because of that.
Fully agree, right? Very well said here, and we can check out the stats of the total damage dealt. Why do we say that Nua is one of the best late game mages in this meta? You can see, early game wasn't looking the best coming in for the side of Team Hawk, but if you give resource towards this late game mage, she does so much. She can poke you with the creation blocks, she can use emergence to join fights from afar, she can use the annihilation to snipe targets that she outranges in a global distance. And you can see how well Boom Esports actually dominated the first, I would say, 13 minutes of the game. Check out the damage charts. Aside from the roamer, everybody had 6 digits on towards their board.
Yeah, quite a bit here. I mean, look at this gold graph. I mean, we were talking about how Boom Esports, that 10-minute mark, this game is pretty much over, right? But then they stumbled, and they stumbled hard, and it dove deep in terms of the gold graph in favor of Team Hawk there, as they had their opportunities, and my gosh, very, very end, you cannot get caught out, and now you're fighting 4 versus 5 without any sort of towers. That is an unforgivable mistake. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look good at all. It was a smooth yellow bar all towards the bottom side, and then with flip of switch, it's another white one for Team Hawk. Good recovery though. I would say the resilience is there, and it always goes to show that if you don't account for mistakes in a perfect game, there is still room of error from the enemy team for you to find potential comebacks. This is one of those key examples that you can never put down your guard until the game or crystal is finally over.
Yeah, for sure. That's the best way of putting it. I love the way that you said that, because again, putting up your guards, keeping it up, right? Like your foot is on the gas, put the pedal to the metal, end it, right? You do not actually just lay off, be like, actually, we're winning, we're gonna be fine, we're able to close this one. No, teams are too good. They're gonna make you pay, and Team Hawk was almost able to do it, almost getting their first win in an international play. It would have been huge for this team in terms of that morale. But again, just too much in the end. Boom Esports, though, in my opinion, they cannot make that sort of mistake again.
Easy to say, much more to learn coming in from both teams. That's why you get to experiment yourselves in the group stage format, where no teams get eliminated even if you're placed last. But how do you convert this learning experience, these EXP points, into your learning, into your database in your brain to perform even better in the playoffs? These are what they need to answer and suck in as professional players and team.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is just like take the onus on yourself, right? You can't be like, oh, I can just like Miggy was kind of, remember when he'd like dove the tower or dove the crystal, he was going for that kill and he sacrifices his own life. Like those are mistakes that's like, why, right? What is the point? Like if we're going in as a team, somebody made the call, let's go. It makes sense. But trying to make that solo heroic play for a single kill, not really worth it in the end. And those are the tiny things that will really bite you in the butt in the end.
Well, I don't know who's gonna bite me in the butt though, but I think definitely Carl's biting on that MVP. It will be Broken Mirage, the Jing that's being piloted by Carl in this game too. 7-3 and 9, we've seen him actively on the map, stealing buffs, stealing objectives, finding those key assassinations to really allow his team to find that monstrous goal lead in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the amount of impact that he had throughout the game, his ability to dive and to get on out. I mean, sometimes he did get caught out, but in the end, Carl, that's the way you want to play a Jing. You want to ensure that you're able to do that damage. And look at how aggressive they were going into these highlights. They just made Team Hawk's early game miserable.
Like, the setups were beautiful, right? You can see that was not on the screen. Miggy finding John in the side lane, waiting for him to go towards that bush. And then you can see Carl finding the assassination towards the backline. These are key moments that allows the jungle to find more domination against their opponents. Because jungle assassin, there is always a key rule. Minimize death, maximize farm, and you get the item advantage and turn those into raw stats wins.
Yeah. Raw stats. Oh, but this is that turnaround he was trying to go. Gets the pickup. I mean, with Lola there to help clean up. But Team Hawk, their defensive hold, their high ground defense was pretty good and able to kind of being able to extend this game as much as possible because they turned it around. Boom Esports right now, they were like, okay, how do we close this game? And it's super key, especially in the late game. You have to find ways to close them out when you can.
Yeah, and these are the moments where you say like, okay, if I can't close out, what actually results into false hope that actually damages your morale even more, where it's like, man, we have a shot to end the game, but oh no, I made a key mistakes at a certain point. You can see like even Mr. Ayman, which is the owner of the team, is like, oh no, that was so close.
I mean, it's like getting that first win, I'm sure is going to feel victorious for them. It's going to feel amazing, right? But they're not there yet. And this is the true test of a team, right? Playing in these groups and being able to play some of these teams that have been there, right? The high level play, the the experience that you're up against with Boom Esports, you're going to have a tough time, right? But getting that first one, that elusive one, once they get it, man, they're going to feel great.
But at the very least, right, where we see it from a bigger picture, I do think that in terms of late game and also draft, Team Hawk looks pretty good. They just need to fix their first 4 minutes, their laning phase, and they could potentially be a alarming team for the world or MKL to be feared by.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of saying it. I thought you were going to say, oh, they need to be better in the first 12 minutes and they have a chance. But you went with 4 minutes. That's probably a little bit more realistic in that sense. Because, again, Team Hawk had their opportunities. Boom Esports, in this game, it seemed like they were really putting the pressure on, especially early. Made it a tough one for them, especially when they had that pay. You were kind of thinking Bai would be able to pop off. He didn't get going until much later. But going into Game 3, this is going to be key. I mean, we see the global ban picks right now, which heroes are available. I don't really think it's a draft issue by Team Hawk. It's been more about execution.
Yeah, it's more about execution. It's more about how they pace themselves in the early game. The first 4 minutes, what do we contain in the first 4 minutes? Laning phase is a key moment. I do think that if we pan our focus in towards the side lanes, John and also Lola needs to step up in their own way to provide more room for Bai to be more aggressive or more controlling on these early jungle objectives. That's why the two side lanes, they need to start equalizing or winning their lanes.
Yeah. Win the lanes. That's been the biggest thing. Right now, it seems like all of the edge, especially early in that laning phase, has been in favor of Boom Esports. They haven't really been able to kind of get going. But, a much better mid to late game by Team Hawk right there, being able to just kind of come back and give them a fighting chance. And that's kind of what you need to do in these type of games. Make it tough. Make it so every single team that plays against you is be like, I don't want to play against that. They fight to the bitter end. It is super tiring.
I mean, if we see from a team that actually has this mindset, I think it's more of these MKL teams like Nova or previous season HBSC KIC winners that you give them an inch in a losing game, they will bite you so hard and try to tear open that lead that you have into an equalized game. So maybe for Team Hawk, it's really about experience because from their portfolio that we see, this is their first season as a team together, and this is their first debut as an organization in HOK Esports.
Yeah, and look, Boom Esports, when they first came onto the international stage, they were not that amazing. Okay, let's be very clear. This is a team that has taken their licks and has bounced back, and they're where they are because of the losses that they took, right? They definitely learned, and I think that this is a great opportunity for Team Hawk. They're going to be in the same shoes in the sense of just being able to play against, again, the high-level teams here. They're going to bring that back into MKL, and they might be a menace there.
Oh yeah, you make a good point, right? They were once here as Season 2 back in Malaysia, and then they were absent in Season 3, and they managed to go for the PKL Spring Champions. And that's where they started their top 8 run in KIC. So these are important experience points that Boom Esports have absorbed for themselves, hence we see this updated version of them. So how far can Team Hawk actually grow in 2026? That's still an unwritten book for all of us.
Yeah. I think that that's going to be the most exciting part. I mean, this entire Honor of Kings esports, environment has been great for all of the teams, right? If you're looking at even like Blacklist, BTR, all of these teams are so much better than when they started, right? But it looks like Team Hawk going with the Haya first pick. Talk me through this hero. This hero is amazing with the Mirage.
Okay, Haya is a nightmare for soft roamers like Dolia, Diadea, Mozi. Those that are not tanky, right? You lock them into that Moonscape Mirage 1v1 zone and box them out and make sure that they regret for mispositioning, right? And it also is a double-edged sword where if you out someone as Haya on your own team, you need your teammates to immediately respond and go right towards you. You need to wait outside of the Moonscape Mirage. It's like you are happily 1v1ing, but imagine you come out, your team is not here, but the enemy 5-man is like, hey, You're out of the Moon's Gate. I'm here to pummel you.
Yeah. I've been there many a times. To be honest, this is my most hated hero in ranked right now because I play melee Clash laners, and he just Haya just absolutely throws me in the Mirage, beats me up to a pulp, kills me in there, and then just laughs on the way out. Right? Like, this is a super annoying hero to deal with, and I mean, playing it on this stage now with like a 5-man stack where everybody's on the same page, you're gonna see the true power here.
Yep, but let's talk about the counters as well against Haya. So this Purify spell is one of the counters to remove the link that she has on towards you. Or, for example, Direnjit could be a good pickup here coming in for Boom Esports to really use that spell too, the legal immunity, to remove the Haya ultimate as well. Not when you are in the ultimate, but when she's channeling that ultimate. And the third way of countering Haya is long-range spells. The Garuda, the Celestial, things that outrange her and outpoke her before the fights, those are much appreciated coming in for Boom Esports.
Yeah, basically just soften her up a little bit before that so that she's a little bit more hesitant to take that Mirage, the Moonscape Mirage, fight for it. So it looks like Boom Esports have taken, they're on the same page with Usagi, right? They're going to pick up the Nua here, the Celestial, to kind of deal with that. And also, it's a nice little counter into the Lung as well. We talked about that in the last game.
Yep, we saw it, right? We saw how Danny was having such a difficult time piloting the Lung into some of these long-range spells that's being pummeled in towards his face. So excited to see what Tatsuri can actually answer into Lola for this game 3, because after that game, Coach CN is probably like, hey guys, no more toying around. We are ending it here, and we are making sure that we are back on towards the leaderboard. But let's take our focus in towards the drafting phase on the second phase. We do see more of the roamer bans. I like the Zhuangzi ban coming in for the side of Boom Esports. It's because you have the Zhang Fei, you have the Martial Monk. All these are big knockups that you do not want them to be actually voided out by with just a click of a button.
Yeah, the CC is real, right? But it looks like Team Hawk are going to go, potentially, they're highlighting it right now, with the Peacekeeper and the Featherfoot just getting to that back line. That's going to be a huge one. If Bai is able to find, Tatsuri, Danny, any of these guys that are very juicy targets, and is able to get those pickoffs.
It looks good, right? On a... Let's view it as a whole, right? I think Team Hawk, what they want is ultimate mid lane control. Like we can say, yes, Celestial is really good in the mid to late game, but her early game wave clear is pretty terrible, I would say. And if you have the Mozi and also the Haya that's standing mid with that insane wave clear coming in by the Haya, the triple spell one, you can immediately rotate and cause chaos in the side lane. But check out Carl's hero pool once again. He's locking in that Lam. He's going aggressive.
Yeah, want to go aggressive to the backline? Say, okay, if you want to, you bring out your Fade, you want to go aggressive, you want to be an assassin style, well, you're going to have to deal with Lam as well. So Carl, more than up to the task. This is their late game, last pick, trump card here. But Boom Esports, is this draft good enough? Does it counter what Team Hawk is bringing to the table?
Okay, let me think for a while. I'm channeling the thoughts in my mind. I think in team fights, it's going to be pretty difficult for Team Hawk to actually commit. But if we look outside of team fights, which is laning phase, Team Hawk actually has a very solid laning phase with their strong side lane. The Long and Mozi actually outperforms the Lady Sun and also the Zhang Fei combination. And there is still a path to visit for Lola on that Long. It's the Frostguard Embrace semi-tank Long build that gives him much more room to play against the heroes like the Lamb on the Assassination and also Lady Sun with strong armor piercing with those early game builds. So for Team Hawk, laning phase, the thing that we discussed about, is so important for them.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, going tank on that Lung is super smart. I think that is definitely the direction that they should be going. Lola, that is. Because if you're looking at the Lam, Nua, and Lady Sun, yeah, they have the damage, but they're kind of glass cannons. They have that potential. If the target were to survive, they could turn that around. They could have that damage to really kind of shake things up. But is this draft good enough to take them down? We're going to have to find out in Game 3 here.
I'm a bit fearful for Team Hawk because in the teamfight department, we've seen the same things that are being proposed by Boom Esports in Game 1. Remember how well Boom Esports actually performs when they get their hands on Miggy in such an aggressive clash lane that looks for those backline assassinations. Remember Game 1, the Guan Yu was just charging through the backline, finding those pickoffs here. So imagine the same thing that's going to be committed by Miggy in this game 3 as well, at the very least for Boom Esports.
Yeah. So again, it comes back to, you know, the deficiencies of game 1. Team Hawk that was they were losing the vision score. They had zero idea where Miggy was coming from. His ambushes were on point because he was coming from the shadows in a complete blind spot on them. So Team Hawk, if anything, they need to space out. They need to check every brush so that nobody gets the jump on them.
Good creation block to block off Mon in this early phase, but check out Haya here. Triple spell 1, boom, boom, pow. Okay, easy wave clear, and he's out of here. So it's a bit slow. I think he never really tagged all the minions here, which allowed Carl to pick up some of these farms straight off the bat, but it's okay. All is good. 2v2 towards the bottom side here. Nice cannon blast into the right of win to chunk out Danny.
It's going to be a good start for them. Again, I think the biggest thing is Lola. He's been left isolated in the other 2 games, right? He was going up against Danny. Danny has gotten the better of him, and so kind of, you know, accelerated from there. So giving Nuo, you know, the babysitting duties, I think is going to be very smart for Team Hawk here.
It's shifting priorities, right? Like game 1, game 2, leaving the farm lanes to duke it out in a 1v1 solo match, and right now changing up the priority, making sure that Lola doesn't have too bad of a time. But this Firebeak looks to be easy access for Danny, but Carl's position.
Oh, Bai actually was thinking about it. They find Carl, though, who actually takes a little bit of damage. He was looking to ambush himself, but Bai spots him out. But Carl, again, just walking it off.
Yep. Step from below, pushing the minions back into the hands of Tatsuri. Fast clear, moving out as soon as possible here. Tatsuri just camping on towards this bush, giving as much information as possible. So early game-wise, back and forth slightly, but people are still hesitant on going all in.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing, right? I mean, nobody wants to kind of give away the game, especially early. That first blood is kind of key. Miggy even showing up to ensure that Carl has a little bit more space. Nobody's kind of taking away his farm.
Italy is so scary here. Look at the amount of people that's being infested by both teams. And to a certain point as well, if you're playing jungle and you're playing roam, and if you don't want to take gold from your laners, you need to space yourself as a roamer away from the wave where the jungler is present, because the jungle item and roamer item actually counteracts each other, and the gold goes into whoever who last hits instead. Because usually, if the roamer last hit, it's like, okay, it's fine, I still get the full gold. But when both jungle and roamer are present with the laner, that's where you need to watch out.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to just make sure that the spacing is proper here. But it looks like Boom Esports, I mean, they're sticking around. I mean, you're seeing the draws just reaping the benefits of at least the XP, and that's kind of what he wants. He doesn't really need the net worth and that gold. And Carl, right now, his farming has been on point.
Slowly but steadily, right? These are the assassin's daily routine. You are not that strong in the early game. You need more time to scale and farm towards the first 4 to 8 minutes. That's where you're strong. The Axe of Torment comes in, the item starts kicking in. That's where you can burst and find those silent assassinations. But I'm still waiting to see where Mon pulls up his first ultimate, yet to see any active plays coming in from Mon.
Yeah, but Bai was being a little bit aggressive, but he actually took most of that damage, and Carl was waiting for the fight to truly happen. If anything, Draw has level 4, so that Umbrella Outburst could really be team fight winning. But again, I think the biggest piece is just staying alive for that 4-minute tirade.
It's already an improvement compared to Game 1 and Game 2, where Game 1 and Game 2 laning phase already had a lot of explosions happening. So right now we see a bit of a shift out, right? More stable laning phase that we want to see and expect. So it gives you more control coming into this 4th minute mark. As we see, players are teleporting themselves using a teleportation shrine to come in towards this fight.
Yeah, this is going to be key, right? I mean, setting it up for 4 minutes, the teleportation, it looks like John was thinking about it, but he's going to pump fake it, not actually commit on this one. This is going to open things up for Boom Esports, who have the numbers advantage on the Tyrant. Draws there, providing that vision in case somebody potentially were to dive in with Nuno, but it looks like Carl has the Tyrant.
It's just a clean give up, right? It's like, okay guys, John is already slow. We are focusing on Bai's jungle pathing here. Make sure that Bai gets the most farm as possible. Then we play for the late game here. The emergence comes in, trying to save Boom Esports here.
Maybe with that truth setting it up. Oh, but the Moonscape Mirage, they've actually got locked in, and now Tatsuri's on the run because he's all by himself. He does stay alive. Infinite Fastness on back, and Miggy comes back, and he's angry. He wants to go in, gets the Formlessness on, gets the knock around, and Mon is going to give up first blood to Draw.
But on the flip side though, Carl gets caught in an awkward position here. Face checks towards the bush, gets caught in the box by the hands of Nuono and also John. 1-for-1 in terms of jungle exchange, but check out bot lane though. Danny wasn't around, Danny was just pummeling those turrets.
Yeah, taking that one, that bottom T1, which is going to be huge for them. And I mean, this is going to be a big factor, right? No. How much control can he have? Is he able to lock down Carl? I think that they're going to really be able to turn some team fights if he gets like multi-man boxes.
And this is a painful exchange coming in from Team Hawk. It's not just one tower. That's 2 towers in towards the farm lane that was picked up by Dani. And also the amount of waves that he got for free. This is going to skyrocket this Lady Sun Cannonbell's farm into a very high GPM.
Yeah, you don't really want to see the Lady Soon Danny get really free farm. 3.9 right now, highest actually in the game. So all that space, he's happily taking that up, and he will become a monster come mid to late game.
And you can see the build that we discussed pre-game. Last game, Danny went for the full critical build, and this game, Lola went for the semi-tank build on Push Long. This gives you very good tank ability, and you don't really die that easily. 300 extra armor, similar to a Ominous Premonition, but the key giveaway here is you can sustain, you can fight longer, but you sacrifice your burst damage.
Yeah. I think right now it's just about staying alive. They have a lot of, really offensive weapons on both squads right now. It's about just being able to withstand that initial burst and then do your own damage. Because again, the other squad, very squishy as well.
Very squishy. I'm still keeping my eyes on towards Mon's Evernight aspiration here. Waiting to see where he gets his second ultimate. But look at Miggy though, nice set!
Oh, nice little set, and they've got him, and they get the pick off. Mon was left watching on this one. Miggy making him pay, and again, from the brush.
Miggy is just really aggressive when you give him hands on things that are CC geared up. Like, remember the Guan Yu in game 1? He was just around the map finding those pickoffs, and remember this game? He's been fighting back-to-back one, but Danny here in the bad position.
Oh, Danny gets Jade sealed to death, and he's gonna just try to stay alive though. He's gonna dodge most of this, and he gets on top of the ledge. He's gonna be bouncing around. And I mean, Team Hawk have actually found a nice little pickoff finding Danny early.
Back-to-back good pickoffs coming in by both teams here. Goal lead is within a 1,000 comfortable for both sides. Suri comes in, but is he in a bad position though? Nice creation block, pushing back by. But tower is secured coming in by the side of Team Hawk.
Yeah, big commitment there by Boom Esports. They were trying to save that tower, but Team Hawk right now are feeling it. I mean, yes, they're down slightly. It's about 600 gold at this point, but this is far, way better than they've been in terms of the series, right? This has been their best early game. They need to continue on with this pressure here.
I love the improvement. Like, they're pacing themselves from every game's mistake, right? They're warming themselves up, and right now, at the 8th minute mark, it's starting to go back to our conversation during the pre-game draft that we want to see a more stable Team Hawk, less on the losing lane side, more on the slow but steadily farming those 3 big items into that shadow objective fight.
Yeah, and actually the biggest piece of that was that Bai was like, okay, we need to get that pick off onto the guy that has been free farming, which is Danny, right? Him going down has really stunted his growth. He's now kind of dropped down. He's got about 5.5, equalizing with Lola at this stage. So that's one good way of getting back into this one.
Upside, a lot of these members being committed by the side of Boom Esports. 5 strong members with the Vi being showed on towards the bottom side here. We might see a potential engage by Miggy.
Oh, they find him. John, he's in a bad spot. He tries to flash. He runs into the wall, but he actually just gets back barely enough. And it looks like the box is going to save him. The Cannon Blast covering that retreat as well. And space created for Bai in that bottom lane. Bottom T2 going down. And Bai looking to go for cleanup. No, he wants to go for the minions instead.
This is a dream scenario if you are Carl and also Bai here. You're given so much room to pick a resource on towards the map. For Bai, it's the team holding on in the 45 position and getting that crucial defense, right? And it gives Bai the leeway to get that bottom tower, to get those waves, pump that goal in, so you can prepare that 10th minute fight. Right now, we see a bit of a pick up on towards Nuono.
Yeah, Nuno is in a bad spot. There's going to be 5 members of Boom Esports that are going to easily take that one guy away. Nuno was all by himself, but space created. John was pushing the top lane, but now Boom Esports turned their attention to this bottom one here.
Annihilation doesn't find on towards anybody though. Danny getting a big of a poke on towards the tier 3 on towards the bottom side. Some signal shots to just push the enemies back towards the base here. With the death timers being so close in towards the shadow objective, I do think that Boom has a prime position going in towards the 10th minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, the spacing, the timing is not really there, but they actually find Miggy. Look at it, just trade with John. Reinforcements are on the way. Bai is there as well. Carl needs to get on back. He's not hit that Super Saiyan mode where he's like completely online, but this is a moment where, again, it's only 10 minutes into the game.
Alarming mana bar as well coming in from Bai. Tatsuri has to pop the flash to escape from the Moon's Game Mirage, but he does find on towards Danny. Danny's just pummeling him.
Oh, Danny actually says, oh, you want to send me into purgatory? Let's go. Gets the pick off. They find it. It's a team ace. Boom Esports making them pay.
That was a really fast team fight. I think within 10 seconds, everybody is down coming in from Team Huck. It started off with Mon pulling Danny into the Moon's Game Mirage, but due to the item disadvantage coming in by the Haya, it was a clean and easy kill by the side of Danny. And out on the other end, it was the beautiful unbridled outburst chain from the death from below by the side of Carl in finding those big kills. And right now, with an ace, double objective once again.
Yeah, actually, I'm sure Mon is just like, okay, mistakes were made, right? Danny was the worst guy to pull in. I mean, the damage that he had was able to just burst him, where Mon really didn't have much of a chance. And Boom Esports have the other guys. You have Carl on the Lam as well as the Nua Tatsuri. You have a lot of heroes that can deal that damage. And you don't always need Danny to do it, but now it looks like they find Miggy in a bad spot. And now here comes the turnaround. The Infinite Fastness is going to be used. The box is going to be setting them up, but somehow Miggy is so low, and he eventually will fall on this one. Danny dies as well, but Carl with the double, they're looking to trade. Bai gets the double, so it looks like they're going to be retreating here.
This is the good news for the side of Team Hawk. With Boom Esports securing both shadow objectives and they can still force an equal trade, this means the shadow objectives that they have attained wouldn't be much more beneficial compared to before, so they have halted the advance coming in from Boom. Maybe a repeat of what we saw back in Game 2.
Yeah. Definitely the potential is going to be there, right? I think that Bai also, if he's able to get online with Lola, having those items to really fight back, they might have a tough time, right? Boom Esports right now, yes, they have the heroes to kind of, win that team fight, but Team Hawk, the way that they've been positioning, they've been able to outmaneuver a lot of what Boom Esports are throwing at them, plus their high ground defense is generally on point.
Yep, the good wave clear that we talk about, right? You get caught by these engages here, but Carl pushing him back. Screen does pan over to the mound though.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to get much in terms of John there. They will eventually just fall back at this point, but they're losing their jungle in the meantime. All 3 lanes right now about the mid area, so if anything, Boom Esports probably want to be just fixing the lanes first.
They still got John's flash. That's going to be a key cooldown to put Danny into a much more comfortable spot. If you imagine you have like a Fatih with like flash jumping onto you with the third spell, 1 flash, that's gonna be pretty uncomfortable if you're a marksman player. But now knowing for the fact that, hey, the enemy Fatih doesn't have flash anymore, I get to play more aggressively on this Lady Sun.
Yeah. And just being able to just kind of do your damage from afar. But Bai looking to go on the ledge. If anything, he's going to be backing off. But John, look, he's only level 13. He's a level behind Miggy, but he still needs more time to come online. They're going to lose the top T3. Less time for Team Hawk available.
Ooh, that's going to be painful here. You can see the high grounds are just slowly but surely being chipped away. This is thanks to Danny's rolling raid on the Lady Sun. Extended range, he has to hit towers from afar. So if Boom Esports secures objective, better be ready here, Team Hawk, because those towers are not going to be staying for long.
Yeah, not much at all. I mean, Boom Esports have a lot of damage. That burst is real. If they're able to get any sort of, pressure on, especially with those minions, they're gonna have a tough time, right? And the wave clear, too slow. They're not able to keep on pace, and Boom Esports taking the bottom T3 for free.
That's the difficulty of the Haya, right? When you play at Haya and you can't find those early game aggressive plays. So far, we've seen the Moonscape Mirage coming in by Mon. hasn't been too beneficial. I think every single play has led to a good Boom Esports counter engage with Danny out of position.
Oh, the washed away by was thinking about going. The emergence is going to deter him from actually committing, and now Carl on the heroic play, deciding to go in on this one. He's not able to find the pickoff as of now, but John continuing, he's going to be left for dead. And now Boom Esports, it looks like Tatsuri gets picked off with that flaming palm. He gets on his dragon, he gets on out of this one, but Bai has been killed as well. And now Carl is trying to find Mon and Lola, but he's not able to go. Carl needs to be a little bit careful, turns it around, that's a triple kill, and they get the team ace, and Boom Esports will take game 3 and the series.
It was looking good at the very start of the fight, where Bai found the successful flash on towards the side of Danny, but the re-engage coming in by the Zhang Fei and the assassination angle coming in on Carl's Lam was just too crucial in breaking the formation of the side of Team Hawk. But with that, clean 3-0 victory awarded to PKL's Boom Esports, finding the first win in Group B.
I'm going to kind of correct you. I don't think it was clean. I think it was a 3-0 victory in favor of Boom Esports. There were definitely some mistakes that they made, but I think that this is something that they can kind of build off, especially into 2026. This is a great win for them. That's going to be great in terms of confidence and really setting themselves up for the future, but they made some mistakes. They did not look like the Boom Esports of old.
Agreed. Like, they need to get back to the hotel or the player room, check the tapes, and make sure that they improve themselves ahead of their series again. Potentially, if I'm not mistaken, Kagendra that's coming up tomorrow here. But congratulations to Boom Esports finding their first win, first 3-0 in Group B. For Team Hawk, another tough one to swallow.
Yeah, tough one. But there was a lot of positives, I would say, coming out of this one.
Agreed,
I mean, it's hard to be
yes.
like, oh yeah, you got 0-3, you got swept, and we're talking about the positives. But you had chances, right? This is a game where even in that last one, they were kind of winning at times, right? They had their moments, but it just, again, the mistakes in the end, just being able to just put them in a bad spot just too many times by Team Hawk. But they will build on this, they will grow, they will learn, and they will come back much stronger.
I think you make a good point. If we were to break down the entire series from Team Hawk's perspective, Game 1 was an absolute stomp coming in from the opponent's Boom Esports. They had no retaliation, no real method to make a comeback. But Game 2 started to look good. Early game-wise still has some flaws, but at the very late game stages, they pull off the high ground defense, made a comeback in terms of the goal lead, which is really good resilience and really good pressure handling. When it's late game, you have no high grounds, you have to worry about 3 losing lanes. But they managed to pull it off, and they put the game into a 20th minute mark. But sadly, they still lost the game, but it's still good improvement. And in Game 3, it's the early game laning phase that we keep nitpicking about, right? You lose the lane, you make it very difficult for Bai to play, but they still managed to improve compared to Game 2 and Game 1 to put themselves into a much more 40-60, 50-50 position in those mid-game team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see kind of how this kind of played out in terms of the highlights, right? But I do think that, you know, if we're looking at the moment when, at least the one that's kind of sticks out to me, is when Mon decides to Moonscape Mirage, Danny, right? And once they lost that, they got wiped, right? And that completely changed the game, right? The dynamic of it, Boom Esports were able to completely control from then on. But Carl, to me, this is the guy. He's been 7-1-5. The last pick, Lam, just too much in the end.
Carl, Miggy, and also Draw, the 3 main players on towards Boom in Game 3 to find those key big moments, right? Like we see, like, okay, first one, Team Hawk starts with the Moonscape Mirage coming in from Man's Haya. But then once it comes out, you see the immediate re-engage coming in by the Zhang Fei and the follow-up coming in by the Clash Jungle of Boom Esports. So it makes it a really difficult environment for Man, Lola to actually strive into.
Yeah, they didn't really have a great time. I mean, I like the draft. I didn't think saw too many weaknesses in it, but kind of going into it, they were very much on a knife's edge. Everybody's just very squishy. If somebody gets caught out and Boom Esports has that burst to really make them pay, they're just going to clean house. Once you lose one guy and you're down a member and you're playing man down, you're not going to really have a good team fight. So you're going to really struggle. And as you're seeing in the gold draft, you're going to struggle like Team Hawk did here.
Yeah, 4 minutes to 9 minutes, it was looking stable between 2 teams, with Boom Esports having the slight edge. But it was that fight that you mentioned, right? The Haya ulting the enemy Danny's Lady Sun, but then losing out the 1v1 at the 4v4 front end. They don't really have sufficient DPS to manage the firepower that's being provided by Boom Esports. Hence, they just lost the fight in like what? A blink of an eye?
Yeah, yeah. You blink, literally one person died, you're like, oh, wait, the entire team is gone. Like, everybody was just instantly killed. And Boom Esports made them pay, right? I think that their positioning was far superior. They had really good vision in terms of when to make the proper jumps, and they made them pay throughout. It seemed like Team Hawk right now are not really on the same page. When they're trying to get the team fight, that initiation, like somebody will go in, like John will be by himself, and the rest of the team isn't really there to follow up and take advantage of that jump in.
It's what we say like a miscommunication, right? Where timing might not be right, the entry point might not be right. Someone is like missing from the fight because of miscommunication. The first 4 minutes is perfectly understandable. It's because that the Fate on the hands of Bai wanted to prioritize on the jungle buffs for the farm tempo, right? But the 10th minute fight, the side lane, the 5v5s, those are key things that we need to look at, where if you are slow in entering certain places or entering certain fights, that's where the disparity gets enlarged. People see like, oh, why is the fight so out of sync? It's because some player or the specific communication between the players of a team, it's out of sync.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's noticeable, right? Like somebody's out, like somebody is not on the same page with everybody else. But it looks like Draw, wow, he says no, shrugs it off, and he's gonna be like, no, I am the MVP. I am the guy. I was making all of those plays, and Zhang Fei on the beast was 1-0 and 12. The amount of damage that he took, plus that control with that ult, he was really on point this game.
Roamers deserves love, and Draw definitely played a masterful game on the beast, which is Zhang Fei. I would say that it's like what you mentioned, very solid controls, and he's not really flashy. He's utilizing his spells with a very smart efficiency. When you need the ultimate, he pops it. He doesn't just use it for fun. He uses it when his team is all in position. Hence we see in these early highlights, he got the first blood.
Yeah, he was just setting it up. I mean, he was always there when you needed to have been. His leaping sabers are on point. I mean, he misses this one, but look at the amount of revenge that they were going for. The amount of impact and just push back here. All 5 members catching out Nuo. That was kind of a good start for them, but that a 3-man umbrella outburst, that was on point.
3-man Unbridled Outburst into 3-man set coming in by Miggy's Truth Mantra, and then Carl just sweeps up everyone. That was just beautiful stuff coming in by Draw.
Yeah, did a great job here. Nuno with a nice little box here. Gave them a potential. There were moments you're kind of thinking, they're able to fight back. Bai was doing his work. He was trying to get on that ledge, but Carl was also sniping the back line as well. Look at this damage that he has. And John, this is that moment. He's going in, but the rest of the team had already been retreating. And John is like, okay, what am I doing now? You know, he's all by himself, and he, pays with his life.
And out of the screen, Bai also got sniped by the Annihilation coming in by Tatsuri. As of this point, you don't have 2 strong fighters to provide sufficient DPS, and Lola is just left to dry. Hence you can see, yes, 5 individual strong players are good, but 5 individual strong players that are on sync and have synergy are better. So Boom Esports, with their long history from spring, fall into 2026, gives them much more experience in combat Team Hawk, which is a relatively new team.
Yeah. But going into this one, the updated standings on this one, Team Hawk, unfortunately, they will drop to 0-2, guaranteeing them a 3rd, 4th spot. Boom Esports right now in the fight, in the thick of things with Kagendra right now, Dominator right now on top in Group B. They've had a great KIS thus far.
Dominator, Boom, Kagendra, right now they're in a loop. If Boom Esports wins against Kagendra, which is like a grudge match, because before it's like Boom Esports won Kagendra twice in KIC, sent them out of the tournament, and then they went to top 8. For Kagendra, it's like a revenge match. They want to prove that, hey, we win you on home crowd, and then we make you be the selected team in 3rd and 4th pool. So that's what they actually want to look to achieve in that grudge match.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing, though, is that Kagendra, like any team that was selected by Boom Esports, I think that you take that personally. I think that you go after them, right? I think that that's going to be a grudge match. Plus, there's that PKL, IKL rivalry that we'll always see. But let's check out the winner's interview with Mara. Please take it away.
I think, yeah, like Mara definitely has something to tell us right now. I'm interested to see who they are actually interviewing thus far. I think production did say like Mara is ready, so yeah, let's pass towards Mara.
What an explosive performance from Boom Esports. Congratulations, Miggy, Carl. You guys got the first win for the Philippines. Now let's talk about how you guys were able to reset from yesterday's loss to make sure that you came out today looking so good, solid with that 3-0 sweep, Miggy.
Nung time na natalo kami sa Dominator, pinagmeetingan lang namin kung ano yung kulang sa nangyari. Tapos yun, nag-come up kami sa gameplay namin ng mid to late game na kailangan namin maging aggressive pa kapag may lead. Yun, kaya ngayon, tinry namin.
And that was very evident. So after that loss against Dominator, they had a meeting and they talked about their mid to late game to be more aggressive. And that's exactly what they had to adjust today. And it worked.
Yes, pa.
Job well done. Now we're going to be talking about the teams that you picked in your group. You picked Team Hawk, Dominator, and Kagendra. Was there any strategy behind this choice? Why them?
Yung sa Dominator, gusto namin sila makalaban kasi tinanggal nila si Toshi.
Okay.
Gusto namin sila talunin. Then dun sa Team Hack, naunahan kami ng ng Blacklist sa Nova eh. Kaya gusto rin namin may isang Malaysian. Tapos sa Kagendra, no choice.
Because they were the last.
Yes.
Okay, so once again with Dominator, well, because their old friend named Toshi was taken out of that team, they wanted to get vengeance.
Yes.
That's why they got Dominator. As for Team Hawk, well, Blacklist International chose Nova, so they had to choose Team Hawk because they respect Malaysia so much, they wanted to go up against a Malaysian team. And finally, Kagendra, well, they're the last team, so Kagendra was brought to their group. Now, Carl, yesterday, I don't know if you saw, but Senko turned to the camera and said, Carl, humanda ka. You're going to be going up against them next. What would you like to say back to Senko?
I think to Senko, ako siap.
Ako siap.
Ako siap.
Ako siap means?
I'm ready.
You're ready.
Yes.
And we're ready to see how ready Boom Esports is. And you know what? There's a lot of Filipino fans in that Laos sports arena cheering for you. There's a watch party in the Philippines and a lot of people watching from their phones and from their home. What would you like to say to everybody supporting Boom Esports?
Sa mga supporters namin sa online, lalo sa Pilipinas, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta sa Boom Esports and sa PKL. And sana suportahan niyo pa rin kami sa mga paparating naming laban. Kailangan namin kayo, mas lumalakas kami dahil sa inyo. Salamat.
To everybody that's supporting them from their home and in the Philippines, he thanks you for supporting Boom Esports and PKL, and he hopes that you continue to support them because they need your support. They get stronger with that support that you're showing. Once again, congratulations. First win for the Philippines.
Thank you po.
Carl, Miggy,
Thank you po.
go get some rest. I know you guys are itching to celebrate and get some food. Have a good day. Congratulations.
Thank you po.
Let us know how you like their performance. We have more action coming up, so don't go anywhere. Keep it here in KIS4. We'll be right back.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Momo-chan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jerul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jerul?
Nama tim kita Tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready?
Let's go!
Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka. Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak? Let's go! sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya?
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Yang toket itu.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk Ace Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucapkan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye!
Kings Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Del spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi.
Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
ya kau di singgah sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit nuema. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try minion, ku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, oh jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4, happening in Jakarta, Indonesia's very own GBK Basketball Hall. After the short break, we are once again back for more HOK action. I'm your caster for today, Sagi HOK, and with me is my partner, Aller. How are you, Aller?
I'm good. I'm excited about this one, right? I think that this has been a long time coming. We thought that this matchup was going to happen at the KIC 2025. Unfortunately, in the way that the group draw worked, Nongshim never met up with Blacklist International, and they actually got knocked out pretty early. There were some changes to this roster, so it's not the same one that took them Blacklist out in Season 3. So this is an exciting matchup because, again, this is a long time coming for this one.
It's a very amazing storyline, right? The way that they met in KIS 3, it was back in the Philippines, and it went to a 3-0 lead for Blacklist International just to get reverse sweep by Nongshim RedForce. And ever since then, they have never gotten to meet each other in any official tournament. Yes, you can say they were in the same group in KIC 2025, Group A, but Blacklist International blitzed that group and never got to fight against Nongshim RedForce, who left the tournament really early as soon as the first and second round exit here. So now we see Red Nightmare returns. Can Blacklist settle the score with the Philippines PKL Gatekeepers?
Yeah, and I mean, the PK Gatekeepers, that's like the perfect way of doing it because they destroyed everybody in Season 3. But I mean, going back to the KIC 2025, when I had a discussion with Nongshim, all of them were like, hey, we know that Blacklist International were the strongest in the group. They were. But unfortunately for them, they never actually faced them. So it was a situation where they were like prepared to face Blacklist, but never had that opportunity, right? So they have some strats in mind. I'm sure that they have some intel in terms of how Blacklist plays. In terms of overall history, they have one-up them. But going into this one, I know Blacklist, this rivalry is real. They're going to definitely want to settle the score.
And to trace back when we did the group stage live draw with Blacklist International, they selected Nongshim RedForce in their group. So it's more or less they're like saying that, hey, we have unsettled scores. It's time to settle it once and for all here in group stage. And potentially, who knows, they may meet again maybe in the knockout stage semifinals.
Yeah, and the best part about this is that, yeah, they chose Nongshim in terms of putting them in their groups, but this is a roster that's not the same. We kind of saw them. They were not that great against Bigetron. There was definitely some moments where you're kind of like, this is a team that's not 100% gelled. They haven't figured things out. The coordination hasn't really been there, but this is a perfect opportunity to really make a statement. If Blacklist International were to lose this series, I mean, they would be 0-3 in a group that they selected. It would definitely be a red nightmare for them.
That's definitely going to be painful, right? Because both teams right now have yet to find their first win in this group. And for Blacklist International, they lost at the most crucial time back in KIS3. If they win that one more game, it pushes them to the finals of KIS3, but it was Nongshim RedForce, the Red Nightmare, who conquered the game and made a reverse sweep in 2025. So this specific matchup is definitely going to be an eye-opener here for this group stage.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, looking at these stats, I mean, Blacklist have already played 2 matches. They lost to Nova and Bigetron by Vitality. So they're right now 0-2. They're almost guaranteed a 3rd and 4th spot, which is not where they expected to be. Nongshim RedForce, they've only played 1 against Bigetron, so their stats are a little bit more static in that sense. But I mean, their stats right now looking very similar. These are 2 teams that are kind of reeling at this stage.
Okay, I need to put you in a different perspective as well. So if you used a different metric, Blacklist International went 5 games against BTR. Nongshim RedForce went 3 games, 0-3 against BTR. So can we say, in terms of numerical value and the amount of games they played against the same opponent, maybe Blacklist has the edge?
Yeah. I think that, I mean, being able to win at least a game, it does a huge amount, like a morale boost, confidence, everything that you would want, right? Going into any of these sorts of series, getting 0-3, that's got to be a terrible feeling, right? And it's a situation where you do not want to let any of these teams to really put you in. So this game 1 going to be key. They really want to set the tone against Blacklist and say, hey, Nongshim RedForce, this is a team and they're for real.
Yep, they're definitely for real, and especially when you're against the opponents, which is Blacklist International, who I would say achieved themselves into a very high marker in the year of 2025. They were top 4 in KIC 2025. They lost to most of the MKL teams, and they almost defeated HBSC in the upper brackets. And for Nongshim RedForce, we say that yes, they defeated Blacklist in 2025 in KIS3, but the issue is, ever since KIS3's final run, 7 games with Nova, they haven't been the same Nongshim RedForce that exerted dominance in KIS3. It was really a downhill road for them ever since.
Yeah, they have not really been able to find that juice that has gotten them into some sort of success in terms of Season 3. But the team that has really been on the rise, you're looking at them right now, Blacklist International. This is a squad that's sticking together, right? They made some serious headway in the KIC, placing 4th place. They really just hit all of the right notes, and they surprised a lot of the other teams. This is a team that was on the rise, but right now they're on the bottom of the group. This is going to be an interesting match.
The Codebreakers, they need to systematically find themselves into a more comfortable position by winning their first official match to put themselves into the tempo that they're looking for, right? Because every time that we see Blacklist International, they tend to do very well in groups, but this time, in a group that they have handpicked themselves, they are not looking too good.
Yeah, but I mean, going into that pick, they picked the hardest ones because they understood the assignment, right? They're not getting knocked out in terms of the groups. They will continue on, and they wanted to go against Nova and to see exactly, knowing that they will not be able to knock them out in the first round of the knockouts. But talking about Nongshim RedForce, this is a squad that's been retooled. We see Ratel stepping in for Kyung9, Namu 3, he will be stepping in for Faye, and this is a squad that, again, they're looking to improve in 2026.
For me, this is a team that works very well on fundamentals, and right now with the addition of new players, maybe it could be a good change, maybe it could be a bad change, but it's a sign that they are looking to show that, hey, if we don't make change, maybe we can't break the ongoing downslope that we are facing right now. But these are your gentlemen in red. They even rebranded themselves. It's no longer the greatest red, it's now the ultimate red.
Yeah, Ultimate Red, they had to kind of change things up for Copyright Perfect. No, I'm just kidding. Nongshim RedForce. This is a squad that, again, we're seeing exactly what we want in terms of just like having the guys that are on board, that are really buying into the system. And they will be going up against a tough lineup. A Blacklist International, Chami1, Joshi, Golden Kite, Dragon, and Chaz. This is a squad that has been making some serious headway on the Honor of Kings esports scene.
Definitely massive improvement, right? From PKL all the way from spring to fall, second place, and then EWC coming back from not a great run, dominating fall against Boom Esports, and then going into KIC getting that top spot. Same could be said for Nongshim RedForce, but in a reverse order. They did what they could in KIS3, but that's where the downhill started. Hence you see a brand new Ultimate Red. Ratel, Namu3 in as the new players here, paired up with the core 3, Siri, Illusion, and Haku, formulating this KML giant.
Yeah, and going into this one, there's going to be some new. I mean, Ratel and Namu 3, a little on the side of the newer side in terms of Honor of Kings, right? It seemed like they were kind of trying to make a heroic play going up against Bigetron, where they were like kind of isolated. They were trying to force the issue a little bit. But I think that, hey, after that series, they need to go back into the locker room, talk things through, and understand that, hey, this is a team game. If you're going to go in, you need to ensure that the rest of the teammates are on board and we're going in together.
From what I observed thus far, Blacklist International, they have had trouble drafting against Nova Esports, but going into the series where yesterday they went against BTR by Vitality all the way to 5 full games, they started improving on towards that. So for Nongshim, the same benchmark that they went over was against BTR as well. But for Nongshim's problem is a bit on the draft, a bit not so standard compared to what we see. And the other issue is that their discipline starts to shatter after 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, the 10-minute mark is like the huge checkpoint. It's a milestone for each of the games in terms of how things are going. And being disciplined, like you're talking about, is a huge issue, right? That needs to be solved. Teams need to figure it out and ensure that they're playing on the same page, and they're able to do it because so many things happen at that 10-minute mark with the Shadow Tyrants, as well as the mid-game that's essentially opened up at that stage.
That's the key timer, right? Like, okay, we always say like why 10 minutes is so important. It's because shadow objectives get enhanced. Overlord, you get more dragons, more vanguards marching down those things, and one empowered one that just blasts through the entire lane as a big giant. And then Tyrant gives you a fantastic damage buff, zaps the enemy, and also gives you additional movement speed. So when you die around the 9-minute 30-second marker, even if you have a 2,000-3,000 goal lead, that's the sign of comeback for your opponents.
Yeah, and actually, I like the fact that you're like talking about the 9-minute 30-second mark as a dying point. I've done that many a times, and I've been like not in the fight for those 10-minute tyrants in the shadow version. So it's a real feels bad man for me, but I've been there. So not dying there gonna be key into this one because again, transition into that mid game gonna be key. And I think that these two teams, I mean, look, they've kind of leveled up. Especially last year. I think that 2025 was both very positive for these orgs. But going into this one, this is a statement game. They do not want to be down on the bottom of Group A at the end of, today and tomorrow.
It's, okay, two ways, right? It's like, on the good note, if you're at the bottom of Group A in the KIS4 format, yeah, you don't really get eliminated. You're still fine. You go to top 8. But on the mental edge though, you'll be like, man, what's going on with my team? I thought we had it, so why are we bottom of the group?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big thing, right? And I think that this is why this game is important. It's like being winless, like Blacklist, if they lose this, they're going to be 0-3. They didn't win a single one, but they were the highest in terms of star player points, and they were able to select all of these teams. But to be on the bottom, what does that say about your team then?
It's the, how would I say, the lack of form. It's like you're not maintaining that strong force that you had back in 2025, which could be safe for both teams. Right now, they're finding their first footing in the first game of the pick and bans, with Nongshim RedForce on towards the blue side and Blacklist International going on towards the red side in the second series of today.
Yeah, this is going to be the chess match between Coach YK on the left representing Nongshim RedForce and Coach TG representing Blacklist International. Both of these guys know how to draft. They have a lot of strategies in mind. They have definitely trump cards going into this one, and they're very familiar with one another. They've done a lot of research, so even in this draft, it's going to be important.
you just sprinkle some magic onto those draft, right? Make it so that the players get to have the most comfortable position going into a game. You don't want to draft yourself into a very awkward position. No winning lanes, no pushing lanes, weak jungle into a strong jungle. Those are points that put you into a weaker position and a harder game for your players to actually execute. We can always say that, yes, it comes down to players' execution in-game, but if you give them a not so good of a start, it actually impacts them on their ability to play in the game itself.
Yeah. And going to be key, right? And also being able to choose heroes that they're very familiar with. And as we were talking about just like familiarity, Blacklist International right now, a lot of respect to Illusion in that mid lane. That's one of his best heroes. And then you've taken away the Luna as well. You want to attack Haku as much as possible. Nongshim RedForce are going to solidify that farm lane with Series Lung. He's one of the best on this hero.
He's been one of the few, I would say, key players on Tosa Nongshim RedForce that has given a lot of pick and ban priority. Every version of the pick and bans I've seen so far in the past 2 series has been at Nongshim RedForce giving Siri the first picks, like Concert U, like Long, the Arlie, even to the Chicha. All these are the welcoming picks for Nongshim RedForce. I would say they're drafting towards their comfort.
Yeah. Drafting for the comfort is definitely going to be key, right? Especially in a best of 5. It's not the longest of series, but at the same time, you got to ensure that you have your best heroes ahead of you. But one thing to kind of take note of, Blacklist International, if we're looking at the promo picks right here of Golden Cut and Dragon, it is not a duplicate. They are twins. In case you are just tuning in for the first time in the Honor of Kings esports scene, Blacklist International has, it's all about family for them, right? And having twin brothers on the same team with Golden Cut and Dragon, this is a phenomenal duo.
And I also like how production specifically took the pictures where their hair has a bit of a slight alteration between Golden and also Dragon here. But if we were to put our focus back into the pick and bans, you remember your one term that you put back in 2025? If you give Chami 1 Dharma, it's a set game. So do you think that statement still persists in 2026?
Until, I think towards the end, going up against like the MKL squads, he didn't have that 100% win rate. But I think that outside of MKL teams, he's 100% on that Dharma. So I will continue that. I think that Blacklist International already have an edge here.
Yep, that's like statistics, right? It's not just Hollis saying that, yeah, I'm a Blacklist fan. I'm just going to say that Chami 1 on Dharma rules. No, it's based on statistics. Everyone else that's not an MKL team, Chami 1 has, I would say, not to say it overly, but he has destroyed them on how many sets he can do. So I'm hoping to see some pretty interesting brawl and also teamfight controls coming in from both Clash laners, Rattel and also Chami 1.
Yeah, but at the same time, if we're looking at what the Yukio has been picked, a nice counter to the pay, right? We've seen it time and time again. Joshi is able to make some serious headway on this hero and is able to do some damage. So in terms of that early game lead, they're going to be able to contest Blacklist International, looking to fight the early game with their own firepower early.
To add on to that, Peacekeeper, the Mozi, one of the Chaz's favorite pick. I still remember one of that, was it like a 3-man or 4-man box at the top side of the map? Yeah, that was... I still remember you have like a video on your social media, so it kind of like rings a bell, you know?
Yeah. Actually, he's amazing on this hero. And to a detriment, there was a moment where when they were going up against HBSC in the ultimate battle, and Chaz was just like, just give me my motes. But it's not the best roamer, and HBSC had chosen the Athena at that time, and they completely dominated because of that vision. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay, I get that you're comfortable on it, but you still need to pick the best hero for the sake of the draft.
So do you think this is a good position to pick Mozi in? What's your comment on this specific Blacklist International draft after both teams have locked in?
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, the pay, you just got to get to a little bit of lockdown. You don't want to be near him. You want to outrange him. Also, Cannon Blast onto Yixing and Lung, you have a little bit of the nice amount of targets that you want, and you need to keep everybody alive. This is a squad that's going to be somewhat defensive with that frontliner, Chami 1 with that Martial Monk up front. But Nongshim are going to look to run at you. If they're able to lock you in a box, you might have a tough time.
Which is a good point, right? Where there's also the synergy of Blacklist International. One Cannon Blast coming in from the Peacekeeper, and then the Silk Weaver comes in with the Silky imprint pulling the enemy team. So there is a scenario if you are alone and if you're Siri, you get hit by one spell. You might not even have the chance to press that ultimate button.
Yeah. That's going to be a bit of an issue, right? So they need to play this. The game is going to be like on a knife's edge, right? The amount of burst that we saw, and we kind of saw this even in that last game with Boom Esports and Team Hawk, was that once you have that burst, you have that damage, and yeah, you're squishy, but if you're able to get that pick off and turn that and just run at them, they don't really have any sort of way to kind of be resilient enough to take that next punch.
We talk a lot about Blacklist International Draft, how it can be super amazing. Let's put our focus on towards the Nongshim RedForce side, because Nongshim RedForce, I like the idea that they are drafting very heavily around Haku. It's the Nongshim RedForce style. Play the jungle and farm lane priority, make sure that these two get the most comfortable resource, and then once it hits like 8 to 10 minute mark, that's why these two players starts coming online. So how does that actually happen? You rely on Illusion and Namu to give them that room, give those crucial crowd controls so that these two marksmen can find those big DPS.
Yeah, Namu, I like you rightly pointed him out, because he's the guy that really needs to kind of stick with the team, ensure that Siri has that space, and also keeping people alive, because Blacklist International, once they jump on top of you, they're going to have a great time. And this series must win for both of them. I know it sounds cliche, but Blacklist International, they go down 0-3. That's a world of hurt. Nongshim right now with 2 new members looking to impress and to really put themselves on the map, because right now things are not, looking good for Nongshim RedForce.
Indeed is not. Both teams looking for their first win here in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. Whoever draws first blood will put them into a much comfortable position going into that playoffs mode here. As you can see, in the early game, a very aggressive 3v3 to dictate control for that mid lane.
And I love it how they're dropping the sprites already, the flags. It's just like it's just like mental warfare, okay? How many flags are you gonna drop? How are we gonna go? But look, it looks like Golden Kite wants to go for that Firehawk to start things off early, but Nongshim right now completely zoning them away.
Superior positioning coming in from the side of Blacklist International, but take a look at Just Chi though, with that cheesy little play, stealing away the Azure Golem from the hands of Haku.
And this is why it's impressive, right? Because either the Yukio, you have that mobility and you have a lot of damage and lifesteal to kind of keep on pace. It's not going to be the easiest going up against Tepe Haku, but you have that potential and you want to be aggressive and pick your moments, and Joshi is very good at that.
And it seems like there's also no counter initiation coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce to go for that counter invade in that Azure Golem. So in terms of this early game, I do think that it has been a pretty good win so far coming in from the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, it's a good start for them. I mean, in terms of net worth, they're a little bit behind, about 300 gold, not the end of the world, but it's about those buffs, right? It's like a small thing that you see only later as the buff duration is there. So it's something that will help expand and ensure that they get a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, the EXP gap, like we see right now, right? Just Chi's already level 5. Haku is soon to be hitting his own level 5 as well. And the goal lead is practically 0 at this point, because some players are freezing the lane towards the top side, bottom side as well, doing that duke between 2 of these farm lanes. But you can see the main focus coming in from both teams is that mid lane department.
Yeah, it's all about this mid lane, right? You want to put pressure on. Plus, it kind of opens things up so that you can get into the other different lanes, the outside ones. Siri, kind of by himself, needs to be careful. He is level 4, but he's going to get on his dragon. He does get on out. They were trying to get the stuns. It was a good attempt by Blacklist.
Very key ultimate as well. So that's not going to be available for the next 80 seconds for Nongshim's farm lane. So if he gets hit by Chaz Cannon Blast or Dragon Silky Imprint, things could go really south for Nongshim RedForce. But panning over back towards the mid lane here, back towards basics, Haku just picking up whatever farm that is available on towards the map, speeding through that early game process. Once Haku gets sufficient items, then the jungle matchup isn't as hard for the Nongshim jungler.
Yeah, and as any sort of draft happens, you kind of need to put it into like the warfare simulator, like, right? Like, how is this team fight gonna just eventually evolve, right? Like, how is it gonna start? Who starts with it? You have the cannon blast, you have the silky imprints as you were talking about. You have a lot of control, but then you have Joshi and Golden Kite with that damage to kind of clean house. So that's ideally how you want to do it, because you have a balanced draft, which will really set you up. But now they need to execute based on it.
Talking about the warfare that you mentioned, how would the Nongshim RedForce draft be the perfect occasion for you? What needs to happen for them to get control in this game?
Yeah. So, I mean, Haku needs to get going, right? He needs to ensure that he's kind of being aggressive. I know that he's the type where he doesn't really invade too many jungles. He's kind of stays on his own side and he just outpaces people. That's how he kind of gets going. But I think in this one, he needs to be aggressive because once he gets those items, he's going to start things. But now it looks like they've got the box. Chaz is looking to go for this one. But with that nice little board, it looks like Chaz is going to be picked off. Justy now on the run. Haku pounces on forward. It looks like here comes the rest of them. And with Rotel and Chami1 looking to join in the fray, but they're not going to get you.
Ooh, key misplay here coming in from the side of Blacklist International's Roamer here. Very good box on towards Haku, but you're in enemy territory, which doesn't allow your teammates to actually come into assist as fast as Nongshim RedForce. So being punished there and also having to surrender that Tyrant, not the greatest of the start here coming in from the Filipino Giants.
Yeah, not the greatest, but they still have a little bit of map control. But now Justy, he's going to get gone on. The Tremor Smash is real, but can they get actually follow-up? Haku's going to pounce away, but he's going to be killed on this one. And it looks like Namu just over the wall. He gets under the tower, and Blacklist not able to get anything else, but they got Haku, which is the prize of the day.
That was a beautiful set coming in by Chami1 here. Although he didn't land a true mantra on towards the wall, but the damage and AoE has already been done, and it already has displaced Haku from the rest of the team, which formulate this 1-for-1 exchange in favor for Blacklist. Early game, it's on towards Chaz, and now it's on towards Haku. And you can say, if you can stop Haku's train of farm and make sure that he doesn't outscale Justy, then it's the game plan of Nongshim RedForce being disturbed.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely being disturbed. And that's a bit of a problem here. And Blacklist International understanding, hey, pay, a lot of the teams play it, right? We've seen it time and time again. It was definitely the meta, but teams are now adjusting. They're finding out that Yukio actually a pretty darn good counter. And you're seeing Justy, he's got a 300 gold lead. Haku did die as well, so XP is going to be a little bit further behind. Justy level 10, just doing everything well at this stage.
It's a good point, right? Where we have a major patch before the tournament, so teams that have their draft locked in from 2025, they have to go through more evolution, more simulation in terms of the drafting phase to find what works best for their team, as we see the board landing on towards mid side.
Yeah, they're going to be just gold for the Silk Imprint. The Dragon used instantly. The Tremor Smash only onto one, and it looks like he's going to do a little bit of Dragon. Dragon tries to flash away, but nice three-man stun. The box is going to be used defensively. Chaz trying to get alive, but he does go down, and they find Chami1, who's under the tower. Namu was looking to dive deep, and Nongshim not playing scared. They've got 2 kills to their name.
The Nongshim RedForce train is started, and with that counter initiation coming in by Namu-san and also Rotel, that was just a beautiful one. The Byron coming in for that beautiful Storm Strike set up so much for Dragon and Chaz too, even though they flash away, but there was no room of escape because the Cavalry has already arrived, capturing their over-eagerness.
The Byron, time and time again, this has been the hero of KIS, right? The amount of highlight reels that you're seeing with him up front, that Storm Strike flash play is just unstoppable. Like just setting it up and the rest of the guys just following up and cleaning house. This is the perfect hero that you want from a Clash laner. Tanky, has damage, has stuns, is good looking. What else can you ask for from a Clash laner?
And it's always on this Itadori Yuji Byron skin. And yesterday we saw Bao, how he single-handedly won the game for his team. And again, it's against Blacklist International here, so maybe it's not a coincidence.
Yeah, maybe not, but here it looks like they've got the truth. They find him and they get the Silk Imprint and they make Haku pay. They catch the Tiger and now Namu running for his life.
Ooh, that is a big mistake coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce here, but another one goes through mid.
Oh, the passive, it doesn't really matter when you have the Silk Imprint Dragon with the setup and Blacklist International completely changing this game trajectory, and now they have a little bit of a lead in terms of towers. The net worth is still in favor of Nongshim, but that will dwindle away. Blacklist International doing everything right in this one.
This is the thing that we discussed during pregame, right? Where Nongshim RedForce, very cool. You do your thing very well in the first 8 minutes of the game, but the little mistakes that you do during rotations, doing side lane duties, makes your lead get erased by your own mistakes here. So for them, this is a very crucial one right now. The lead that we talk about that Nongshim RedForce did so well in harnessing, it's already being given over back to a side of Blacklist.
Destroyed a tower.
I mean, you can't get caught out. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Haku, he's playing more aggressive than he should be because the Blacklist side has so much control. If you get caught out, you get deleted. You're very squishy. You're going to have a tough time. So Haku needs to play a little bit safer until he hits that critical mass where he can actually fight 1 versus 3 or so.
And it's an interesting build coming from Champion, but look at the engage coming from Namu.
Oh, nice little Storm Strike. It looks like Joshi, he's barely alive. He has the shield with that Blood Rage. He's looking to just turn this one, but Dragon getting a little bit low, but somehow all of them are looking to walk away. Chammy 1 is just going to leave Chaz there. No, he's going to flash forward, and it looks like Rattel gets him, but they got only 1, and that's the Roamer. Now Blacklist International still on the run. Rattel looking to go with the force field suppression. Nice little Storm Strike on a Chammy 1. Nice 4-man first ram, and Namu will trade his life away, but he has the stuns. Chammy 1 is going to go down as well. They find Rattel, and they find Haku, and Blacklist International turned that around. Series the last man standing because he wasn't even in a fight.
That was a desync coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce. They went for it all in exchange, but Siri was busy farming in the farm lane here. What is going on?
Not sure, and this is why the team is not really on the same page. I mean, Golden Kite, he was completely untouched, right? There's a reason why he got the quadra kill, because he'll just do that free damage. Everybody else is just a buffer for him to do all of that, and Golden Kite with a massive quadra kill to start this one.
I wonder if you get a replay to really break down what exactly happened in that exchange, because that was really much needed. But right now we see a bit of a positioning advantage coming in from Blacklist International. Nice Silky imprint on towards Namu here. He has to use the burst ramp to escape towards safety. Both teams fighting for control in this Tyrant page.
Oh, he's going to get mini stunned. He just barely stays alive. He has the shields, and now it looks like he will get back to safety. But now this Tyrant is going to be open for Blacklist International. They've been zoned away by Joshi. They turn this attention towards that, and they take the Tyrant, and it looks like they're going to get Illusion as well, who stuck around and found out.
This is the issue that we have right now with Nongshim RedForce. This has been seen with the Bigetron by Vitality series. They do so well in the first 8 minutes, in the laning phase, but once it is over, everybody seems to be so out of sync. The little mistakes, the overextension, these are slow and small things that creep up to them. And right now, the lead, the team fight wins that they have, it's out of the window.
Yeah, completely out of it. I mean, a 2.3K net worth lead for Blacklist International right now. And they're putting even more pressure on in this top T2. Not really much Nongshim can do, especially with Rattel down for about 15. This is a huge opening for Blacklist. And again, off of the mistakes of Nongshim, as you rightly pointed out, this is going to be a tough one for Nongshim as they have to find a way to come back.
It will be a difficult one, because if we view Nongshim's RedForce draft in terms of scalability, I don't think they really draft, but look at the mantra!
Oh, nice 2-man stun. It looks like Chammy 1 just looking to set this up. The Infinite Fast is going to be used, but Illusion has already been killed on this one, and now it looks like they want to continue on behind the T2. They haven't even taken that out. They have the box, they find Haku as well, and they don't even care. They're going to continue to dive, and Blacklist International off of a triple kill of Golden Kite. Add that to the quadra kill that he got earlier this game, and Blacklist International are looking to take game number 1 as Namu is all by himself, who will get truth to the crystal, and Blacklist International easily take game number 1.
The story of this game is simple. Nongshim RedForce played beautiful HOK, beautiful micro and macro mechanics in the first minutes of the game, but the desync, the little mistakes coming in from the Nongshim lineup really caused them to slip away this game, and hence, with those team fights that we saw coming in from Golden Kite, coming in from Just G, both carries untouched throughout the entirety of those 4v4s, of those 5v5s. It allowed those 2 carries to just get so much resource, so much farm, and claw their way back into a successful comeback.
Yeah, and be able to just outfarm them and just kind of left alone untouched, but dare I say. I mean, Golden Kite right now, he was having, that was the freest game ever. And it looks like Nongshim were not targeting him whatsoever, right? That's a huge error from the team, right? Any sort of fight happens, they need to find Golden Kite. They need to ensure that they lock him down and kill him. But they were so bloodthirsty, they were just like taking on whoever was in front of them, and they made them pay. Blacklist International played that one to the T.
It's really down to these mistakes, right? If you were to point out some key changes to the tempo, right? So we saw like a 2,000-3,000 goal lead in favor for the side of Nongshim RedForce, and then the first key mistakes that we saw in was Haku. He appeared towards the top side with vision and information that, hey, everybody is sticking on towards the Blacklist side. I shouldn't be bringing that wave without prior vision. He walks in, gets set by the Truth Mantra, that's the number one flaw. And then mid lane, Illusion gets picked off by the side of Just. That's where immediately the domino that they have stacked up due to the early and mid game that they have played perfectly starts to crumble and went into the advantage of Blacklist here. So I would say that this game is really about who does lesser mistakes in the full duration of the game.
Yeah, and also to this one, I kind of feel like Namu is not in the right spot because he was with Haku when you were talking about the fact when he died early top. Namu probably should have been way more aggressive. He needs to be that forward scout to just kind of give Haku a chance to get out in need be. He was hiding behind, waiting for the counter initiation. That's not going to happen. You are way too squishy, and Haku died because of that and the lack of vision that was provided by Namu.
It's give or take, right? It's either Namu is slow or Haku is too fast. You need to find the equilibrium between the two players. Like, hey, Haku, can you slow down a bit so I can start opening up the vision with my Radiance, with my Tremor Smashes, to make sure that you get like a comfortable position to get those waves going for yourself. Or Haku will be like, hey, I don't see anyone. Can you guys find some information for me so I can start doing my pay duties on the side lane? So for me, I don't want to pinpoint on anybody's mistake. It's more of a collaborative mistake from the Nongshim members.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this roster, this draft from Nongshim, this is classic Nongshim. Everybody's on, what dare I say, what like their favorite heroes in 2025 in isolation, and not even going up checking the Blacklist International draft. You're kind of thinking, oh, this is a gimme for Nongshim. This is a strong lineup. They know how to play this one. But Blacklist now, 2026. Let's fast forward it to today, and you're seeing exactly how they countered it. They had the answer to everything. Blacklist International made Nongshim look very pedestrian, won the game in 12 minutes.
You can see the graph, like we talk about, like, okay, first 8 minutes, beautiful, pedestrian style, good gameplay, just pummeling the side of Blacklist International. But the mistakes are what we talk about. But let's move away from Nongshim RedForce mistake and prize Blacklist International. You can say, wow, that was a beautiful and perfect game coming in by Golden Kites Arlie and also the Ukyo Tachibana coming in by Just. They practically had zero mistakes and were playing to their heart's content.
Yeah. Actually, that's a perfect one. And this is kind of why we were like, hey, Blacklist International from 2025's KIC, they were looking strong. And you're seeing that, right? The way that they're able to close out a veteran squad like Nongshim and do it in style and like give them really no chance and capitalizing on all the mistakes, this is a squad that's really leveled up. And I think that this is why this series is so important for Blacklist to get on that win column so that they can kind of get a little bit of confidence going into the knockout stage.
And I want to point out a itemization idea coming in from Chammy1. Usually we don't see the Blazing Cape for the Dharma, but specifically because he's going up against a Byron which has so much sustain from the spell 1, he went for the Blazing Cape, get that Imperil effect in so he can reduce the healing coming in from the enemy Byron, which is a pretty smart move coming in by Chammy1.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, also for the lineup. I mean, everyone else, who's going to be the front liner? There was no one else, right? So he had to have been the guy. So he needs to sacrifice some of his POW in terms of damage and all the offensive capabilities to kind of just help out the team. Because somebody needs to kind of take that initial punch and then turn things around. And I think that he's more than willing to just sacrifice. He's Chammy1 for a reason.
And we put our focus back in towards this, I think it's a octagon. I'm not really good with shapes, you know, but you get what I mean. Golden Kites, participation, damage, GP, and every little marker outperforms Seri in this game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And this is very unsettling if you're a Nongshim RedForce fan, right? Because Siri, you're thinking, he's got a Siri, you know, Pei, Haku. Like these are the heroes that you're looking for. And Blacklist had all the answers. They came ready, and I want to say that this is Golden Kite, but it could be Dragon. I'm not sure. We're going to have to let the infographic tell us at the end of the day because they're identical twins, but it's Golden Kite, of course, with his 705. His quadra kill or triple kill. He doesn't get single kills. He only gets the multi-man kills.
Yeah, multi-man kills, stacking up those achievements in his past glory. Remember, he was the only one that got a pentakill back in KIC 2025. So this is his time to show that he still has it in 2026 here. 84,000 damage dealt, 26,000 damage taken here. He was really up there for those plays. But these are the early few moments that Nongshim RedForce had so much things going for them.
Yeah, and Nongshim, you rightly pointed it out. I mean, first 8 minutes, Nongshim are going to do fine. It's the post 8 minutes where they kind of struggle. And this is also with two new guys that are not really on the same page, but they're the guys that really need to set things up. Your Clash Laner and your Roamer are the guys that will initiate, they will set things up, they provide the vision, and those are the guys that really will accelerate your team. And you're kind of seeing exactly like that. Like Namu went in, but the rest of the guys, Nongshim, were not on the same page, and Blacklist International completely making them pay.
And that was essentially a 4v4, right? Siri was nowhere to be found. He was just casually farming the bot side, whereas the bot side had no immediate emergency for Siri to actually attend there. But this is a beautiful set coming in by Chami1, destroying Illusion and forcing the Infinite Vastness out of Siri. And as of this point, you don't have solid control coming in from Illusion, no DPS coming in from Siri, and the Golden Kite is just his play date. This is just an easy one for Blacklist after the 8-minute mark.
Easy, easy, easy. I mean, the easiest way to kind of explain that one. I mean, Blacklist International had all of the right answers. Chami1, I mean, again, just excelling on that Dharma and understanding why he's one of the scariest Dharma players on the Honor of Kings esports scene, because he's so good with that. But then you have the rest of the guys that are really just kind of stepping into their own with Chaz, Golden Kite, Dragon, Joshi. Like, this is a squad that is going to be scary. But again, like, they need this one, baby steps. Get themselves in the knockout, get that confidence so they can get going again.
For Group A, it's a finalized score, right? Because Nova and Bigetron are, I think, confirmed first and second unless Nongshim wins this series. So if Blacklist wins this series, both Blacklist and Nongshim will be fixed third and fourth, depending on who they play later. But if Nongshim wins this series and proceeds to win against Nova, the group giants, then maybe they can force a tiebreaker with potentially BTR or Nova later on.
So you're telling me there's a chance? No, actually,
for
Nongshim
Nongshim
right now. yeah. For Nongshim, they have a mountain to. They actually have two mountains to climb, right? They need to deal with this giant mountain that's in front of them, the Blacklist International one, which is not going to be easy, and then setting that up against Nova Esports, who is like one of the titans that we've seen time and time again. This is going to be a tough, hurdle for them to climb.
It's always like this in competitive esports, right? If you manage to climb one mountain, there's another tall mountain waiting for you to climb. And once you climb towards the peak, there are the challengers at the bottom, slowly climbing from the midway, slowly climbing up towards you to challenge your spot on the throne. So this is always, in traditional sports, in competitive esports, no one always sits at the top, but it's always about the new challengers coming in.
Yeah, it's all about that, right? Getting into that one. I mean, I don't think that this is too much of a worry for Nongshim, right? Things are not looking good. They've just lost 4 games in a row. But going into this one, they have their moments. They have the chances to kind of come back into this. But I do think that they need to think long term, right? They need to use this gift, so to speak, that was given to them by being able to play in the KIS and to take all of the lessons that they've learned to really help them. This is going to be fast learning for Rattel and Namu to get on that level quickly.
It's the same storyline for Team Hawk, right? It's like, okay, guys, this is your first international tournament as a team together in the big stage. So here you are. Try your absolute best. Don't feel bad about it. Gain as much experience as possible. And hopefully that experience that you acquired will help you later on in the 2026 HOK Esports year, because we have a long year ahead. You have your own regional tournaments. You have your global tournaments like the KWC, KIC at year end, and even like new editions of KNC. So opening series, opening tournaments as KIS4, these are valuable lessons for all these teams.
Yeah. I think that that's the most important takeaway, right? Getting these opportunities to play in this one, and especially in the Invitational, the teams level up much quicker. You're seeing exactly just how much better Blacklist International got because of all the games that they played. When Blacklist first showed up, they weren't really that great. You're kind of thinking, what kind of level are they going to be? Are they going to be able to play? But man, these guys have really stepped up and are outside of the MKL squads. This is maybe the best team out there.
No. Let's not overhype them first, because last time when we hyped them back at KIS3, they got reverse swept by the same team they are playing against right now. So let's put our focus back into analyzing this upcoming draft. Nongshim RedForce selecting the Ever Knight's Aspiration, one of the newest heroes in HOK, Haya, as their first pick.
Yeah, actually, you caught me. I was trying to do the same thing I did at S3 with hyping Blacklist, and then Nongshim just coming out and just killing them. I'm trying to give them, I'm trying to curse them in a way, but I'm giving Nongshim a chance. I want this to go to a game 5, right? Because I expected them, Nongshim, to kind of extend the series whenever they can. But this high up pick, it's going to be an interesting one to really set themselves up.
Okay, I'm not the biggest fan of picking the Yangjin Dolia into Haya. This is the known counter, but it really depends on whether or not the player is capable of pulling the Haya off. For Blacklist International, they have a very difficult early phase right now because mid lane is definitely going to be won by the Haya, and the Ogrun will invade the Trilight's jungle because Trilight is super duper weak in the early phase. We saw how it happened between TNX and also Fei Shi in day 1, where the Jing just pummeled and stole everything from the Yangjin. For Blacklist now, you need to cover a very good mid P3, which is a Garuda, a staple counter against the Haya.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it kind of adds a lot. It has that range advantage. The Wings of Judgment is going to be annoying to deal with. Plus, it does very well against the Ogryn because you kind of like, you want to stand off? All right, we'll eat some needles to the face, right? So I think that you have a lot of a good mid laner to kind of deal with this. Plus, you want to stay at range, which is going to be key for Blacklist.
For now, I think both sides, they are looking at the situation is like, okay, I pick Haya first, so Blacklist International answers with a Majestic Guardian, and I pick the Trialite, and Nongshim RedForce answers with a Soul Guide. So these are the combat in terms of the draft. You haven't gone into the game, but you're already trading blows by neutralizing some part of the enemy's composition with certain counters.
It's smart, and that's how you wanted to do it, right? Blacklist International right now, TG's done a masterclass in terms of counter drafting. Excuse me, in game 1. Did a great job. I expect it to be much better. No, they picked D-Ren-J, and all of a sudden, I was like choking.
Are you choking for the water that you're drinking, or are you choking for Nongshim? Ah.
Oh, snap. Too early, my friend. Too
early. I'm sorry.
We'll see.
It hasn't happened yet. We'll see. Okay, for Blacklist International, locking in that Magistrate on towards the 4th pick here, giving a solid farm lane blind pick into the hands of Golden Kite, and Nongshim RedForce coming in with a key ML special. The Sunbin locked in for Namutri.
This is going to be a good one, right? I think for Aaron and the Sunbin providing a lot of that speed. That's kind of where you get a potential jump in with the Haya as well. Could really add on. Aaron just really stable in terms of that farm laner. You want to be able to do that focused damage and to kill and burst people as quickly as possible. Blacklist, they're going to end up with the fatigue. Let Chammy 1 do some work here.
In terms of both teams' draft, I love both of them. For Nongshim RedForce, the idea is simple. You want to ride on the Haku and Illusion mid-jungle synergy to dominate the early game, giving leeway for Namu's Timebender Sunbin to scale for that Time Flux, right? You want the Time Flux to be max 5 stacks in, super good on the CD, refunding 30% of the damage taken in that specific short time, which makes the Soul Guide and Rose Fencer into such a raid boss that you have to worry about. Now, for Blacklist International, same could be said. They want to play the early game aggression with the Garuda, with the D-Ren-J, and then utilize this strong early game pushing power to deny the enemy from being able to play that late game.
Yeah, and it's all about that late game, right? Just setting themselves up. Are they able to get there, though? That's going to be the biggest one because, again, Ogryn, great for mid, hasn't been the best in terms of that raid boss, but when you're able to kind of stack that up, you have the Charlotte as well, you have the Aaron that's going to definitely do its own damage. It could be a potential mix here, which could be tough for them to deal with.
It's down to execution. Last game, Blacklist International seemed to having a bit of an issue in that early game where a lot of times they were being outpaced by the side of Nongshim RedForce, but it's really down to how consistent you are in maintaining your tempo and minimizing those mistakes throughout the entirety of the game. So I'm excited to see how Nongshim RedForce this time fix their mid-game tempo and make sure that in the 10th minute mark, nobody is under some pressure to make a huge play to make a game comeback.
Yeah, they need to survive 8 minutes. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? Get past the 8 minute mark, turn it up then, right? That's the Nongshim that we want to see. In previous iterations of this squad, Nongshim, they've done a great job of the mid game. This roster has not been able to achieve that same level of success.
Now we'll take a bit of a chunk here, but you can see the higher damage in towards the early game here. The mid-jungle synergy just pushing Dragon and also the side of Chaz back towards their own base. You can see the early game aggression of Haku already planning to invade this early camp, but the Smite War does go into the hands of Just G.
Yeah, this is what you want to do as Haku, right? I mean, Haku is the style where, again, he does a great job of farming, but now he's going to be focused here. No real play. He's going to be targeted, and he gives up First Blood. Chammy one all the way from the Clash lane, comes down and says, I'll take that.
That was so well coordinated coming in by the side of Blacklist International. What exactly happened was Just G landing the spell 1 dog on towards Haku, and he said like, okay, I got him marked, Chammy, just jump on him with your S1 third cast flash on towards Haku. Haku doesn't have half a passing, he's just gonna be stuck there, and then the chain CC comes in and gets the first kill for the side of Blacklist, beautifully executed by the red side.
Absolutely perfect there by Blacklist, right? And Haku was just like, okay, I'm trying to change things up. You told me to be aggressive. I wanted to be invading the enemy jungle, but little did he know that the rest of Blacklist International were going to heed the call and they were going to answer and just show up in an entire village there with pitchforks, and they took him down.
And it also explains some stuff, right? When you want to be aggressive on the mid-top side of the map, which is what we call half map, your Clash lane matchup needs to be winning for your team to come over. And check out the 1v1 between Ratel and Chammy 1, both exchanging ultimates and just having a handshake here, with Dragon just coming to visit Chammy for a bit of a assistance.
Yeah, they're going to help just ensure that they secure that sprite there. I mean, Ratel was watching. He was trying to go for the steal. Was going to be very lucky if he did with that tri-slash. Not able to hit it, and he's going to be pushed back. And again, Chammy 1, you do not want to let this guy get going, right? Once he's got that farm, this fatigue is going to be a problem.
Look at that lane dominance here coming in from Siri, just pushing Golden Kite all the way to the edge of his screen here, not allowing him to take farm without any worry. So in this early game, you can start seeing Illusions pathing on the Haya to play hyper-aggressive with that first level 4 ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, you have that potential gank, right? You always kind of want to go in with that. I mean, yeah, you probably might not win it, but you isolate it, right? If Golden Kite is kind of by himself or nearby with Chaz, maybe you take out Golden Kite and you're able to focus fire Chaz. Like, it opens up doors, but getting that gank, not the easiest. We're going to have to see how this Haya actually plays in the end.
Ooh, Haya's ultimate forces up the flash coming in by the side of Dragon here. Illusion being chased off here, but I do think that there won't be a fight continuing here by both teams.
Yeah, both of them are going to back off. Chaz was a little bit on the lower end, but with Dragons like Wings of Judgment, a lot of zoning, that's going to be a tough one to kind of navigate through. Nongshim, again, still very early, but they're down about 700 gold. A little worrying, especially since you've got the Augury.
And Dragon might be the next big target for Illusion to capture him into the Moonscape Mirage. Because if the ultimate breaks, the chain breaks between the Haya and the enemy, you get like a 75 to 85% cooldown refund, but the enemy committed that 2-minute flash. So for Illusion, the next big play will be this Tyrant River area. The bushes will be extremely difficult for Blacklist to enter.
Yeah, my concern, though, is that Illusion, he just hit level 5. He was actually 2 levels behind Dragon at this point, who's been able to outscale. His wave clear has been unreal, but Illusion is trying to, like, rotate around. I mean, he's the secondary support, so he's looking for the play more than anything else, and not just trying to go in. But the Hound forward, Jussie going aggressive, he's going to be miraged, and we're going to see exactly how that one plays out. But the rest of them are sticking around, because who's going to pop out? Haku is there at half-life. He's a juicy target as well, and now they come. Jussie's a little bit on the lower end. The Conductor of Souls is not going to be enough. Path of Passing's over the wall. He will be fine, but Blacklist International are going to be fine with that. They back off.
Blinking health bars coming in from both ends here, with the side of Nongshim RedForce having superior health bars to tackle this upcoming objective. But seems like both sides want to prioritize the jungle resource first, with Haku prioritizing his own Azure Golem, which allows Blacklist International to take this with no contention.
Yeah, no contention there. I mean, they were nearby, but Namu and Siri, not real good chances of targeting that away. I mean, Haku wasn't really even there, but now it looks like Jussie and Dragon have just quickly turned. And like, Haku was looking for the steal, and he might smite this, but he's not going to take it away. Jussie takes that one for good measure.
Very good secure coming in by side Blacklist International, getting that Tyrant towards the bottom side and immediately rotating themselves towards the Crimson Golem, because they know for a fact that Haku has the priority on the clear on his Azure, which gives him direct access towards the jungle. So you gotta move fast. If you're slow for even 1 or 2 seconds, that Azure Golem could be going into the hands of the enemy team.
Yeah, and I mean, a little micro mistake, in my opinion, by Rattel. He teleported to the bottom T2 instead of the bottom T1 because they knew that Golden Kite was there with that Imperial Order to kind of get that stun. But I think that you need to be a little bit aggressive. He took way too much structural damage on that one, and now it's turning into a bottom T2. Things are not looking good for Nongshim here.
It is not looking good, and we do see the Moosegate Mirage capturing Just G for a 1v1 battle in towards that Mirage. It's not looking good for this Haya at all, as we see a solo kill being committed already.
I mean, you're going to take the god, the heaven and earth mode, Joshi. He's going to be in that one, taking that one down. He's taking Illusion. He's taking Haku. He's taking everything at this stage. Blacklist International are saying, hey, you want to take me away? What are you going to do? I'm going to take away everything as well as your T1.
Wow, throughout that last 2 minutes of exchange, so what exactly happened? We do see another engage though by Sao Just G.
Yeah, he's going to be aggressive, and that's what you want to do. You zone them away. Right? The amount of sustain that they have is just kind of unreal at this point. And Nongshim, they're reeling. This is, again, a very defensive, reactive game. They're 2K behind. This is not looking good for Nongshim.
Now, back to what we talked about the last 2 minutes, what exactly happened. The first teleport mistake coming in by Rattel caused the first tier 3 to be down. I mean, tier 1 tower, right? The outer one. And then that escalated into another tier 2 tower. That went down. And then Illusion grabbed Just G in towards the 1v1 zone. Gets taken down. Mid tower goes down. That's like what? 3 towers plus 1 kill given over to the side of Blacklist in the span of 2 minutes. That's absurd.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Illusion is playing like the Hayas on my squad, where he like will throw people into the barrage and then he just dies. But not a good one on this one. The Crimson Golem gonna be contested here, but Blacklist International have made them pay, right? They've made them panic, and they've kind of, you know, forced the issue, and Nongshim have been making some mistakes here.
They're just playing towards Blacklist Temple right now. Everywhere that Blacklist goes, they can manage to get some form of resource. Bottom was tier 2, mid lane was tier 2, and right now, check out the Overlord that's pummeling towards the top side. That tower is going to go down in just a short moment.
Yeah, it's looking to just easily be taken out. Plus you have Golden Kite, right? With the D-Ren J, that every third shot on that card is going to do some more whittling that down even further. So this is a tough one for Nongshim because they don't really have the right flank. And now with that Heaven and Earth mode, I don't know how you can really fight. Haku is not even close to being able to, in fighting form, to deal with this. And if anything, they're not able to take him down. Illusion just barely survived.
That's the direct counter between the Majestic Guardian, a long-range mage, into the Illusion Haya. We talk about like, what's the potential Haya counters? There's 2 on the enemy team of Blacklist International. Number 1, Golden Kite's DRJ, the spell to legal immunity, cleanses the pull of the ultimate coming in from Illusion's Haya. Number 2, Dragon. You don't have to wait for the enemy Illusion to pull the enemy into the 1v1 zone. You just gotta poke out Illusion first and make sure that he's not healthy for that 1v1.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, then he's going to be really kind of hesitant to even use it, and then you're like, okay, then it completely takes away from this lineup, right? This draft revolves around isolating somebody, but if you're looking at targets, almost everyone can fight. Just G, Chamey 1, not great targets. Golden Kite can fight on his own. Illusion right now, he's a secondary support, so he doesn't really have the items to kind of fight with them. Who do you really pick at the end of the day?
Maybe potentially Chaz. Or Dragon if you can find him if he face checks, but that's really difficult. So for the side of Nongshim RedForce, Illusion's ultimate hasn't been buying them a lot of space at all. Rather, it's been giving a lot of times to Just G to solo kill him, isolating that 1v1.
Yeah. Now with the Heaven and Earth mode, Just G doing a little bit of work onto Haku. He's got to show a little bit of respect. He's going to be backing off, but again, just pushing them back. The zoning is real by Blacklist.
They're not calming down at all. With every single marker they're playing right now, they're just going aggressive. Illusion has already captured for that 1v1 as a fight is about to break over.
Yeah, Haku with that tether, I mean, he just go with him, but Illusion just get bursted down. He's down for 30, opening up the bottom T3. Blacklist International doing everything right. They don't really have any sort of way to deal with this death ball that is Blacklist.
I'm a bit sad for Illusion, actually. Every single 1v1 that he's committed against the Blacklist members, he's not having any good. He lost to Just G, he's lost to Chamey 1, and right now, he's losing out his entire base.
Yeah. It's almost like Blacklist are like, okay, thank you. I will just isolate you now, Illusion. What are you going to do, right? It's almost like he's playing for the wrong side. He's helping them out by putting them in a bad spot and just sacrificing his own life now.
I mean, In terms of the idea, it's that's almost a steal. Okay, in terms of the idea, it looks great. It's like, oh, Haya does pretty good into the Yangjin. Haya does pretty good into some of these heroes on towards the enemy team. But due to how low the farm is on towards Illusion, he's playing more like a Ladies and utility mage style, not getting a lot of resource. Once you lock the enemy in, you kind of just isolate yourself into a 1v1 with no teammates helping. Look at him, 4.4k, lower than his team Sun Bin.
Yeah, and also level. He's the lowest in this game right now. He's level 10, right? Everybody else is at least a level 11 and higher. He has not had a good game. And I mean, it's almost self-inflicted because he keeps miraging the wrong people and he keeps getting killed in them. So it's one of those situations where it's like, okay, Illusion, maybe you should stop doing that. Maybe you just kind of like farm a little bit, catch back up. Again, use your wave clear to kind of extend the game. But right now, Mirage is not the answer.
I think it's more of like a different game plan, right? Where we need to see Illusion get like 3 or 4 items due to the early game lead that he has committed for himself. But due to the fact that Chami1 roamed towards the mid lane, got the first split for the side of Blacklist International, which caused into such a dire situation right now for Nongshim to be in. 6,000 gold deficit against their opponents, and right now they have once again committed that Mirage against Just-G.
Yeah, he's going to be going into this one. It looks like Just-G's doing a little bit of work, just chasing after him. Illusion's just trying to stay alive, but now they have a 4-on-4, now making a 5-on-5. Illusion just barely surviving on this one, but they've taken all the towers, which is pretty much what you want. Just-G with that tri-slash doing a little bit of work, but Nongshim does not want to let them go for free. Tries to go, the Wings of Judgment is on. They find Just-G, that's the nice little pickup. Haku trying to find the right target on the Chaz. Can't actually go in for this one. Siri's going to be killed on this one. Most of that damage, they find Namu as well, but Haku is still somehow alive. No, he gets bursted, and Blacklist International with Dragon and Chami1, they find the picks, they find the plays, but more importantly, they want the crystal as they're looking to end this game. Illusion is there, but all he is a range creep. He goes down as well, and Blacklist International take game number 2.
It was looking so good for the side of Nongshim RedForce, but because of the fact that they lost the early to mid game so hard, the good fight that they had proposed at the very end of the game came back hunting them, because the gold lead, the equipment, the level lead being generated by Blacklist is just too darn far ahead. Hence, the good fight that they imagined went so south for them.
Yeah, went south very quickly, right? This is a tough one. I mean, for Nongshim, you were thinking in like isolation, like a Haya kind of works, it has that play, but in the end, and I know that you're still thinking about like, oh my god, that game, like how do we do better, right, as Nongshim? Like I'm not sure what you can do, because Blacklist International had all of the answers on that one.
I think it comes down to the same thing that we keep talking about, right? Like executing your game plan. Like we don't talk about the Haya mistakes that happen on like pulling in like insufficient 1v1s. We think about what caused that situation to actually happen. Number one, you picked the Haya, you did amazingly well in the first quarters of the trade in that 3v3 in the mid lane, but the problem is you didn't recognize the fact that Chami had the superior push over Ratel in the clash lane, which put you into a 4v3 and your Augur started spell 2, and you're like, oh, Chami is here, and Augur started spell 2. He doesn't have a flash, he's a jungler, so he gets jumped on, he gets stunned, he gets immediately taken down.
Yeah, immediately, right? I think that they had the edge throughout. All the lanes were kind of in favor of Blacklist. They had all of those pieces as well. I mean, the way that they played that one out, and again, it comes back to Haya, first pick. Almost all of the picks after by Blacklist, great counter, a great synergy. And they had a lot of, just being able to handle whatever they were throwing at them, even with the Haku Ogren. They were like, okay, come at me. The heroes were really on point.
And the gold that was being absorbed by Illusion just wasn't enough. 5.6k on towards Illusion. At the end of the game, he only had 2.5 of an item compared to his counterpart, which is Dragon, 9,000. Almost the richest aside from Chami1 in his team.
Yeah. I mean, just Chami1, he is the richest. He's the 1% in this game. He was doing very well in terms of setting it up. And that's why you really didn't have any targets for Illusion to kind of mirage anyone. I mean, you were talking about Dragon and Chaz, but they're all the way in the back. They are never going to get near you. And Golden Kite, Just-G, Chami1, they can be up front and they're able to isolate him. They're like, come at me. I want to be in that one-on-one.
Difficult stuff coming in from Nongshim RedForce, but is this their power spike? Last time when they met Blacklist International, when they were down on series point, they managed to make a reverse sweep happen. Do you think this time, this is the same thing that was going to happen again?
Well, I mean, going into this one, you could never say never with Nongshim. I think the potential is always there. They're mechanically sound, but the mistakes that they're making, they seem to be a little bit more glaring. They're not like micro mistakes. They're like overall gameplay mistakes. I don't mean to be so harsh, but you're kind of seeing when Blacklist can take you down in 12 minutes in both of the games, there's a huge, you're playing something, you're playing incorrectly.
Like, there is always this thing that happens in the Nongshim RedForce game. It's evident even in the series that they played against BTR, where occasionally, we're talking about occasionally, like they have the lead, it's like 50-50, and one small mistake happens in a cross lane, one small mistake happens into a specific engage where no one is ready, or someone is too slow or focusing on their own wave. We saw it in last game where Seri, even though they were 445, he went back to the bottom to farm. We saw it in the series because BTR. Ratel was overextending in towards the side lane as Charlotte. So these are the things that they need to fix, and it's a good platform in KIS4 that they're recognizing their mistakes before going to KML, where it directly qualifies you to Honor of Kings World Cup in Saudi Arabia, where it directly qualifies you to KIC 2026, which we don't know where it's going to be held at.
Yeah. I think also to kind of add on to that is that if you're looking at this roster or this draft by Nongshim, it just seems very greedy in the end. Like Charlotte, Ogren, you have the Haya, the Aaron, like these are heroes that kind of need farm, right? Nobody can be like that Lady Jean, that secondary support. Like Haya needs, if you're going to isolate somebody, you need to be able to fight. You need some of those items. And it seemed like the draft, if you're thinking about it now, with hindsight bias, of course, is that, you know, there's not enough farm to go around. Somebody has to sacrifice. Correct. Or like two or three members maybe get farm, but with 4, this is like everybody's poor.
That's a beautiful point, because if you think about it in this way, resources are finite. There's never enough going for everyone. You have a late game clash lane in the form of Charlotte. You have an Aaron, which is a marksman that needs gold. You have an Ogren, a raid boss that excels in early to mid game. So if you cannot channel consistent farm into your Haya, she tends to fall off really easily, especially when enemies have like strong 1v1 potential, like Chammy's Fatih, for example.
Yeah. I mean, if it was completely different, like maybe Ogren and just the Haya were the only ones that were farming, right? I mean, it's going to be tough for Seri to not farm, but I think that if you focus that, you prioritize that as much as possible, it would have been maybe a very different game. But the spacing, the way the Blacklist International were be able to just be very oppressive and to kind of constantly invade and to make Illusion make those uncharacteristic mistakes with those bad mirages. And this is what you're going to see. Chammy won on the MVP stage quite a bit, right? 3-0-4 again. There's a reason why he's one of the best in terms of the clash lane, because of the amount of damage he has, the sustain, just everything that you want right now. And that was a great game by Chammy 1.
I have a question. Is this the same pose that we saw from multiple players? I'm pretty sure I've seen more than once with people posing this with their teeth out.
Yeah, I think that it definitely looks like it. I think the rest of the team right now are kind of all very happy.
Expressive.
Right.
Expressive.
I think that, expressive. Okay, yes. I was going to say that they're kind of on the same gesture that they are, the facial expression that they make when they're on the bathroom. But that's a whole other story. But Blacklist International here, being able to push this out and close it. I mean, they had a nice little play by Ratel. It's a nice little power gradation, but it seemed good, right? They got Joshi. Things were looking very good. But then look at the overextension. There's still 4-man fighting. They're so low. Now they're getting whittled down, and they're getting perfectly kited, kept at arm's reach. And with Chammy 1 and Dragon, the guys that are doing a decent amount of damage, really no answers for Nongshim.
In a normal 50-50 matchup, that could have been an ace coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But due to the fact that it was too little too late and you were 6,000 gold down, which allowed the side of Blacklist International to be too well farmed. So what if you take down Golden Kite? What if you take down Just G? I still have Dragon, I still have Chammy 1. They're going to pile up all the damage to end the game for them, which is gameplay executed according to the game plan. Blacklist secures the match point against their long rivals.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy with that one. I mean, there's going to be a huge amount of just relief, right? They're at game point. This is going to be a tough situation, a tough mountain to climb by Nongshim to come back 0-2 and to bounce back. But again, they need to find that first win. It's been very elusive, but the way that they've been playing, I kind of don't think they deserve a win as of now.
Deserving a win. That's definitely going to be a painful statement on their resume later on, because I think they are suffering the same fate with Team Hawk, where Team Hawk as well, they also suffer 0-3 losses, and Nongshim RedForce coming in before the series BTR, also 0-3, and with the current pacing that we're looking at right now, potentially a 0-3 as well against Blacklist International. You're still not looking good for the ultimate Red this season around.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm being overly harsh, and I do want to apologize. I don't want to be so mean to Nongshim, but it just seems like they're kind of not on the same page right now, and you're kind of seeing some of the mistakes that they make. If you do have a problem with me bashing Nongshim RedForce, please come at me at Kindofu, and DM me all of your complaints, please.
Yeah, remember to DM him all of his complaints. He will accept it with a very good and well-hearted conversation with you here. But we go back to the pick and bans here. For the first time in towards the series, Nongshim RedForce selects the red side, which represents their brand logo.
Yeah. They're going to go to the ultimate red at this point. At the end of the day, I think they're like, okay, we're going to be red no matter what. But going into this draft, look, they need to fix things up, right? I think not only in terms of the fact that they've been counter drafted and going to a red where they're going to let, the tempo and the first pick happen by TG, let him set it up. And maybe they're looking to counter pick themselves.
I wonder what is going on in the minds of the coaches right now. Are they excited? Are they stressed? I haven't been a coach myself before, so it's something that I really always wonder. How do they prep themselves going in towards these specific big matches?
Yeah, I mean, being cool, calm, and collected is I think the biggest thing, right? Just letting the players rise up to the occasion, right? Don't sink down to the level of play of your opponents, but to always be prepared, right? And to know that when you're going in, I think the biggest thing is that you're coming in to win, right? Being confident. And if you do get outclassed or you're outplayed, learn from those mistakes. That's the biggest thing. And being able to just kind of learn quickly. I think that's going to be the biggest thing for Nongshim here.
It's like a life lesson, It's not about how many times you fall. It's about how many times you get up and learn from the pain when you fall.
Yeah. But at the same time, why are you falling so many times, man? You're having trouble walking? What's going on?
It happens, when you're a bit clumsy, when you're like me, that's not statistically or visually very tall in person. So you don't get a large view of the surroundings happening.
Well, I mean, you're close to the ground. You can kind of see rocks or steps and things. You won't fall down. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go into this one. Of course, this is the third game here. I mean, Blacklist International go banning out with the Arlie and the Dharma, both the heroes that they've played themselves. Very strong ones. Sticking with that one. But Nongshim RedForce on the other end, they're like, Haya, it was so bad. We're going to ban it for you. Chicha, on the other hand, we're going to ban this one. We do think that this hero is very strong.
Ooh, here comes the Fire Ninja Mai Shiranui first pick hover coming in by the side of Blacklist International. It will be going on the hands of Dragon this time around.
Nice. Setting it up. I mean, it's another way of also taking it away from Illusion. And you're talking about tempo, right? So going into this one, the mid lane is going to be key. They're going to be looking to go fast and furious. So you need some sort of counter initiation. Lapu Lapu does that in spades.
And the Direnji, for me, is one of these staple counters into these heavy engaged lineups like the Mai Shiranui. So it's always nice to see that people are starting to recognize that Mai Shiranui, Arlie, these first picks have actual counters going into the draft itself. So excited to see what Nongshim RedForce will be drafting for their remaining picks here. But at the very least, this time around, the first two picks looking very solid coming in by the boys in red.
Yeah, looking very strong here. But at the same time, Blacklist not messing around. They're going to go with some heavy picks themselves. Lung and, of course, the Beast here to kind of give Chaz one of his signature heroes. This is going to be a tough one. I mean, it's going to be a nice little, who counter initiates going up against the Lapu Lapu or the Reef Heart Datu. This is going to be an interesting one.
They have a lot of tools, right? It's like you're saying that, okay, Marshuranui and Zhangfei. You have a lot of these mechanics to actually set your team up for success, which is the same thing coming in by the side of Nongshim RedForce, Ratel and also Namu, the new boys in towards this team. They're given access as well on picks like the Mayin, picks like the Lapu Lapu, the Rifat Datu in these multi-engaged knockup setups.
Yeah. I mean, that multiple... I mean, they have a lot of stuns on that team, but now it's about shoring it up. Yeah, you have control. You need that damage, right? So I think that for, Haku here, you're probably looking at some sort of assassin style, some sort of way to kind of, compound it so that not all the pressure is on Siri to do the damage.
Well, Luna is still open here coming in for both teams. Maybe that could be a point of contention later on. But with Blacklist International banning both the Ladies In and also the likes of the Nua, potentially they might go for things like the Ogren here.
Yeah, it could play out. And it looks like they want to go with the Agudo here, expecting that the Ogren will probably be picked up because it is open, unless they decide to kind of audible into something else. It is smart, yeah.
Ooh, but... hang on a moment though, we are having a hyper-aggression coming in by the side of Blacklist International, doubling down on the assassin department. This is gonna be a very stressful game coming in by the marksman or any squishies coming in for Nongshim RedForce to actually play out, because you have a lot of firepower and tools for the side of Blacklist to jump on those squishies.
Yeah, a ton of opportunities. Plus, you have the Byron to kind of shore things up. It looks like they're going to go with the Heartseeker here, the Daji, if you will. I mean, this is going to be one where the control has got to be on point. Illusion was kind of playing that secondary support last game. He's going to kind of continue that. Most of the farm should go into the hands of course, Haku and Siri, and to kind of really set themselves up for success here.
I'm having a bit of a deja vu here, because I've seen this Daji against the exact same composition against BTR by Vitality last, I think 2 days ago, where there was a Jing, there was a Mai, there was a engaged roamer, and Nongshim RedForce picked the Daji here. So for me, yes, Daji counters the Jing in a 1v1 matchup or in like a multi-matchup, but
yeah,
she still has a problem where she doesn't have mobility, so she could be a prey for the members like Fire Ninja on Hands of Dragon.
Yeah, both of those guys are going to be flying white ad to him, right? So Illusion has to be so far back where, the rest of the team is there to help support and not get jumped on. It's going to be key because the team fight is real from Nongshim. If they're able to kind of get them into 5-man, team fights, they're going to have a good time. But at the same time, Blacklist International, if they're able to get those pickoffs, the Jing and the Mai are going to be high flying. It's going to be tough to deal with and to ensure that everybody's there on time.
This is going to be an exciting one coming in towards this game number 3. It's do or die for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Yes, you can say they don't get eliminated in group stage, but to find a win, an opening win, not even a series win for your team, is such an important task for you, especially you are against your long rivals, which is Blacklist International. This is your shot to make things right. This is your shot in starting that reverse sweep.
Yeah, this is the moment, right? And you got to look at this third game. Yes, it's an elimination game. Yes, or sorry, it's for the match. It's match point. That is not elimination, but this is a situation where it's tough, right? There's going to be a lot of pressure, especially on Ratel and Namu, to really show up on this one. But you got to just shake things off. Look at this as like a best of one. Think of it as baby steps. Win this game and survive at least for another one.
I fully agreed with you here, Mr. Holler here. So as these picks are locked in for both of these squads, we will be heading into game number 3 of our second series of Day 3 KIS for Blacklist International, blue side, Nongshim RedForce on towards the red side.
This is going to be an interesting one, right? In terms of how they play this. Because again, if Blacklist are able to play fast and furious, Dragon is able to make those impacts on the outside lanes and to kind of snowball from there. Plus you have Chami1 on this Byron, who's a great laner in and of itself. You're going to have a lot of potential. Now the execution, that's another story, but Blacklist International are set up for success.
Very fast wave clear spell coming in by the side of Nongshim, allowing this Daji to start roaming across the map already, looking to assist the side lanes here. So fast push means that your roamers, your mid lanes get to rotate across the map for these early game resources.
Look at Ratel all by himself in the top lane. I mean, Illusion is there, but he's losing it. The Firehawk, or the Phoenix there, the Pheasant, excuse me, and it will be taken up, but Blacklist have done a great job. This is one thing that they've done very well, is that they prioritized Chami1's lane to let him really snowball.
And look at that. getting the enemy fire beat, getting the neutral objective of the Space Sprite, already a decent win so far for the side of Blacklist International here. Mirror Domain already popped in towards the mid lane here as we see an aggressive trade coming in for the bottom 2v2.
Yeah, and Namu actually coming out worse on that one. He's a little bit on the lower end, so he needs to be safe, play a little bit safer in that sense. But Chaz used the heal, so something to take note of. That's a pretty big cooldown at this stage of the game.
It's to keep itself healthy, right, for moments like this. That's the charm hitting on towards the side of Judgy, but they still do get that EXP trade-off in towards the mid lane, get that clear in, and they start moving across the map here. Top side, Chami is playing super aggressive here. That's a 1v1 that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, gonna be aggressive. I mean, Chammy won. He was like just playing on the very outskirts, but it looks like they're gonna go in. Haku has to roll on out. He gets out of there, but the Azure Golem is gonna be spawning. Illusion has to actually just flash on out. Joshy's a little bit slow. Nice furball, slowing him down. First blood is gonna go the way of Haku. That's the nice little pick off. They don't really have too much more in terms of catch, and they will clear the space for them to take the Azure Golem.
I feel like it was such a overcommit coming in by outside Blacklist International. I know for a fact that they wanted to CC chain Haku and get that first kill, but the problem is there's the Sprite Guardian in the enemy jungle before 4 minutes. So what does it mean? It's like there's a default 15% protection of reduced damage on the enemy team if they fight in your jungle. So that is a bit of overcommit coming in from the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, they were trying to be aggressive, and this is going back to how Blacklist plays, right? Like, they know that they have Nongshim on the ropes, but they're going for those massive punches now, right? You got to play slow and steady. You got to look at things as just like, this is the third round. You got to kind of jab your way into it again. You can't just go all out swinging just yet.
You gotta compose yourself, right? You know, slowly but surely pace yourself towards that game tree victory. Close your eyes. Every game is a BO1 until you truly win out the BO5. So for now, we do see a much more composed early game coming in from both sides. Only 1 kill over the map across this 3-minute 30 seconds mark.
All right, I kind of want to correct what you said, because you're saying close your eyes, and I feel like my future ranked teammates are going to hear that and they're just going to close their eyes. They're not going to play the game. So I want to be very clear with what they're going for. And now Rattel just trying to stay alive. He gets flashed and he's going to get picked off. Chammy one chasing him down to the ends of the earth, ensures that they do get that kill.
I think Namu just ditched Rattel all by himself to get chased by 3 or 4 people. But back to your end of the story just now that you say your teammates to close your eyes. That's definitely not what I meant. If you have anything to say, catch him at Holler TV. And towards the mid side here, we see a bit of a damage on towards the tower here. With superior positioning, this Tyrant should be going easily to the hands of Nongshim RedForce. But on towards the cross map, Chammy one does get a trade on towards that top tier 1.
Great control by Nongshim right there. That's how you want to just take that Tyrant. Ensure that Blacklist can't even get close to it. I mean, yes, they're down about 1k at this point, but the top lane has not gone well. Rattel losing that top T1 at the 4-minute mark, that's a rough one.
Yeah, it's a rough one, and they have prior position going in for this Crimson Golem. They don't really want to go for the invade. They still want to play the game slow and steady, make sure that they have all the farm that they need. 1-to-1 in terms of skill score right now. Once again, Blacklist International coming in with a superior goal lead here. We're still waiting for that big engage coming out from either Namu on that Rifa Daru or coming out from Chaz on the Beast.
Just not ready yet. I think that Just G and Haku haven't hit that critical mass as of now. Illusion has to just run off. And here come the reinforcements. Chammy one planting his flag, wants to go force field suppression, but this might be a little over aggressive, but it was just a bait. And here come the reinforcements. They have a 2-man knockup, and Just G is trying to dance around, but he gets picked off as well. It looks like Chammy one baited his own teammate.
Yeah, it's like no one was ready coming in for the Blacklist International to actually assist Chammy one in that rotation here. He survived for a very long time, but the problem is, the moment Dragon and Just G entered the fray with those combos and the CC chain, Chaz wasn't there, Golden Kite wasn't there for that DPS, so it wasn't really enough to take down Siri there.
Like no one was really there to help follow up on, and that's not kind of where you want. But Chammy one is in a bad spot. It looked like he was going to die regardless, but I think Joshi going in for this one. It looks like they did get revenge on the Siri of all people, so Blacklist making that one at work.
very good positioning coming in by the side of Dragon. Just knowing for the fact that, okay, Siri doesn't have flash after that big play I made in topside. So he capitalized on the fact that Siri was going for, you know, the lazy route. What's the lazy route? You take the long route with more bushes, and then you get yourself cut off halfway through. It's like you're getting preyed on. Too many eyes.
DRNJ, it's a good hero and all. It's very jack of all trades, but one thing it lacks is mobility, right? And he kind of, without that flash, he's definitely going to struggle. So, you know, he's got to play a little bit more safe in that sense. He got to probably go the safer route instead of just kind of going through those brushes like that.
That's true, right? Where if you see like DRNJ as a hero, he does everything well. Strong early game laning, good mid game tower pushes, has a CC immunity, not CC immunity, but you can remove CC with your spell too. So he's really good, but the only problem that he has is that once you die once or twice, he's pretty bad if you skill him towards a late game, and he has limited range against some of these long range mages.
He's not the best farm laner, but he's like, he'll get you by. He's kind of like the Toyota Camry of, farm laners, I would say. It's not the most flashy of guys, but he'll get it done.
If it works, it works, right? So for now, in this 7th minute of the game, I would say that this is one of the most stable ones thus far compared to other games where the gold lead just explodes within one fight. But Chami 1 might be a bit of a danger, but for the side of Nongshim, they're like, okay, we don't want any business with him. We just want to make sure that our mid lane is consistently pushed out and we can always rotate faster.
Yeah, and even going into that, Rattel was being aggressive because he had reinforcements on the way, but Champion 1 is actually outdueling him. This is something that Rattel needs to be a little bit worried about, especially coming into this potential team fight, because if he gets the jump, he's able to maybe get to Dragon. That's best case scenario, but he can't deal with anyone else. It's all 1v1.
But it's still an okay trade. If you look at towards the mid lane, Haku utilizing the critters, getting that mid tier 1 down for his team, but losing out another bot tier 2. So turret trading wise is looking much better for the side of Blacklist International, and you can see the Unbridled Outburst catches on towards Daji.
Oh, nice two-man stampede. They find him. An illusion just barely staying on. He's just going to get dove under Dragon, chasing him down to the ends of the earth. Ensures that he sacrifices his own life for him, but he's going to be down on this one. And now they find Chaz. Golden Kite is getting whittled as well. He has no Dragon. Chammy 1 being chased. He's got the force field suppression. Haku just rolling it down with that wild growth. This mid T2 is going down. Nongshim find the perfect team fight to get themselves going.
Too deep for any assistance coming in for the side of Blacklist International squad. They got Illusion, but Illusion doesn't carry so much gold in towards his pockets compared to Seri, Haku, even Rattel. And to add insult into injury, Rattel steals away the Crimson Golem and takes the Azure as well. Double buffs on towards the Roamer.
Yeah, Namu's gonna be very happy with that one, being able to take them both away. And he did it right under the nose of Justy. Justy's like, oh, come on, are you kidding me? He was able to time that one perfectly. And now Nongshim in the driver's seat, something that we haven't seen in this series. They're up about 1K as they take the Tyrant.
If they can pace themselves super well going into the 10-minute Shadow Objective fight, they could have such a large lead in potentially dictating this game number 3 here. Look at Namu's position here. Raging Siege has some 3.
Oh, the Raging 3 onto 3. That was the perfect play. Chammy, one of the force field suppression, has to use the flash. Here comes Haku, but they disengage at the right time. Blacklist International expended some of their ults and those flashes, but they do survive.
It's a Tang Jing of all things coming in towards this game as well. So for the side of Blacklist International, I'm a bit worried for their potential DPS issue later on. 5 seconds until the inevitable Shadow Objective that will be spawned in towards this. We see Dragon pulling in a quick rotation with that teleportation right now. Both teams looking for the prime engager. Chaz already spotted out by Rattel here. Uses the Spur spell, checks out the bushes here. All 10 members are available on the map.
Yeah, and Chaz is still out front. He's going to use the Umbrella Outburst. He wants to go for this one, but it looks like he's going to take this one. The steal! Oh, Justy, he's so low. No, he gets picked off. He pays with his life. But now Chammy 1 is on the run. The force field suppression is going to be looking to just kind of keep him alive just a little bit longer, but he gets picked off. The double going the way of Siri. They actually get kills, but they do lose out on the Tyrant.
Shadow Tyrant is fine. They're slowly but surely mitigating the bleed that's being put on towards them. But right now, there is a key problem in Blacklist International's draft. where is the sufficient DPS? I do see that Golden Kite is going for the core critical route, but the subsequent damage, Dragon doesn't do full damage. He's not consistent. He's a burst type. Chimey one is also a semi-tank, so that's the problem here. And you can see Dragon being caught in the middle of everyone, dying right before the respawn of his team.
And Nongshim, this is one thing that they have, is that they have a lot of CC. If Dragon were able to get caught out like he just did, he's going to get stun locked. So he had really no opportunities to get on out. Nongshim making this draft work, and now they're going to just take down the top T3 essentially for free.
There's not enough DPS coming in for side of Blacklist International. You have a tank Jing, and the tank Jing doesn't traditionally do well in assassinating the backline. I understand the fact that he wants to limit the approach of Illusion one-shotting him, but you can check out his build. 0-3-1, has the Blazing Cave, has the Axe of Torment, so the burst isn't enough coming in from Just G.
Yeah, they needed that damage. They need that burst. But again, you're kind of thinking Agudo and as well as the Lapu Lapu, I need to out-sustain that. I need to survive. So he's kind of trying to go in for this, but the Umbrella Outburst, the Furball is going to be used in counter, but Illusion has already been picked off. Siri doing some work on the Dragon who gets on out of this one. Jushi's going to be picked off. It looks like Nongshim have found the right approach. They tried to go in for this one. They tried to go in terms of this team fight, but they were not able to do it. So they're going to be waiting for this Shadow Vanguard here, and Rattel is going to be up front with Chammy one to kind of deal with it. The Storm Strike is going to be on point. Nice onto 3. It looks like Rattel turns that around. Chammy one looking to turn it up himself, but they have 4 members that are still around. Namu, nice little play. Nice 3-man stun. They find Chammy one, who's out sustaining. No, he will get killed in the end. And now with Just up in about 2 seconds, they're on a bit of a timer. They find Golden Kite. Dragon and Just are back up. They're trying to go for the crystal, and it looks like they're going to be slowed down. They get picked off. Siri's going to be picked as well. Haku is now running for his life. He does survive. Illusion will as well, and it looks like Blacklist International somehow hold on.
But the damage has been done here, Hauler. Look at the towers. They don't respawn. But in 20 seconds, all the members of Nongshim RedForce will be ready and available to get that tyrant in that bottom river. For now, the issue with Blacklist International, we cannot take another losing fight. Let's check out the instant replay what exactly happened here. Chammy one played really well with the sustain here, but look at the Furball landing on towards Golden Kite. The wave clear was super clean coming in for the side of Blacklist International, and the final Overlord didn't enter the base, didn't remove the backdoor protection. Hence, that's how Blacklist International managed to clench through the final few moments.
Yeah, Siri was actually just trying to hit the crystal, but then he realized that, oh, we don't have backdoor protection, or the backdoor protection is used. So it's up, so we can't actually take this one down. Siri was like, okay, I'm dead no matter what. No real chance on this one, but that's just how close things are. Now, Blacklist International, they're not out of the woods yet, right? They have a long way to go. They have to figure out a way to surmount some sort of comeback on this one, but it starts here with this Shadow Tyrant.
Whoever wins this fight will get a much better priority in either ending the game or extending one for either of these teams here. We do see a bit of a DPS being committed on towards this Shadow Tyrant here. It's already secured by Blacklist.
2. They find it, and it looks like they're going to be turning this around. Illusion is doing a little bit of work on this one, but now they have the control. They're stuck in that little lair. They find Rattel, who had gone over the wall, but he was all by himself. This is not where you want to be. They get the return into Joshi. It's a 1-for-1. Nongshim now, understanding that they have a little bit of an edge here, they're going to continue to push.
They will set their sights instead on towards the Shadow Overlord in towards the top side here. 4v4, both teams. One without a Clash Lane, one without a jungler here. For Blacklist International, they want to fight with the Shadow Tyrant buff.
Yeah, and they do have that smite. Haku's alive. Justy's down for about 20, but they're not actually working on this. Dragon is working his way around. Chaz is just getting shot down. No chance. Haku just runs him down. Chammy one is now here, and now it looks like he's going to be killed as well. And Nongshim, off an uncharacteristic mistake by Chaz and Chammy, now this opens up the door for the Overlord.
And with 30 seconds on the timer, the moment they finish this Overlord, they can start their engine in going and setting their sights on that final crystal in the base of Blacklist International. So right now, this is a very difficult timing for Blacklist to hold the force. Look at the waves. It's starting to pile into the Blacklist base.
Yeah, all 3 lanes right now pushing. The Shadow Vanguard are further pushed there. Joshi's in a bad spot. He actually turns his attention, looking to just cut the creeps at this point, but the crystal now is under siege. Here it goes. Namu actually completely misses the Raging Sea, but it doesn't really matter. They go for the crystal, and Nongshim get on the board and win out on game number 3.
It's the Reminder of that story back in KRS3. You never count out Nongshim RedForce, especially against a Filipino team. And right now, with one win, it sets them on board to that potential comeback. 2 more games will make a reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, and that was a much needed win right there, right? I mean, the fact that they were able to kind of to get back into the series, right? Get your fight, right, to the bitter end. And they did that, right? They made that game a tough one. They were able to bounce back. That's exactly what you wanted if you're a Nongshim RedForce fan.
I'm not a fan of the itemization coming in from the side of Just G. I do believe the fact that they need more burst damage, immediately eliminating Siri with the help of the double assassins here. No wonder that we saw in the early phase, Siri getting caught by both the Mai Shiranui and also the Jing, and he still make it out alive. That's where the itemization makes such a big impact on certain decisions that originally your comp looks good. But due to the fact that you have one pseudo tank as an assassin, it doesn't really pay off that well.
Yeah, I think the itemization was a little bit off. I think that you needed to kind of go all in offensive style Jing, right? Just going to that back line, getting on top of Siri, getting on top of Illusion, ensuring that they die as quickly as possible. It's a suicide mission. You're not going to survive, but I think that that's the only chance you have because the rest of your team is really not about, doing enough damage to kind of help you.
It's also for the fact that Blacklist International's draft doesn't have consistent DPS compared to Nongshim RedForce, where we saw Siri, those tokens are just shoving into the mouths of like the multiple members of the side of Blacklist. And you look at the Blacklist draft, it's Lung, Mai, Jing, Byron. They don't have DPS, it's all burst damage, and Byron is like a normal tank in the mid game. He doesn't do a lot of damage aside from like crazy setup with the Storm Strike. That's where Golden Kite, Dragon, and Just G comes into play. But due to the fact that you have lesser damage, that really caused the Siri with one Ominous Premonition to just out-sustain your burst.
Yeah, and he was able to out-sustain it at the KDA of 828. Haku was 9-0-8.
Wow.
He didn't die a single time. He was super tanky, like running it down onto Chaz and as well as Chamie Wan. Like they had 0 answers. And you were talking about having that damage. Yeah, they've got damage, but it's burst. It's not able to deal with a hero like a Gudo.
And you need to give props to Nongshim RedForce. Every time that you see Haku and Seri position, it's never standing together. They will always split apart. So it makes Blacklist pick like, hey, who do you want to engage? Is it Seri? Is it Haku? Both of them have built-in spell Purify, which is like what? Seri spell 2, the legal immunity. The Furball, the Gorge Mobilization coming in from Haku. The moment he throws it, he gets CC immune. So it's really smart drafting coming in from Nongshim to back them this game 4. Game 3, sorry.
Yeah, definitely. And this is exactly how you want to bounce back in the game, right? It was almost like demoralizing for Blacklist because they really didn't have any answers and to go in. I mean, the gold graph is you're kind of seeing exactly. There were some dips, right? Definitely had some moments for Blacklist, especially early, but Nongshim, they were almost looking to close it out. Blacklist were able to fight back at the 12 or so minute mark, but in the end, Nongshim were finally able to get that pick off to really close out this one.
I would say that it's beautiful gameplay coming in from Nongshim from the midway segment where lesser mistakes happen. There's no one dying randomly at the 9-minute 30 seconds mark, no random throw happening on towards the cross map, and on the flip side, a different way can be said for Blacklist International. We saw the over-aggression when teammates weren't around, where they weren't in 5-man ready, and the pre-4-minute fight happening in the enemy jungle, trying to capitalize off Haku. Those are over-aggressive plays that shouldn't really happen.
Yeah, definitely. And there's definitely a lot to learn from that one, from both squads in that last game in terms of just how to play that one a little bit more optimal. In the end, though, I think that you're talking about this draft about just having a lot of deficiencies. I think that in the end, it was just, the lack of sustaining damage to deal with an Agudo type, which is just super annoying to deal with. He's very tanky as well. Just too much for Blacklist to overcome.
For this chart, look at this. 69.4k damage from the Lung and 127,000 damage from Series Magistrate. It's not entirely Golden Kite's fault because it's a collaborative effort on the draft. You have bursts, which Lung prioritizes on a few things. You go in with Flaming Palm, you pull out, and then you restart it after your CD finishes, right? But due to the fact that you engage already and your teammate just dies due to the DPS, your next combo doesn't come out as quick as the Tokas hitting on towards your tanks.
Yeah. Nobody was able to out-sustain that. And I mean, this is a little uncharacteristic because you're thinking, oh, Chaz on his, his Zhang Fei, the beast, he's going to have a great time. But they really couldn't get their footing going. I mean, Nongshim just had all the right answers. Chaz, it seemed like he was kind of getting caught out, but the man, the myth, the legend, of course, your MVP is going to be none other than Haku here, as it looks like he was just completely dominant. 9-0-8. 81,000 damage. They were throwing everything at him, but he was able to outdish that damage with 131,000 of his own.
You needed the tank, you need him to do damage, you need him to have a stylish KDA, but you know what I need him to have? Where's his glasses that he always rocks?
The sunglasses, yeah, he had them in the beginner. I think in the opening day, I think that he was just like, I think after that game 1 loss against Bigetron, he was like, actually, I'm having a hard time seeing, so I'm gonna take them off today.
It's like he's unleashing his seal, right? Taking off the glasses here, playing in full efficiency, and this is the play that we highlighted that is uncharacteristic of Blacklist International, where you have multiple members not ready and you've already committed for the fight. This one as well, overcommitting for illusion, so that all your spells are committed on towards the low gold Daji, and your double marksman, which is Siri and also Haku, gets to free hit against everybody else.
Yeah. And also Golden Kite was super aggressive. He was a little out of position. And Haku, once he target locks you, he just runs you down. And I mean, there was just a lot of just those misplays, the positioning, just over aggressive. And I kind of feel like going into that last intermission when they're going into this one, they were kind of like, we're up 2-0. Let's have some fun, guys. But sometimes when you play for fun, you play a little, loose, right? And this is kind of what you kind of see where Blacklist were not able to play as clean as they normally do, and they paid for that in this game.
It's like you are lacking the focus, right? Lacking the unity that you had back in Game 1 and Game 2, which is okay. Maybe for Blacklist International, it's like what you mentioned. It's to get more games in, treat it like a scrim, because winning or losing, you'll still be at the lower parts of the standing, waiting to be selected by Group B's leader.
Yeah. That was a huge win, right? I think going into this one, it's a much needed win. Like, if they were not able to win this one, and then you had Nova around the corner waiting for them tomorrow, there's a lot of games that you have ahead of you. So this is kind of like a scary moment where you would go in winless and then be like, oh, now we have to play Nova? Like, nobody wants to be there.
Yeah, nobody really wants to be there, especially with Nova. This time around, there's no Geekay, there's still HBSC to practically stop them, so they are in their comfort zone. The tournament that they've won back in KIS3, now coming to KIS4, can they realistically protect their throne? Who knows, because BTR, Dominator, all these teams are looking extremely good. But of course, we need to go to a short break. Us players, us casters, take a breather, so we will see you after this short break.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, gantian datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally, dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power, hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam, lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar tuh rawana, bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak
Gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang ku hulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentu manzira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go this sing sana. Aku cinta, I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali, ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri.
We're back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 here in Jakarta, Indonesia. Here are the updated global ban and picks between the Blacklist International Series and Nongshim RedForce.
All right, we knew that this one was not going to go to a 3-0, right? There was no chance. There was just too much at stake in terms of this rivalry, and you knew that Nongshim was going to strike back at some moment. But that one, I don't know if Nongshim won the game or Blacklist lost the game.
I mean, for me, I think it's a bit of both, right? Where Nongshim RedForce played their composition to a perfection. I wouldn't say perfection, but it's like really high level. They executed it well. The positioning was beautiful. Laning phase was great. And Blacklist International had a bit of a oopsie when it comes to like their usual discipline, where we saw Chami one being caught out in side lane. We saw the Jing missing out some of these key engages. So these are things that creep up to you when tournament stakes are at hand.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely going to just kind of mess with you a bit, right? You're not going to have the perfect time, and you're definitely going to make mistakes, and that's what kind of makes them fun in a way. But I think that this is also a learning process for both of these squads, right? Going into that one. I mean, if Nongshim are going to ever come back to previous glory, these are the type of games that they need to win. Like, these are the teams that they need to kind of be able to compete against. And at the same time, Blacklist, they need to kind of ensure that if they've got a 2-0 lead, they need to shut it down. There need to, like, be no questions whatsoever.
To start to shut it down, they need to start figuring out the picks and bans first. So last game, they took the approach of the red side coming in for Nongshim RedForce. So Nongshim RedForce once again defaulting back to the red side, which is a comfort of their own. So far, in terms of statistics, they have been pretty dominant in red side.
Yeah, I think that you want to... It comes back to the draft, I think. I think that Coach YK is just like, okay, TG's gotten the better of me thus far. I need to counterpick, right? It's more about the sides. We'll deal with that separately, but I think that the draft, they need to go in loaded for bear.
You need to lock in, you need to like study your opponents, like, okay, you got me in the first two games. So this game, I'm going to draft something that my players really enjoy playing. So for this game 4, blue side seems to be, for me personally, when you are going into like game 4, game 5, blue side is a difficult one to draft because there's lesser priority picks and there's more pressure of being countered by the enemy team. Because why? In KIC 2025, we've seen multiple times where Nova, they were blue side and they just get systematically torn down by HBSC's red side counter draft. So this could be potentially the same coming in for Nongshim.
Yeah, it could be the same, right? Could be like in that same situation. But again, at the same time, like Blacklist right now, you cannot mess around. Like, this is a must-win closeout game. You put in all of your eggs in this basket. You have the best draft ahead of you, and you close this one out. Because if you go down 0-3 again, or even to a 5th game at this point and make it kind of close, there are going to be a lot of questions. People are going to wonder what's going on with this Blacklist International team that everyone had high hopes for going in.
The mental game is also at stake, right? Like you mentioned, if you lose out this game, it means that Nongshim RedForce capture the momentum to make a pretty good comeback into Game 5. And when you're Game 5, it reminds you of the terror that happened back in KIS 3 semifinals back in their home ground. So if it happens, which is this game, things could go really bad for Blacklist.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I mean, they're going to go with one of the most picked heroes thus far. They're going to go with the Chano to kind of set things up for Blacklist International. Lock it down for Golden Kite. Give him the best sort of lane matchup that you can think of, especially since there are some other heroes like the Siri that's been taken away. This is a good one to start them off.
A consistent one as well. That's why they selected the blue side as the priority. So you could give like Golden Kite the best pick so far that's yet to be selected in the farm lane pool. So for the side of Nongshim RedForce, they answer back with a Dharma and Diadea to set the tone for the game. It's pretty good because we talk about Luna, super good mobility, super good in terms of like resetting the ultimate. What better way of locking her down than crowd control, the truth mantra, the spell 2 coming in from the Diadea.
But I mean, you're going with the Luna early, right? You're just showing your cards. I mean, you have the Yixing to kind of back it up in terms of those boards, excuse me. Could be very interesting. But it looks like the Flowborn tank is being highlighted here. A nice potential way to kind of counter this Luna here.
This is actually such a perfect pick for the side of Nongshim RedForce. The counter is already set in place. You have the Diadea, you have the Peaceful Fist. So these two will be man-marking Just on this Luna. It's not about mastery at this point, it's about how you can survive against this counter matchup.
Yeah, yeah. And actually being able to survive. And also you have the turn, you know, the ability to turn the fight on its head by just being able to be aggressive, right? And you're able to invade the enemy jungle, take away those blues. Luna really struggles to get any sort of farm without it.
And pacing on into this second phase as well, we start to see more of these clash lanes being automatically banned away from the hands of Chami 1. You have to wonder, it's like, okay, after 3 games, it means that 3 default clash lanes have been removed from the pool due to global ban pick, and now they add on a Sunce, they add on a Mayin. The options are dwindling down. He can potentially visit picks like the Charlotte, picks like the Guan Yu for this game.
Yeah, but like, I think the Charlotte works, actually, because it does kind of add in. Yixing doesn't really need a whole lot of farm. I'm just talking about how the net worth is going to be kind of spread throughout, right? So that potential could definitely be, you know, working out for them. Now you've added the Garuda to this one, Nongshim RedForce. Illusion is looking to play this one just for that extra spacing. And people get stuck in that board. If they want to fight into it, you have that Wings of Judgment. This could be a potential issue for Blacklist here.
Very long range, very long reach coming in from Illusion's Garuda. So for Blacklist International, they're lacking a roamer and also a clash lane here. Guan Yu, not the best one because there's like the Flowborn tank and also the Diadea to man-mark the Guan Yu. Potentially go into the likes of the Charlotte in this game. Might be a better answer for the side of Blacklist. There's also the Ambrosia, which is really good in those backline assassination. So they're doubling down on the backline threat forward into the Raging Sea from Chaz. And then the Night Plume on the hands of Chami 1 will dive deep to find that backline assassination.
Actually, I kind of like the way Blacklist have drafted this far, right? The burst is there. If you're looking at Nongshim, they're kind of like the Flowboard tank, obviously very tanky, but the rest of them, definitely, if they get jumped on, they're going to have a hard time. Concert Yui has to stay alive, and this is going to be probably going to be their last pick as well. But they do have some gaps. If Blacklist are able to run it down and they like this aggressive style, this could be a potential problem for Nongshim RedForce because they have to counter that.
I think it's fine. Like at the very least, this one, if we see the Concert U being picked up, you only have to worry about the Moonblade and Boardmaster on the hands of Just G and Dragon. Clock in that Succubus Cloak in the 4th item, and when Just G comes in, immediate CC will be laid on towards him. And when Night Plume comes in, you have the Blessing on your spell too. So you have physical immunity and you have a proper itemization to negate what Blacklist International is trying to propose against you.
Yeah, but everything needs to be perfect. They need to be together. Like if you get isolated, Blacklist, you know what I mean? They can jump on you, they get that kill very quickly, right? So Nongshim RedForce, they need to use the buddy system. They need to stick together. The death ball is going to be real from them. And they need to stay alive because of that. But again, if you're playing a death ball, you have that potential split push counter that Blacklist could do to kind of really take the game over.
I expect the bodyguards in the form of Namu and also in the form of the Haku Flowborn tank to be consistently playing around the mid and farm lane for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Make it like a triangle where you give vision, you give sufficient CC so that assassins have a hard time coming in. There's multiple levels of CC you have to play through. If the Flowborn tank uses the full combination of her flow, I think you can probably do like what, 4 to 5 knockups consecutively, and you still have the Diadea, which is the point and click stun. So for these two to handle Just G is more than enough.
Yeah, okay. I mean, going into this one, I don't think that any team has a huge edge. I think for me, it's all eyes on this Luna. How much farm is he going to be able to get? Is he able to kind of get going, get that, back line? Because it's looking a little on the juicier side. And Nongshim on the other end, how much control can they have? Can they deal with the potential jump in by Just G and Chamie 1 here?
My concern about Haku on this Flowborn tank is I hope that he doesn't repeat the same mistake that he did against the BTR match, where he overextended and overcalculated his ability to tank, which resulted into him being in a difficult position, I would say. So for this game, if he's the solid tank of the team, if he's the anchor, and if he can survive some of these strong damages coming in from Blacklist, then you might see a solid formation being formed by Nongshim RedForce. But that's Nongshim. For Blacklist, it's about how Chaz and Dragon sets up the angle for Chamie and Just G to enter the fights from both angles.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that that's kind of been an ongoing issue with Haku at times, where he thinks that he's stronger than he really is at times. He needs those items, and once he's there, he's awesome, right? He knows what he needs to do. But if he's having a bad game, he's not able to farm and to get that level of, items, but he still plays like that, you're going to have a tough time. And that's kind of where some of the weaknesses of Haku have shown up.
It's something that we've seen, right? But it's also something that you can actually fix through experience and more game time. So for me, this game, he plays a very pivotal role because you see the Nongshim RedForce draft. Rattel is a flank, Illusion, Siri, Namu, they are squishies in a sense. Namu has a pretty difficult time as a Diadea to control River Vision. So that's where Haku comes in to really control the pacing for his team. But we do see a bit of a jungle counter by Chaz, stealing away the Azure Golem from the hands of Haku.
Yeah, if he wants to take that away, I mean, that's massive, right? We're talking about how just like the blue buffs are so key, right? I mean, obviously more so for the Luna, but still for the Flowborn tank, also very important. So taking away those buffs is going to be key here.
I feel like we've seen this before, isn't it? Like, I can't seem to remember which game was it. It was a mid lane stealing away the buffs here, but Chamie caught in the back position.
Oh, it looks like that's going to be the final frenzy. He's going to turn this around. It was all bait. Haku's in a bad spot. He's going to give up first blood. Chamie 1 using that final frenzy and completely baiting him.
For those who have never played Night Plume or otherwise Ambrosia, if you don't click the ultimate, you get a free revive like a Sage Sanctuary. If you click the ultimate, you get increased stats. So Chamie didn't click the ultimate, he got to revive there.
And the timing and the reinforcements by Blacklist just showing up at the proper time, right? Understanding the absolute limits. You can't get baited out. You think, get this kill, but you gotta remember what the skills are from the Ambrosia. The final frenzy can really catch people off guard, and then Haku giving up first blood, something that he did not want to do, especially early.
It's an idea, right? It's like, okay, I want to pop the final frenzy and I want to get out, but the cavalry just arrived so damn fast coming in for some Blacklist, and Naku is like, oh, damn, I spent all my mobility, I can't really get out. So these spell sequence coming in from the Flowborn tank is very important. You gotta save like at least enough flow for your ultimate reset to reposition yourself.
Yeah, if you're able to do that. But I mean, going into this one, Rattel and Chamie 1, this has been an ongoing battle in that top lane, right? Rattel hasn't done as well, but to be like, hey, we're playing against Blacklist, you have to play one of the best clash laners in the world, go. Not going to be the easiest things, so he's been learning on the spot. But he hasn't been completely destroyed, but at the same time, we haven't seen as much of an impact as, per se, a Chamie 1.
Fully agreed, and we see a bit of a poke on towards Chaz. Chaz gets taken to a peculiar health right now. More of this jungle plays, the macro, is heavily focused on this mid wave. Now they control the mid wave, they look to rotate themselves in towards this middle river.
this is going to set things up for the Tyrant. It was all about a little bit of a skirmish. The Wings of Judgment, the Raging Sea was used as well. Chaz dashes over the wall. He's going to be fine. But Haku is continuing to just go in with this. The board has been laid out. Haku is at about half. Needs to be careful. He gets a heart link on. The Tyrant is at about half life at this point. Siri trying to take this one down. Nongshim are in position. I don't think Blacklist really contest. They will not. Nongshim taking the first Tyrant of the game.
They're just stalling time here, but look at
Flash
the
forward,
set coming
truth.
in.
They find Chammy 1, the final frenzy. They're gonna bounce him around and he will survive. He activated it this time and showing you the absolute limits of this Umbrosa.
The added movement speed to dash away towards safety here. Look at Ratel 1v1, gets executed. This is a cause and effect. Because Chammy survived that mid play, Ratel had to commit that flash to set Chammy, right? So when he walked back towards his lane, he got caught by Just G, and look at the bot side.
Oh, they're trying to dash away. Siri, though, under the tower, they don't really have enough. Now, Golden Kite going for the soaring signal. He trades his life away, but he got the kill first. So all in all, a positive for Blacklist.
But now, look at this. With that play alone, the stall on towards the Tyrant, it pulled so much time for Just G to pick up resource on towards the map, pick up the kill on towards Ratel, that top turret, teleport down for a wave, and buff. Right now, he's almost 2 levels up against his enemy jungle counterpart Haku.
Yeah, he's done a great job, right? And Just G, this is why he's scary. He's not really on the map right now because he's so busy farming, but he's just completely outclassing Haku. But, you know, the Flowboard take isn't the fastest of farmers, so this is a problem. But the Wings of Judgment, nice little truth on, and Just G's in a bad spot. He's going to go down. They get the nice little kill. Yes, they didn't hit him off the backboard, but that was enough to reposition, getting that kill onto Just G early.
We gotta put our hands off these players when they're doing well. I feel like we're caster cursing them. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, Just you're doing well, and he goes in and just gets popped.
Yeah. No, I mean, they hear it. Nongshim are like, oh, okay, we gotta target him. I mean, we're helping them out. We're helping both squads, right?
So if you want a game 5, you gotta start cheering for Nongshim. Is that what you mean?
No. You gotta just cheer for Blacklist, and that's how the caster curse works, right?
Oh.
And it messes with them, and then Nongshim win. Right? Because every time we speak
I learned
positively
something
to the
new
team, it just it doesn't go well, right?
Now the question is, does being a newer caster means that your curse is weaker, or do you have to be an older caster? So how does it work?
No. That doesn't matter. It's all the same, right? At the end of the day. So, but the Wings of Judgment, zoning it out. The board has been laid out. And Haku looking to go aggressive, finding Chammy 1, but not really enough to kind of follow up in terms of this damage. The bottom teleport by Golden Kite, he will be there with Just G.
A very straightforward build as well coming from Haku. You see a straight up Succubus Cloak to just negate damage coming in from Just G and also Dragon. So for Golden, he plays a pivotal role for Blacklist Draft to be that DPS anchor that they need in the late game.
They need that, right? I think that the damage, the anchor that you're talking about, they need that extra support. They need to kind of continue on, ensuring that they're able to close these games out. You cannot do it all by itself. Siri needs help, right? Illusion is that guy. I mean, Haku, yeah, you can be that kind of the Flowborn tank that's, you know, tanky as well as doing a little bit of damage, but it's not as much. I think Illusion, there's going to be more pressure on him to really step up.
So far, I think he's putting a lot of pressure, right? Those Wings of Judgment in towards the mid lane, putting a lot of these pressure points against Just G, Dragon, also Golden Kite. So definitely a player that we are looking out on aggressively here. Just G playing really aggressive, clearing out the wave. Haku just bumping, and you can see Wings of Judgment just walking through Chaz.
Yeah, and Chaz, he's tanky. He's so tanky. He's going to be annoying to deal with at some point, right? Because he's able to kind of take that. But he wants to be that frontliner. Chaz understanding how the Lapu Lapu is played. Like, this is a hero that's very tanky, has a lot of control, and being able to kind of just eat some of those Wings of Judgment is going to help out the team because the rest of the guys are behind you and they're not going to be taking any damage.
With how the game is progressing thus far, I do think that this game will boil into a very pivotal 10-minute shadow objective fight. For both farm lanes, they're slowly but surely hitting that core Trinity item, like you mentioned, critical mass. And for these side lanes, they're trading very aggressively. Bot side though, Just G gets tagged, Raging Sea gets on 2.
Nice. Oh, Raging Sea was on to 2, but now Illusion, he's going to get bursted. The board has been locked in as well, and Just G is doing some serious damage with this point. I mean, they don't really have much of a chance on this one. Golden Kite with a double, but the biggest piece of this one, Blacklist International, have 3 members down from Nongshim. They've done everything well in that team fight.
It seems like they want to go for the game-winning push here. Minions are approaching towards this bottom side. With 8 seconds on towards the clock, they will take this bottom tier tree and look to get more resources, pick up the bombs, pick up the remaining outer towers, and set themselves up for a crucial 10th minute team fight.
Yeah, T3 before the 10-minute mark, absolutely huge. This push from the bottom lane is going to be annoying for Nongshim to deal with. They're going to be very handicapped in terms of movement, trying to get outside of their own base to kind of defend or even take out another big neutral themselves. This is going to be a tough one. Now they're in a bad spot, and it looks like, you know, Blacklist International have cut off their arm very early in this game.
Look at that replay. That was a beautiful board by Dragon, catching 3 different members, allowing Chami and also Golden to just lay down all the damage on towards the likes of Siri. Where did Siri flash go, you may ask? He dodged it by the spell 1, and we see a bit of a re-engage. Once again, board on the tree.
Oh, Namu, he tried to be aggressive, but Dragon actually baiting him out. Chaz with the Raging Sea actually finding him. Concert Yui, Siri that is trying to outfight this one, and he's going to be picked off. The final frenzy is real by Champion 1. Being able to bait that one out. Dragon had been killed already, but they find Rattel and Blacklist International with a bottom lane wide open off the quadra kill of Golden Kite. Will take game number 4, and it was very quick by them. They do it in sub 11 minutes. That's exactly how you want to do it as Blacklist International.
The twin synergy in this game 4 is just showing why Golden and Dragon is such a pitiful factor in their composition. We saw back-to-back 3-man boards by the Yixing Ultimate here, catching on towards the most crucial member, Siri. And you see the dives coming in, getting the room for Golden, getting the room for the sidelings to enter these fights. 2 fights like that, immediately GG, well done. Blacklist International takes the 3-1 win.
Yeah, taking that one very easily on that one. I thought that they would be able to bounce back, but it looks like TG after that last game was just like, okay, we got to get serious. We got to just do our thing and close that out. And Blacklist International, this is the Blacklist we know, right? They're very strong when they're very focused and understanding the mission at hand. They were very objective focused, and they took them down in style in game number 4.
The first obstacle has been decoded by the Blacklist International squad, where they paid revenge against their nightmares, right? That's why the title was Nightmare, the Red Nightmare. It was their gatekeepers back in the Philippines KIS3. Now they have denied the reverse sweep, they have advanced themselves and got their first victory in the 2026 HOK Esports here. So I'm excited to see how they play themselves more going in towards the playoffs later on. For Nongshim, RedForce is not over because they still have one more series to play against Nova tomorrow.
Yeah, one more series, and that one's also going to be a tough matchup, right? Nova Esports are going to be ready. They're going to want to close this one out. But of course, they have Bigetron, right? By Vitality. That one's still coming up, and the final one coming up. That one's going to be an interesting series in and of itself. But, you know, I think going back to this one, Nongshim, RedForce, this is not where they want it to be. Yes, they got that win, but that one kind of hurts in the end.
It does, it does. Small things like this that you see signs of hope coming in from Game 3 where you did extremely well. I think that is the true addition of Nongshim RedForce that we should be expecting, because that was a clean game, good positioning and proper execution coming in from the KML Giants here. So I'm waiting to see them bring out these drafts, these gameplays more going into the knockout stage or potentially the games tomorrow.
Yeah, I think going into this one, like the drafts were not the worst. I think it's just a little bit more of execution. Yes, there's some fine tuning that could happen, but even going into this one, you're kind of looking at those KDAs and you're like, ooh, no one really had a good game from Nongshim. It just seemed like Blacklist International, I mean, Golden Kite, an absolute beast, 7-1-1, even getting that quadra kill. Like they were completely just outclassing them, and just the target prioritization was really on point by Blacklist.
He's on a roll today, Golden Kite. Multiple triple kills, multiple quadra kills, and 7-1-1 in such a tight game. The only time he faltered in this game number 4 was when he traded himself against Siri in the tower dive.
Yeah. I mean, he was just able to just constantly, I mean, he traded his life away. That's not the worst thing. Like, he was getting, like, he's trading his life for a kill, right? And he got it before him. So all in all, not the worst trade in the world. And I think they'll be happy with that if that's your only kill. But the rest of the Blacklist squad, they were all able to support, do what they needed to have done to ensure that Nongshim really didn't have any sort of answers to them. And Chami1, man, how many times did he bait out the rest of Nongshim?
Yes, that's your answer.
Very true, very true. I mean, he was constantly just using that. Like, it seemed like Nongshim were kind of caught out, right? It didn't seem like they were like, oh yeah, he does have that. Maybe we shouldn't really bait us out like that.
But if you were to see from the overall game stats, Illusion really did a lot of work for the team. Multiple occasions when we are looking into some of these rotations for the side lane, he stopped in single-handedly with the superior range coming in from the Garuda. But, you know, these short games, they are always key moments that really make or break the team. Where 7 minutes we saw how the board was laid down, catching out 3 members coming in for some Nongshim, getting multiple kills in towards the pockets of these key carries, and taking down that pivotal tier 3 in the bot lane, which opened up the game for Blacklist, as the subsequent fight happened immediately prior to that 10th minute mark, which allowed Blacklist to just get the game going and set the tone for this game for easy pickup for them after that win.
Yeah, it was a really smart play. I like the way that you highlighted that bottom T3, because you're thinking, they're going for a GG push. Just like, no, we're actually looking to set this up for the end. We win one more team fight, we just win the game, right? And that's exactly what happened. Like right after that, they just were able to win a team fight to close out the game. So it took 10 minutes to do so, but it's those moments, right? When you're kind of like, why is a team doing something? This is why they're looking to move into some sort of checkmate situation.
And this has been checkmate, where out of all 4 games, I do believe that the only perfect game that Nongshim has played was the DRNJ and also the Agudo game that they have so much more synergy with. I think it's their mastery of the composition and the communications going on. Potentially, maybe that if we think through the Nongshim RedForce coaching staff side, the change of the roster maybe affected the original shot caller coming in for their roster. That's why you see sometimes there's desync in terms of team fights.
Yeah. No, agreed, right? And I think that also, like, Rattel and, of course, Namu3, like, these are guys that are the position of the, you know, the role that they're playing, they need to be that forward frontliner, right? They always have to have that vision, constantly feeding information, and that's why, you know, the roamer would generally be the shot caller. But the MVP on this one, I'm going to say it's Golden Kite, not Dragon, even though they're identical twins, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Yes, it is Golden Kite, again, with that that pose, right? That 7-1-1 pose.
I think it was Chami, Golden Kite twice. So we see the same pose coming in from the Blacklist boys. So 7-1-1 in terms of KDA, 64,000 damage done with a 9,000 gold. 10 minutes game, so he had about like a 900 GPM running through this pack leader channel. Very consistent stuff that we keep mentioning is that when we observe the game from afar, we're looking at 2 marksmen that's being funnel resource and environment to carry the game. And this game, he definitely outperformed his counterpart, which is Siri.
Yeah. Actually, it seemed like he had Siri's number throughout this entire series, right? He just made sure that Siri never really got going. He is definitely one of the all-stars on Nongshim, but we didn't really see the rise of him, right? We didn't call his name too many times, and it seemed like he was kind of focused to play a little bit differently. And even going in this one, Golden Kite getting that snipe out, trading his life away for the only death of his game. Just really well played by Golden Kite throughout.
And I love the setup coming in for the side of Blacklist International, Chaz and also Dragon, finding the multi-man Raging Sea into the 3-man box, and Golden just has such a beautiful environment, comfortable one, to play the game. Look at this, once again, 3-man board into boxing the backline carries, and Chami1 and also Chaz just going through the backline, finding Siri.
Yeah, finding that. That's the perfect play, right? It just, the way that they were able to dissect the enemy team in the team fights, it just like, it's very clean, right? They were choosing the right targets and not just like being focused with the guy in front, but they were looking for like the guy behind and of who's the damage dealer, right? Like they knew that, hey, Siri was the guy that we need to ensure that we kill. They were constantly focusing on. Chami1, understanding the assignments, never lost that. You know, he was constantly focused on him, and Siri had a rough time because of it.
It's coming down to their understanding of the game, and this is the updated standings for both Group A and also Group B. With Blacklist International taking the first win, they right now put themselves on the spot in Group A. They will be cementing in potentially third place after this series because Nongshim still has one more to play later on tomorrow. And for Group B, we will be seeing Dominator putting on first place, Boom, after winning against Team Hawk, tying against Kagendra for second and third. They also have a series for tomorrow. But before we close the day, it will be the decider from Group A's first place. BTR goes up against Nova Esports.
Yeah, in a way, I mean, yes, this is going to be an exciting match to kind of end the day with, but Nova, if they were to lose to Bigetron and Nongshim in some fashion, Blacklist have a chance, right? I mean, obviously, this is like, you know, like a 1 of 1%, I would think, but you still have that chance, right?
I mean, based on numbers that are shown to us on the screen, yes, it's definitely possible for that to actually happen, but for it to actually happen, the percentage is like you mentioned. It's like a 1 out of 100% chance for it to actually occur. But that's the end of the series. We want to hear more from Mara and the Blacklist boys. So Mara, please take it away.
Blacklist International breaking the code of Nongshim RedForce. Congratulations, Jashti. Congratulations, Chami1. You overcame the nightmare of Nongshim RedForce, and they tried to attempt a reverse sweep just like what they tried to do, what they successfully did in KIS 3. They tried to do it again this time around, but this time you were different. You stopped it and ended the series with a 3-1. So how did you guys get ready against Nongshim RedForce for this KIS 4, and how did you feel about that win?
Para sa amin, normal lang din talaga yung ginagawa namin sa sa mga preparation. Tapos, yung mga previous matches po kasi namin, madami kami natutunan. So, inano namin siya, parang ginamit namin siya as an advantage going to match namin sa Nongshim.
So their preparation is just normal, but what they did was that they took a look at their previous games, they learned from that, and they used that to their advantage against Nongshim RedForce. Now, Chami, yesterday, my gosh, that was one of the greatest games so far in KIS4 against BTR. It went all the way to Game 5, and you could see all the teams are getting better, including you guys. And you could see that no one is to be underestimated. So how are you guys gonna prepare for the knockout stage?
Siguro sa playoffs, kailangan din namin baguhin yung mindset namin na yung mga kalaban namin dito is malakas talaga. And parang i-respect talaga namin sila, di namin sila underestimate, and gagawin lang namin yung best namin heading sa playoffs kasi marami kami natutunan dito sa group stage.
So in terms of mindset, they're gonna go in to the game without underestimating their opponent, knowing that each opponent is capable, and everyone here in KIS4 has improved and they're really good, and that's how they're gonna come in to the KIS4 knockout stage. They've learned so much, and they'll be sure to apply that. Now, Jashti, so you guys have stuck together. You had a great run last year, and your team synergy seems to be going really well. Tell us about the relationship between the players, because you guys have been together ever since. How is the chemistry? How's the bond?
Ayun, madam, parang sa amin kasi grabe talaga yung banding eh. Pag may trip yung isa, ayun na yung gusto ng lahat. Parang gano'n. Tapos, ayun, marunong talaga makisama yung mga ka-teammate ko din. Ayun, pati sila, coach. Kaya, feeling ko yun yung dahilan kung ba't din nag-i-improve din kami. And, ayun, pag sa team kasi, feel ko yun yung pinaka-successful na, I mean, yun yung kailangan para maging successful. Tapos, ayun.
Their team synergy is so strong. They're glued together. Whatever one likes, the rest of them will like. And it's really easy to get along with each other, with all the players, even the coaches. And he feels that this is a key for the team to be really successful, is to be so close together. But you know what? I bet everybody in Naos Esports Arena in the Philippines for the watch party, and the Filipinos watching at home, and all your fans around the world, they're getting closer together, cheering because of this win. What would you like to say to all of them?
Ayun, thank you guys sa pag-support sa amin. And ayun, sorry kasi natalo kami. Pero babawi kami sa knockouts.
He thanks everybody for supporting them. He's saying sorry because they lost, but they will make it up for the knockout stage. You know what? That's all we want to see, for you guys to succeed, for you guys, no matter what happens, to keep your chin up. We're so proud of you, and we hope to see more of a series like this from Blacklist International. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Let us know. Give us a like. Give us the heart if you like what Blacklist International has shown us today, and leave us a comment in the comment section below. But you know what? The day doesn't end there. We have one more series coming up, so keep it here in KIS4. We'll be right back.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it. burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Mo-chan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jerl. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jerl?
Nama tim kita Tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready?
Let's go!
Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka.
Konten apa?
Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak?
Let's go!
Jadi gimana? Udah boleh masuk belum? Oke guys, let's go! Ini sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya?
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalau kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Yang toket itu. Bikin.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Let's go! Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK Exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktu waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk Ace Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit, ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau Chan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank. Mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi.
Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power, hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam, lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, kau di singgah sana. Aku cinta, I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali, terjalai na. If you want me, profit me, ma. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my milady, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri, dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jari. Di tangan kiri murka kanan kau.
We're back once again to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 happening in Jakarta, Indonesia's very own GTK Basketball Hall. I'm your caster for today, Sagi HOK. Alongside of me is none other than Holler. Holler, right now, Blacklist International have successfully conquered their nightmares. The next one that needs to conquer a tall mountain will be BTR against Nova.
Yeah, I think everyone going up against Nova is going to be kind of conquering their fears, overcoming whatever you will, because this is definitely one of the titans that they need to kind of worry about. I mean, the Red Robots mission, stop Nova's domination. I would love to see it, right? Bigetron right now are finding their groove. Who would have thought, right? 4 new players on this team, but they finally found ways to win, and they're impressing throughout this KIS.
And to talk really more about the Red Robot, which is Bigetron by Vitality's roster shift up, they came off an IKL Fall Championship run into a top 8 run into the KIC 2025. So it's pretty amazing, but they still decided like, hey, this is not where we want to stop. We want to reshuffle the roster around Zankyu and get the IKL Avengers. We have Lan Feng coming in, used to be from Kagendra. We have Genmith and Bao, used to be from the side of Osaka, the rookie team that went from grassroots to top 8 of the world. And finally, we have F1, used to be called Fala if I'm not mistaken. Now, it reintroduced back to the roster after like a solid year. So this is a re-roster that's banking on Zankyu's potential, not only as a influencer, a personality of the team, but also a key player for the side of BTR.
Yeah,
that's young.
I think that, yeah, this young is definitely there. I mean, this is, it's a bold move, right? And to see it, you know, pay off right now as early as it has been kind of crazy if you think about it, right? I mean, they have 2 series up. They're up to, you know, guaranteed top 2, depending on how this Nova series plays out. And of course, Nova's game against Nongshim tomorrow. But this is still an interesting play. Like, there were a lot of questions. It's like, hey, how can you take Avengers? Are you able to win out, especially early in 2026? This is going to be an interesting one to see if they're even the level of Nova.
To talk about storyline especially, right? The last time these 2 teams faced off was KIC 2025, upper bracket quarterfinals, where they suffered a heavy defeat. I think it was 4-0, quick games on the hands of Nova Esports, but this time, it's a bit of a roster reshuffle, right? Because in history of HOK Esports of Nova lineup, Zankyu used to play jungle in the first edition of the Nova lineup. Now, with a new jungler to substitute for Nova Esports, Kong Lane being put up instead of CY, it's a different variety of the jungle fighting a different version of the Nova jungle. So it's a statement match in another terms for the additions of Nova junglers.
Yeah, actually, that's going to be an interesting one as well, right? In terms of just like, how is Konglin been able to just like overcome some of the jungle issues that CY was not able to kind of fill in? I mean, CY is a phenomenal jungler, right? I don't want to take away credit because they did well with him, but now what level are they at with Konglin, right? Are they able to kind of even go to the next level? I mean, a lot of people are watching this, and going into the KIS, it was going to be who's going to play. Like, there's a lot of reshuffles, but going into this one, of course, the undefeated Supernovas. Like, look, Nova right now has just gotten Bigetron's number throughout 03 in the S3, the KIC 04. I mean, they just had a rough time, but now at this KIS 4, this is a statement matchup in 2026.
And with a roster reshuffle coming in from BTR, they want to forbid this to continue, right? Because there's no reason for you to shatter a roster if you don't seek for further growth in the international stage. Who cares if you really win the local, but if you cannot convert local experience, local domination into world-class performance, that's where you know the team has reached its limits.
Yeah. And I mean, going into this one though, like where you've been scrimming, obviously since the KIC, that hasn't gone away, but this is a pressure cooker matchup, right? And going in and playing a Titan that is Nova Esports, are they able to kind of compete on this one? We've seen the rise of Ball. He's got some highlight reels. Please do check out the HOK Global Esports page for those, because he's really stepped up, but he's going up against another giant that is Schwan. This guy is a maestro in the Clash lane in and of itself.
One of the best performers coming in from the 2025 season, and a rookie coming in with a fresh new team. So it's like a bit of a head-to-head matchup that we like to feature in terms of old era versus new era. The veterans teaching or being punished by the rookies.
Yeah, and actually that's going to be the most exciting thing. I mean, Fasaka already, I mean, losing 2 members, and then now they're here. You're seeing just how this Avenger squad with ZonQ at the forefront, I mean, how are they going to do, right? This is the ultimate matchup, right? To kind of get that experience, and then to kind of continue on. If they're able to overcome Nova, I think that would answer a lot of questions. There were a lot of people asking, hey, where does IKL stand amongst all of the other giants that are MKL and the PKL? IKL haven't had the best performances internationally, but this is a chance to really change things up.
And if you win this series as BTR, you don't just go and say that, hey, we won this series, so what's next? You could potentially eye for the grand finals champions in KIS4, because that is the obstacle that you will be facing in the very end of this tournament, potentially, right? Because we see the format. This is a single elimination knockout stage, with them already solidifying their first or second seed spot. Whichever comes next, this is the result. As long as they win, they could potentially say that, okay, we won Nova and we will be on opposite ends. It means that we might see them in the finals for the next time.
And actually, that was one of the big reasons. Going back to the draft in terms of how the picks in terms of how this was going to shake down in terms of the groups, you saw that Bigetron was very happy to be in the groups when they got picked by Blacklist International. ZonQ just like stood up jubilantly and was kind of like, oh, I love it because I'm in the same squad with Nova, understanding that it's just groups, right? Even if they're not top 2, they're not going to get eliminated. They will not see them in the first round. And going into this one, obviously Nova Esports, everyone has a lot of respect for this team. They are definitely the favorites here at the KIS.
I think that was the original storyline coming in for the side of Blacklist International. To claim top 2 of the group, to dodge Nova, the expected or the potential champions coming in towards this KIS4. But here on your screen, the new addition towards the Nova roster, Kong Ling, the upcoming jungler for Nova 2026 year.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype around this guy, right? I mean, we've seen him before. I mean, we've seen him even, on day one. Like, the guy has just mechanically sound. But now, how is he able to kind of gel with Nova Esports, who have been titans? Let's be very honest. I mean, yes, HPSC has kind of gotten their number throughout, but, Nova Esports are still the top dogs, especially in this one. There is no HPSC. This is a squad that are the clear favorites going into this one. But how does Kong Lin fit into the puzzle that is Nova Esports?
The first real obstacle that they need to face right now will be Bigetron by Vitality here. We saw how Nova Esports defeat Blacklist in a 3-0 finish. So for the BTR new lineup featuring Lanfeng, Val, Genmith, F1, that's being centered around ZonQ, the prime golden boy of BTR, this is a statement match. This is a measurement for them. Can they go far? It depends how well they do against Nova.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Bigetron right now by Vitality is to not be intimidated as they go up against Nova Esports. All familiar faces, Muchi, Wendy, Xuan, Wei Pit, and of course the latest addition, Kong Lin here to really kind of set the stage in terms of what they want to do. But Blacklist was taken down by Bigetron 3-2. But Nova Esports just completely outclassed them 3-0. It seems like Nova Esports are on a burner. You know what I mean? If we're looking at just the match data, this is looking to be an uncontested one by Nova Esports, right?
It's about numbers game, right? If we use Blacklist as a metric, then yes, Nova Esports is considered the favorites based on numbers. But numbers can change. This is the third day of the tournament. Maybe both teams have evolved. Maybe there's a different level of competition that we're not seeing. But I noticed something that can be a discussion point. For Nova Esports, they changed their jungler only. And for BTR, they changed everyone but their jungler.
Yeah. So it is funny how that one played out, right? Like completely brand new. And this is also another moment, right? A lot of the guys that you're talking about in terms of the Avengers, like Ball, Genmith, Lanfeng, F1, all of these guys have that international experience. They've been able to play into, IKL. They have a lot of, stage presence. But now, playing together, you've stepped up. You've got Zankyu, who's one of the most experienced of them all. And now are you able to kind of figure out the groove? They've done it thus far with 2 matches already, but going up against Nova Esports, is this the right time to really take it to Nova Esports?
It's now or never, I would say. If you conquer your fears, you conquer the lose streak against Nova, and you get out of groups as the first seed, that's definitely going to be a feels-good moment.
Yeah. I mean, if you're able to do so, I mean, but here's the thing, is that even if you were to take down Nova, right? This is just the groups. Yes, you might be the number 1, and this is going to build a lot of confidence going in, but you might not face them. Would you rather just kind of save a little strats, let's wait for the knockout stage before we go all in kind of thing?
Nah, we want to group the number 1 in our group. It's better to select than to be selected.
True. I do agree with that. And I think that also, to kind of just add to that, I think that, this is a huge statement game to see exactly. Like, it's a litmus test, right? Where are we? Like, how does Bigetron by Vitality, are we strong enough to really take down the squads from MKL, one of the giants that is Nova Esports? And I think that you go all in, right? You take this one to the maximum. Get that number 1 position so that you control somewhat of your destiny moving forward.
Which is really the proper reasoning why we see brand new additions of rosters that you can say perform pretty well back in 2025. But if you want more results, change is always required here. Hence, we see BTR reshuffling the roster and also the entire coaching staff for Nova. The coaching staff is gone with a new addition, which is Watermelon, if I'm not mistaken, and also the new jungler. These are limit breakers that either could hit or miss, but if you can hit it, it's definitely good.
Yeah, if that's what they're assuming, right? They're looking to kind of go for the moon. Like, they want to be the number 1 squad. They want to level up as much as possible. The opportunity is definitely there. Like, this year could be theirs, and they can take over everything. But it starts here. It starts with this matchup in terms of just setting the tone and setting it to Bigetron, right? So both of these squads understanding what is at stake, getting that number 1 position will be definitely prime. It could make a huge difference in terms of the placement in the knockouts.
And if we pull ourselves into the coaches' minds right now between the 2 teams, drafting-wise is actually really similar. I would say that the junglers share a very similar pool in terms of hero and also the clash laners.
All right. I do think that the jungle laners is something that we need to prioritize and just kind of focus on here. But if you were to create a team from scratch, would you rather have Zankyu or Kongling? Or even CY, because you have that option. Yes, I am.
Man, you're putting me on the spot right now. Okay, fine. Okay. God damn it. If I swear Colin clips this and he sends it to my messenger box, I'm gonna be pretty broke, but let's go with it. I'll take Zankyu. Why?
Okay.
Because of the comedic effect.
Yeah.
It's not about a game, it's about a comedic effect.
Okay. You kind of definitely maneuver around by answering that question. That's a good answer, though, because, it's more than just being an amazing player, but it's also the social media elements and what he brings to your brand. So I do understand that. It kind of makes a little bit of sense. But in terms of like player and, just straight up jungler, right? In terms of that highlight reel, who's going to be making more of those plays, though? Zankyu or Kongling?
Ooh, both of their playstyle are super similar, and also their hero pool here. You can see BTR's draft, they're banning Luna. Does Zankyu not know how to play Luna? He knows how to play Luna, but it's just really down to the full team performance. It's not a peak tournament, it's not a ranked game. It's a 5v5 competitive esports in a global tournament here. So it's down to gameplay, it's down to teams.
Yeah. No, agreed. And I think that that's the biggest thing. I was trying to see exactly where you would step on that one. But it was a bit of a landmine. You definitely maneuvered around it. Well played, Sagi H. Okay. But going into this one, I think that it's going to be key, right? Because, how that jungle matchup is really going to set the tone. I mean, you have a lot of great supporting cast from the rest of them, but it's all about this draft. It's ensuring that you do get Zankyu or Kongling the best possible matchup possible.
And I've been talking to some of these players on a day-to-day basis. It seems that on the blue side, Zhangfei's priority has skyrocketed compared to the usual Pei, usual Mai Shunui early. It's because really, there are counters for picks like those. But it's Nova Esports. You know for a fact that they love the early Diadia into the Augmentor pick.
Yeah. Just this is like a bread and butter combination that they've got. They love that in the bottom lane. It's very flexible. It's very strong. Both meta picks in terms of their laning, picks that they have. But you're talking about the Zhangfei, the Beast, always going to make an impact, right? Working around that Umbrella Outburst, going to be huge for them. And it kind of doesn't give away your draft. He kind of fits into almost anything.
It doesn't really, yeah. And with BTR, blocking in the Breeze Heart is always welcome to counteract against the Arlie. It's one of the staple counters, right? When you pop the ultimate, Arlie comes in, you cannot dodge it, you just get automatically locked by the Xiao Xiao's ultimate. And with one of the most aggressive junglers being the Tigers being locked in by Zhangqiu, you know for a fact that the counter will be the Ukyu Tachibana from the hands of Nova Esports, or potentially the Ogren. It depends on what they actually need.
And we knew that this matchup was going to be about picks and the counter picks, and you're seeing it instantly, right? Just everything that they're doing. All of the heroes, why you pick the Arlie, you pick the Xiao or the Breeze Heart. I mean, these are heroes that are looking to kind of counter this. And this is why the draft is so key. Having these sorts of chess matches, even before the game even starts, setting yourself up for success is going to be key. And of course, it starts with this draft.
And coming into the second phase, we'll see more of these early counters being removed by the side of Nova Esports. Channel will be removed. Expect something like an Aaron or like a DRJ to be within the next upcoming bans. And an interesting one coming in from BTR, they banned the ultimate weapon by Chi. We've seen it once on the hands of Saleh, and it had pretty good effect.
Pretty good effect for sure. And I think that, Bigetron, I mean, this is something that they've kind of seen throughout, something that they could potentially even flex into later, but it looks like they have another idea in mind because, again, they're just kind of banning that out. It seems like the War Saint, the Xuan special, the Guan Yu is going to be a bit of a problem for Bigetron, though.
This opens up some counters for the side of Ball in the Clash lane here. Something like the Mayin, something like the Charlotte. These are potential 1v1 specialists that handles the War Saint really well in lane. And let alone, you're adding a Long into your draft that has built-in self-peel. The right to win, when the War Saint comes in, pop the spell tree, immediately pushes them away.
Yeah, a lot of options, which is great, and that's the biggest thing. It's about winning that lane up matchup. But Xuan is kind of like, he's no slouch, right, on the Guan Yu. Yes, he might lose the lane, but he will always be there come team fights. That's the biggest one. They're going to pick up the Celestial or the Nua to kind of round out this draft. Really, we've talked about it, already today, but it does the long range in terms of just sniping out the Loong infinite fastness. Plus, it gives you those creation blocks, which could be a bit of an issue, especially if Zhangqiu wants to pounce in forward.
And after looking this entirety of both drafts, I want to give props to BTR. I think they draft magnificently, winning out the side lanes and also having a decent counter in against the Arlie. My question is, how can they maximize their value in lane and make sure that Nova Esports doesn't utilize Xuan as the tank that they need to push on for more of these team fights? Because if you look from a tank standpoint, Nova doesn't have someone that's standing in front for Muchi to aggressively go in for those damages.
Yeah. So again, very glass cannon style. They have to play everything is, on a knife's edge, right? In terms of that positioning, ensuring that they stay alive. But, we see Guan Yu, he sometimes struggles when they get focused, right? And he's not able to kind of get that value, that ambush, the Razor Cavalry from the back. Most teams are generally pretty good with this, but Xuan, we've seen this time and time again. You can never count him out. He is an absolute maestro on this hero. He always finds the perfect initiation.
Excited to see what both of these Clash lanes will put in this game itself, as both of the coaches shake their hands. This is their game to see who cements the first game of this BO5.
Yeah, they're looking, of course, this is Group A. They're looking for number 1. Bigetron already with 2-0, and they want to go for the sweep on this one in terms of all the teams in Group A. This would be a huge statement match if they were able to take this one out. But starting off strong, if we're looking at these drafts, Agi, who are you giving the edge to?
Honestly speaking, I think BTR drafted perfectly in this game 1, not utilizing too much heroes, building around specific team compositions. I do believe that Lanfeng will go for Crossguard Embrace semi-tank long build because they have so much damage in store in this composition. If this game doesn't end well in like what 14 to 16 minutes, you best believe BTR is going to outskill Nova.
Enemy minions will arrive in
I think that will be very interesting. And they do have a lot of options in terms of just kind of giving themselves a bit of an edge. The pay is always there. Zaku, you could never count him out. Plus, he's pretty much just a damage dealer in and of itself. He's just like another farm laner at the end of the day because he's going to be able to kind of carry when required. So Lanfeng and Zaku, a lot of eyes on them. Everybody else is there to kind of just help support and control and create the stuns and that space for Nova to make it tough for them.
And a very smart game plan coming in from Nova Esports, avoiding the laning phase against Lanfeng, utilizing the fast wave clear on Muchi, lane swapping his Wendy because the Celestial level 1 doesn't really have that much of a wave clear compared to an Arlie. Hence, you move the Arlie to guarantee that mid lane push for Kong Ling, securing the ease of jungling.
Yeah, look at how Muchi's kind of, just babysitting Kong Lin, helping out, expediting that farm as much as possible. So Nova Esports right now ensuring that Kong Lin gets a good game, creates that space, and as well as getting all that farm.
Yep, very smooth and sailing stuff here coming in from Nova Esports, playing to their composition's reach, I would say. And Ball being chunked out in the clash lane by both Whippet and also Sean. Not going to be an easy laning phase coming in from the BTR rookies here. Calling already finishing up all his camps here, coming in not level 4 yet, but will be level 4 after this phase break.
Yeah, and it looks like Nova Esports doing a great job. The rotations are on point in terms of the timing, so that they're getting all the sprites, pushing people away. They have the numbers advantage, and they've rotated. They didn't lose anything in the mid lane. Bucci is already there. He'll happily eat this one up and wait for it for Kong Lin. Perfectly played. These are the minor things where you just get maximum value.
It's like really systematic, right? Everything is planned, everything is calculated from their movement. But a very good answer of the side of BTR to force Shen to back away from a potential Razor cavalry. So at the very least in this early game, it's pretty equal coming in from both sides, looking for those handshake exchanges.
Yeah, and just trying to get those small little edges, right? Even in the small exchange that you're talking about, just trying to just kind of go in. Look at how Konglin, like always there with that farm. Yes, he's a little bit behind Zaku, but Zaku's just like an amazing farmer. And it looks like Zaku taking a lot of damage here. Needs to be a bit careful. The Azure Golem is the big piece. And now with that Umbrella Outburst, he just hit level 4. So Waypit is now, he's only level 3. Zaku is running the wrong way, but he's just gonna look to use his mobility. But the creation is gonna be there, and he gives up first blood. Wendy will take that. They do get Schwan in return, though.
But this is the disadvantage of fighting in towards the enemy jungle. The Guardian Spray gives you a 15% damage reduction, which that Unbridled Outburst coming in from F1 was actually already really beautiful and really spot on. But due to the fact that there's a debuff, it makes you so weak fighting an enemy jungle.
Yeah, it's very risky, and I mean, this is something that you have to play around. Konglin looking for that steal, did not actually get it, excuse me. Zaku takes it himself. That was very close though.
Oh, he still gets that Spike Tail Beast as well. Everything is going in favor for the side of Zaku in the jungle exchange here. But 1-1 in terms of scoreline, goal lead is almost dead even between these two squads.
Very close. The annihilation from Wendy just with that wave clear. And this is going to set things up. 30 more seconds for the 4-minute mark before we're at that Tyrant. So Bigetron right now doing a great job. Zaku is on pace with Kong Lin though, but Nova have kind of funneled everything. They've used a lot of their resources of just players ensuring that Kong Lin is able to keep pace.
It's what you need to do. These two temple junglers need whatever they need to actually get it. But Xuan, caught in a bad place here, has to escape towards the enemy jungle. Has to pop the ultimate here. Can he run? I'm pretty sure he can run.
Yeah, he's fine. If anything, he's going the roundabout. He's providing a lot of vision to see exactly what those minion camps have been taken. Teleport in the bottom lane. This is going to be the big fight with the Tyrant. But Xuan is already in position with that heroic charge. And it looks like Zaku leaps on forward, tries to go in. F1 looking for that perfect angle. More than anything else, he's zoning them away.
A clean pickup coming in for the side of BTR by Vitality here, knowing for the fact that in the early game, they are way stronger and they have the Unbridled Outburst coming in from the side of F1, forcing the positioning coming in from Nova to just give up the Tyrant.
Yeah, and this is why it's hard for Nova Esports, right? Yeah, they go for the potential steal, but F1 is waiting. He has that all queued up, ready to go, and there's a reason why this is, of course, their first pick. They understand the power of this Zhang Fei, the Beast.
And an interesting itemization as well coming in from Bao. That's a Frostguard Embrace Magin that's being locked in as the first item. So you are foregoing the potential of the burst for more sustained damage to make sure that you can actually get the full burst in.
Yeah. Actually, sustained damage I think is going to be key for here. But Nova Esports using that top lane, pushing ZonQ away, and that creation block, just kind of zoning. And now ZonQ was thinking about going aggressive. They're looking to turn. Nova's on a full-out retreat.
It's good. They managed to defend the tower. It's a positive trade that's in favor for the side of BTR. But check out the fight that's happening right now.
They find it. Nice little two-man stun, but it zones it away. And it looks like ZonQ actually gets the steal. Really well played by Bigetron. The F1 really set it up.
So clean. It's just to deny the entry. And look at Ball here. Might be caught out.
Oh, the flash away. He's so fast. Wow. He cartwheels the safety. This Mayin is a problem. The mobility is real, and Nova not really with a whole lot of catch. And again, the spider senses from Ball just being able to get out. Perfect timing.
They're expending so much resources, spell CDs from the side of Nova Esports. And back to the topic of F1, he played that so well. He used the Unbridled Outburst, pushes out all the potential smite potential from the side of Kong Lane. When you are knocked up or pushed away, you can't smite. That's how ZonQ got a guaranteed one on top of Kong Lane.
Yeah, it's the small things, right? Being all of these guys just understanding their assignments, when to do things. The timing is on, perfect point. Nova Esports are looking to kind of, they were looking to just kind of defend, but they were pushed away. Just really well played by Bigetron. They are matching the level of play of Nova Esports right now.
The way they play the half map is so beautiful. You can see both teams just trading and respecting for the fact that, okay, the enemy is controlling the mid and top side. I'm controlling the mid and bot side, so we forego it and we trade turrets here. This is very clean stuff from both teams to always make sure that there is turrets trading on towards the cross map. And if Nova goes for this, we might see ZonQ and also Lanfeng go for the top side.
Yeah, very smart, right? Nobody was there to kind of, the top T1, Nova was willing to give up because Kong Lin was already in the bottom, just put pressure on. So this is the way you want to go. You don't have to fight all the time. And it's all about understanding where space is given to you. And Nova Esports are a great team in terms of being able to take up space when they required.
Both teams playing really masterful HOK in terms of the macro. Both the teams, I would say, the way they control the map is very similar. They don't take fights that are not guaranteed, but they take resources based on the half map that they're playing. That's why mid top side was controlled by BTR, mid bot side was controlled by Nova. Hence the tier 2s going down on each end.
Yeah, and the outside lanes, they're going to trade blow for blow in that sense in terms of those T2s. But the mid lane is going to be the key, right? Once one of these squads win out in a team fight, they're going to be looking to just push that down. But right now, they have both of those strategic T1s mid still standing, and it will extend the game.
Ball here, cartwheels towards safety here, runs away from Xuan. Beautiful stuff here coming in from the BTR Clash lane. Currently at 8 minutes of the game, 1,000 gold each on Bright Outburst.
Oh, nice Kong Lin. The stuns are real stampede. They have a lot. Kong Lin is actually looking to fight this one, but now he's turning this around, understanding that he's in a precarious situation. They find Xuan. They get the pick off. Lanfeng went in, and he gets on his dragon, and he gets back to safety. Bigetron hitting on all cylinders. They've got 2 members down, and now they want to look to go for this mid T1. But they find ZonQ instead. They actually get the bitter farewell. They do get the revenge. Muchi with that damage has enough. They get that pick. The flash away. It looks like Nova Esports are going to be happy with just ZonQ.
Call me a glazer, but both teams are playing to a superb level, trading blows left and right. First one, we see how the side of BTR kited Kong Lin, and Kong Lin managed to kite towards safety thanks to the Pure Sky and the heal coming in from Wave Pit and also the Swift Strike's ultimate. Next play, Xuan gets taken out, and ZonQ and team wants to go for that mid-tier 1. Hence, that's why you see the pressure coming in. But Muchi clicks on towards his spells, gets that assassination onto ZonQ, meaning it's a 1-for-1 trade with no structural damage in that mid lane.
Yeah, this is one thing that we've seen from ZonQ, though, is that sometimes he gets a little out of position. It's just relying a little bit too much on his mobility. And Nova Esports have some answers. I mean, Muchi is kind of mobile in and of itself. Wave Pit is kind of annoying with those bitter farewells and that control, which kind of locks you down. So ZonQ needs to play a little bit safer, ensuring that he stays alive more than anything else. You can't give up any kills.
That was a big annihilation as well on towards the face of Genmyth. But timer is still available. 15 seconds until the shadow objective spawn for both teams. We see Nova Esports taking the aggressive end on towards the top side, potentially looking for the trade on the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to fortify the area first. Bigetron right now understanding that, hey, F1, he just needs to stand out in front. Somebody wants to go, he's going to push them all back. But now they're going to look to go for the Tyrant. It's already at half-life. F1 getting a little bit low himself, needs to be careful. Kong Ling eating some damage in terms of that, but they get the Tyrant. ZonQ is going to pick that one up. And now the heroic charge by Xuan. The Stampede is going to be on point. They find Kong Ling as well as the Tyrant in a great turn of events for Bigetron.
The advantage of the draft coming in by BTR, much more solid, much more crowd control, has a proper front line. You saw how difficult it was for Kong Ling to actually approach to that Shadow Tyrant pit. It was just easy stuff for ZonQ to hit that smite, and then it allowed for the side of BTR to take that fight with the added advantage of the Shadow Tyrant. With the goal lead of 2,000 and the Shadow objective, this looks pretty promising for BTR.
Yeah, it looks definitely promising. I mean, they're playing the draft exactly how you want. You have Ball, you have Gen Myth there to kind of control people if somebody jump in. You had F1, you know, as that forward scout if anyone were to jump in. And Kong Lin, again, to your point, he was not able to get in closer because they had these big bouncers up front. The security was not letting him even enter, allowing him to enter the building.
Now we have to put our focus on towards another end, right? How does scaling work for both of these teams? If we were to really observe, I think it really slightly favors BTR. The only good part of Nova's late game is Wendy on this Nuwa. If he can just max out these items, 16 minutes into his game, Wendy will be the primary carry of Nova.
Yeah, well, definitely, right? And also you have Kong Lin and Muchi, and that's 3 damage dealers, which I think is going to be enough to deal with Bigetron. I mean, going into the late game, I kind of look at things of the rest of it. I mean, Gen Myth and Ball obviously can do damage, but they're going to be able to get bursted. They need to be careful in terms of their positioning. So they, you know, those late game team fights could potentially get bursted. And now Kong Lin on the run. He's going to get gone on. He gets focused down, and Gen Myth with that damage, they have enough. Now Xuan on the run. The rest of Nova just trying to stay alive, just hiding under that T3. But Bigetron, again, with a nice pick off. They're going to take the Overlord as well as the Crimson at the same time.
This is the pressure of the draft. You don't have front line, you can't face check. You need Kong Ling to push himself to look for the objectives, to check the bushes here. The moment he clicks in, gets CC chained by Lampong and Gen Myth, gets pounced on by ZonQ, unable to escape even if he can cartwheel twice. The pressure is starting to succumb Nova Esports in this game 1. 12 minutes on the clock, look at engage on towards Wendy.
Oh, Wendy actually already flashed. He's getting a little bit low, but he's already used the Gen Myth with the passive, dodging the Annihilation, but he does get picked off in the end. Just too aggressive, out of position, not where you want to be, especially if you're the Xiao at this stage.
Breathing room secured for Nova. Not having Gen Myth for the next 25 seconds allows Nova to clear up this pesky Overlord and Vanguards marching through all 3 lanes. The next big fight that we need to pay attention will be this Shadow Tyrant. This will be a make or break for both of these teams. Check out the itemization here. ZonQ beating the gold leader here, almost working to his final item, potentially the Siege Breaker for that last.
Yeah, we were talking about the junglers, about like we need to watch them, like ZonQ, he's 0-2 and 4, Kong Lin is 0-3. I mean, they've just been focused, right? They've not been able to kind of pop off. Yes, they are still providing a lot of value to their team, but it just seems like both of these squads understanding what the junglers are bringing, and that's why they're constantly being focused and just having a rougher game than they normally would.
And Xuan is being silenced this entire game. Not a single good Razor Cavalry, but you have to imagine, it's because Baal can actively cancel out this 1v1 against the War Saint, and also Lampong has built-in protection against the Guan Yu here. So it's a very difficult game for Xuan's Guan Yu to actually find for these big backline picks.
Can we talk about Ball more? Because I think that this is the guy that is just completely impressed at the KIS. I mean, yes, it's only day 3, but man, they've played so well. The 3rd day in a row of just absolute highlight reel plays. Ball has stepped up more to the task than ever expected. He's just done so well, and why Bigetron are doing what they're doing and fighting Nova Esports to the T. They're actually winning at this stage.
A 3,000 goal lead in favor, and Ball has a really smart build on towards the Mayin. He's not going for the traditional Axe of Torment into the full burst build. He's going for the tank build. You see the Frigid Charge, you see the Succubus Cloak, you see the Frostfire Embrace. He makes it so that his Mayin, the sole purpose is to zone off and CC lock some of these hyper mobility like Muchi, like Xuan.
Yeah. And Xuan has not been able to get away, right? The pullback, just constantly just slowing him down. He's been struggling, right? And this is like the perfect counter pick. And Ball has played this one phenomenally. He has not been tunnel vision with other heroes. He understands, again, his assignment of what he needs to do. And Xuan, Konglin, these are guys that he's been constantly focused on.
It's not gonna be easy, right? If we do see BTR, this is the prime time for them to at least put some structural damage. Ball goes in, gets the kick on, but has to burn the flash. Doesn't find on towards anybody as of this point.
Yeah, I mean, just more of a zoning more than anything else. But the bottom T3, this is the target that they were wanting. And Bigetron taking that. And Nova Esports, all they could do is watch. No real way to get any sort of initiation off.
Oh, you see Zankyu just toying with his prey. Baiting Muji to use the Parasol to actually go in for the catch, but he has the Atom mobility to actually escape towards safety here. And with the Shadow Overlord spawn, we see more members being committed towards this Overlord pit here. A fight is about to break out.
Yeah, they're about to, I mean, they pushed them away. Nova Esports were like, okay, maybe we go for the steal, but even that is not even possible. The lanes have been pushing, they've been zoned away, but this is exactly how you want to win out games. But you have an advantage. You have heroes that are in the perfect spot to provide that vision. If somebody were to jump in, it's a suicide mission. Bigetron playing this one perfectly.
Now they have to find the winning formula. Okay, you have the Overlord, you have the 4,000 goalie. How do you convert this into a confirmed win? The crystal explosion of your enemy team. You need to play this systematically. We've seen Nova come back from situations like this, but can they hold on? Because BTR, very good performance thus far.
They've been playing very patiently, right? They're very diligent with how they push. Nobody's getting out of position. The way that they're slow sieging, this has got to be frustrating. There are no gaps for Nova Esports to kind of go back into this one. They need Bigetron to make some mistakes so that they can come back.
It is, and with the minions coming in towards this tower right now, we see the top high ground being pressured here. One click of an Unbridled Outburst might put Nova Esports into despair. Giving up the top tier 3, the final one in the mid lane.
Yeah, and not even using the Unbridled Outburst. It's more of a threat more than anything else. Lanfeng getting a little bit low himself, but this is perfect. The way that they siege that, I mean, he didn't even need to use it, F1 that is, in terms of using that Unbridled Outburst, but the potential for that stun is there, so Nova had to play scared.
They cannot gamble on the fact that, okay, does F1 hit or miss? If he hits, the game is over. So they have to voluntarily give away resources like this. And this Shadow Tyrant, it's not looking good as well. It's going freely to the hands of BTR, and Wendy cannot find the snipe.
Yeah, couldn't find it. He wanted to go for the emergence to Annihilation, but he needed to get a little bit of vision on it. Unfortunately, was not able to click his spells fast enough to do it because it was just too much damage from Bigetron. But man, the way that they're playing, I mean, Zankyu, he's 14.8. He doesn't have a single kill, but the way he's been able to farm, and now Xuan in a bad spot getting gone on here, like they have so much pressure and damage that Nova have to respect it.
And Nova respects it. They give away the mid-control Unbridled Outburst.
They find it. The Stampede is on point as well. They're going to dive the Crystal. They don't care. They understand. They have a huge advantage. But Lanfeng is going to be picked off. They find Wendy. Not the greatest of trades in that sense, but they get all the towers and the F1 now looking to turn. Muchi went out, and now they look to go inside. Q turning it up, getting all the kills, making a triple kill as they take game number 1.
IGL fans definitely will be going crazy after this, because what do you mean BTR drew first blood in the series against Nova Esports in such a disciplined and well-played manner? Such a good display from the BTR troopers.
And the way that they've been playing, Bigetron time and time again, they obviously had Zankyu and Lanfeng. Both of those guys, generally, one of them gets picked off, but they have the other one to stick around. Both of those guys have so much net worth and items that they're able to continue on regardless of if one of those two drop. Very well played by, of course, Bigetron by Vitality here.
We also have to give props towards the coaching staff that finalized this draft for the side of BTR by Vitality, because it was so beautiful, and every single red side counterpick that has been proposed from the side of Nova has been systematically debunked by the BTR roster, the draft, right? We see, okay, good Guan Yu 4th pick coming in from the side of Nova. But the problem is, you don't have a single good target and you don't have a good environment to actually provide value. Because what do we mean that the enemy has a Long, the enemy has things like a Mayin. The moment you go in, you're gonna be broken down and you can't find a perfect charge on towards the backline because your bar below is gonna be silenced by those two heroes. And then we see on towards the front end, you don't have a solid front line to allow Muji to actively auto-attack the enemy here. Hence, the moment F1 walks up with the Zhang Fei, who's gonna fetch the ultimate? No one's gonna fetch the ultimate because Kong Ling, once the tempo is over between that 1v1, the Pei travels around the map much faster compared to the Ukyo Tachibana.
Yeah. They were able to choose their moments. I think that that's the biggest thing by Bigetron, right? Being able to just kind of, you know, if Juan were to go in, he gets caught out, then, like, again, to your point, who's going to step up front? Who's going to be that tanky frontliner? They don't have anyone. And it seems like Bigetron, if more than anything else, this was an outdraft, right? They knew how Nova Esports were going to want to play this, and they had the perfect counter for almost every single lane.
It is, where we saw from the draft, props to the coach for finalizing this, and even in the game, the execution coming in from the players was pretty top-notch. Gemwith was always consistent aside from that one mid lane dev. Bal and F1 was always finding the opportunities in setting up the carries for the DPS to fall into the correct targets here. Hence, Xuan and also Kong Ling heavily silenced this game because they were forced to be the front line to consistently walk up for vision. But once they walk up, they realize like no one's going to be assisting them because they can't.
Yeah, no one can. There's no way, right? They're just so squishy. I mean, you're thinking that, hey, with Wendy's long range and all that, but none of them can fight. Like, Kong Lin was struggling to really find his footing in terms of just kind of getting out in front to do some of that damage. Wei Pit was there. I mean, very minimal, right? Because he's very squishy in and of itself. Muchi was never, I mean, complete glass cannon. You look at Muchi and he dies, right? So this is a lineup that was really struggling to kind of, like, to have any sort of frontliner.
Yeah, I mean, this is still game one. There is many more games to come. I do believe. Or are we going to go for a storyline that BTR is going to 3-0 Nova? Is that too crazy?
After what we just saw, it's not crazy, right? I think that Bigetron right now, they've completely leveled up, completely impressed me. And, you know, like, this is the squad. This is what they wanted to do. This is something that they really have struggled to do to face an MKL team and to do it as dominantly as they did. My only concern right now is the fact that it took them 18 minutes and not 12 minutes.
I think it makes sense because every single objective they have took and plucked out of Nova's base comes in the form of the Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant. That's why you see there's 3 Shadow Tyrants secured and 2 Shadow Overlord secured by the side of BTR. They are playing the game in a systematic way that it doesn't allow Shren or anyone to find a potential pickoff on their players here. They are not forcing things they are not confirmed.
Yeah. Actually, that's the biggest thing, right? They were very patient, very disciplined. All of the approaches, all the sieges, they were constantly keeping everybody at arm's reach, understanding the limits. And if somebody were to get out of position, they made them pay. And again, you know, Zhang Q, Lan Feng, both of these guys had enough damage to burst those guys down. And they're squishy enough where Nova really could not find their footing in this one.
Now, it comes to the question, how would they repeat the same success in Game 2? Game 1, very beautiful drafting coming in from the coaching staff and also players' execution. But Nova is one of those teams that comes back strong as well. So I'm wanting to see what is in store for Game 2's draft because this game is really nail-biting. Every single moment that both of these teams come into the team fights, you don't know what's going to happen next. But this time, BTR, they stood up tall.
Yeah. Definitely stood tall, and they got to be very proud with this, right? I mean, if they were able to kind of take the series, I think that would speak even more in terms of their confidence and the way that they should be playing. But that was a phenomenal game, right? A very impressive one. Bigetron, we knew that they had leveled up, but to this level, I mean, like, it seemed like Nova Esports were not able to do typical Nova Esports things, and they were on the defensive. It seemed like, again, maybe the lack of a tanky jungler has kind of thrown things in a bit of a loop, right? I mean, like you had CY Ogren, maybe it could have been better because they didn't have that frontliner. Instead, the frontliner was on the other end, and it was F1, the beast. His impact was definitely felt.
Tanking 143,000 damage from the enemy team and not suffering even a single death. The consistency coming in from the BTR roamer just spells numbers.
Yeah, and actually F1 didn't die, Ball didn't die. Like, this is incredibly smart. It's tough to do. Both of those guys understanding their assignments. Ball has to be aggressive, has to be forcing things, getting those controls, but doing it in a way where he always stays alive. Ball, man, this is a guy we gotta be watching out for at the KIS.
Look at this. They're just limiting Shen's approach, getting kills on towards Kongling, and just bailing towards safety here, even though Muchi gets a return kill on towards here. But these are the moments that's why that F1 deserves the MVP. There is no smite contention when the enemy cannot enter the smite pit.
Yeah, like all of these highlights just set up that perfect two-man stun, slowing them down for the rest of Bigetron to be there. Like, everything that they're doing right now, all of the guys, yeah, Sankyu and Lanfeng, yeah, they're gonna do their damage, but every Ball, Genmin, F1, these guys, look at how much control they had for the rest of the team. Look at their diving, understanding that, hey, F1 is still alive, let's turn this around. We're still strong. And the perfect play for Zankyu to clean up and stay alive, do it under the crystal, and to close out the game, that's exactly how you want to do it as Bigetron.
The bigger troopers, the BTR fans are definitely running wild right now. You can see the flags in the stadium itself. You just know how much this means to them, because if we watch back the poster just now, it was like what? 0-3 and 0-4 that is always in the favor of Nova, and this is the sign and change of something new. Breaking the curse, breaking the consistency that's been set by Nova, and right now, they are leading the series 1-0 against their long rivals.
Yeah. We're still not out of the woods yet. We have a long way to go. This is a marathon, not a sprint in that sense. And we could say all the cliche things, but man, that game one must have felt good for Bigetron, right? They had been struggling against MKL teams. They finally have broken the code that is Nova Esports on this one and finally gotten in that win column, but they need to continue on. How does now Nova Esports respond to that one?
Drafting. It has to be drafting here. I don't think Nova actually made a lot of mistakes in that game. They were forced to commit those plays that didn't really seem to make sense because of the heroes that they were drafted with. So with this in mind, the coaching staff needs to provide a much equal draft against their opponents for the Nova players to come up online even harder. And with that, Nova defaults towards the red side once again in this game too.
Yeah, they're looking more for the counter picks. I think it's going to help them out. After that last one, where they were kind of dictating or showing all their cards in terms of what sort of picks they were looking to go, it seemed like Bigetron had a lot of the answers, right? So, you know, when teams are very close mechanically and how their teams are playing, it really comes back to the draft. And getting any sort of edge, it's going to be key, especially at this level of, you know, of course, Honor of Kings Esports.
The global ban pick rule that we always love. You don't get to see the same hero twice in the same team, and it makes the players need to prepare at least like what 10 heroes that they know how to play in a specific role. So that just adds the difficulty for you to be a pro player in Honor of Kings Esports and also at the top level.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing, right? I mean, just being like, and why you need hero players that are very flexible in terms of what they can play, right? If they have a deep hero pool, and I'm talking like you're mechanically sound with all of them, you're gonna have a much better time. You have a higher chance. I know that there are people that are, you know, playing their ranked games that just kind of like spam one single hero throughout. I'm guilty of one of those being those types of players, but you need to be, again, very flexible, able to play whatever you can to kind of fit the team.
Which is true. You don't just draft towards comfort nowadays. You need to draft based on meta and draft whatever is available and viable. You can see that Arlie, even on hands of one of the best performance on Arlie, once it's countered, it's really countered. There's nothing much you can do to break the game wide open. And with BTR answering with Dolia and Luna, Nova Esports answer with Guan Yu and Arlie that they have expended in the previous games. Dharma will be the first pick coming in by BTR.
Yeah, let Ball kind of work, right? Let him get his Dharma. Let him kind of cook on this one. But the Chicha is going to be hovered, at least for now. This is something that they might be looking to go for Muchi to kind of set things up. Also with the Yuan or the Tooncaster in this case. I think both of those a little bit sustained. It kind of solidifies, again, that bottom lane, which Nova likes to do.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. We rarely see Chicha being selected on towards the red side. It's always a blue side first pick. And this Forge Maiden can be flexed 3 ways. You play the jungle, farm, and also the Clash lane. We have yet to see a Clash lane Chicha, but I've watched some of Xuan's stream. He loves the Clash lane Chicha.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see. But, I mean, would you pick it against the Dharma? I mean, what are your thoughts on that matchup?
I think it's okay. Dharma's laning phase is not that strong, and Chicha does pretty well into these weaker laners, but this is the benefit of the red side draft coming from Nova, right? You get to observe until the very end, hence this Chicha gets to be flexed between Clash and farm lane if they want to do so.
Yeah, I like that flexibility. Definitely going to add on. I mean, even the Yuan has flexibility of its own, so it could be very interesting, and it could be kind of like, you know, a little bit of bait, maybe, for Bigetron right here, but they're going a little bit more stock standard with the Lapu Lapu or the Reefheart Datu, as well as Celestial. These are 2 heroes that they kind of like. Again, just solidifying the roam as well as the mid lane here.
Finalizing the draft with that, we have Zhang Fei revealing as the roamer here, which means this Tooncaster will be defaulting towards the mid lane pull for the side of Nova Esports. This Forge Maiden still remains as a mystery for me. It depends on what they actually ban coming in towards the 3rd and 4th slot for Nova. If they're banning more Clash lane, potentially we might see... Sorry, not Clash lane. If they're banning more of the farm lane, we might see it reflex towards the farm lane role.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be interesting. I mean, where does Bigetron? They know. They are like, man, I'm not sure where this is going to be. So a little bit of flexibility in terms of how they want to ban out here. But Nova Esports banning out the Ogryn, something that they don't want to see. It sets it up. They expected the Chicha, the Forge Maiden, to be in the farm lane with that Byron ban, though.
This is an interesting setup, I would say. I'm still stuck behind that last game on how well both these 2 coaches are actually battling out in terms of draft. One small move, one wrong one, actually sets you so far behind. But Nova, they're coming in with a different playstyle, right? So last game, it was more of a tempo assassin, tempo matching for play. Now it's more of moving it into the jungle assassin role, where we see Kongling actually nurtures himself into. He favors more of the heroes like the Luna, Jing, and also Fade. So I'm excited to see what he provides in this specific matchup.
It looks like they're going to be aggressive, right? Let Konglin fly. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, we do know that he's very flexible and can be playing those aggressive junglers, but the Fade is definitely one of the most aggressive ones. The counter pick to that, of course, is going to be Zankyu's Musashi to deal with that. This could be an interesting duel, right? When he goes in, it's really going to come back to the Beast, Zhang Fei's Wave Pit to kind of ensure that he does stay alive. So again, both of these teams looking to counter pick one another.
So many carries coming in for side of Nova Esports. You kind of have to wonder who realistically have to give up farm. Is it going to be Wendy? And based on what we know on Wendy, when he plays the Yuhuan, he generally loves more farm being funneled in towards him here. So I'm a bit worried for side of Nova Esports draft right now.
Yeah, actually, Chicha, Fade, Yuan, Aaron, I mean, these kind of all need a little bit of farm, right? To kind of get going. Obviously more for the Fade and the Aaron more than anything else. But they need to prioritize. They need to understand who is really going to be the carry at the end of the day. I think that it's going to be key going into this one. But if you're looking at Bigetron, again, they're very smart. Like this is, it's very clear cut in terms of what they want. Swordmaster, Zankyu, Musashi, he's the guy that's going to be farming. Then you have Lan Feng. It's going to be on the D-Ren J. He's going to be getting the farm. Everything else is just secondary. Keep those guys alive.
And Nua also covers in for the late game potential coming in for sort of BTR. And if you pan yourself over to the Nova Esports lineup, right? We have Aaron, we have Chicha, and also the Fade. So these will be the key anchors coming in towards team, whereby there are multiple targets for you to jump on, but if you miss out on the major engages, the DPS pressure coming in for side of BTR will be pretty heavy because Nova has too many carries for them to actually look at.
Yeah. It's like, how many carries do you want? Yes. You know, I think that they're going with whatever they can go. I mean, this Chicha Clash Lane to me is going to be one of the more interesting ones to watch. Plus, matching it up with the Aaron Muchi and, of course, the Konglin Fade. This is a trio that I've never seen. Obviously, Chicha is a new hero, so it kind of makes it easier to say that. But these are heroes that are all kind of needing that farm. So to see how this one plays out, it's going to be interesting in this game too here.
And I believe this is one of our first ever Chicha in the Clash Lane. Usually, we see players like Bai, he enjoys playing it in the jungle. Players like Lanfeng, he enjoys playing it in the farm lane. But this is the first one that we are seeing it actually being flexed in towards the Clash Lane. Excited to see how Xuan plays it from a different lane perspective.
Yeah, I love it. I love the flexibility of that hero as well. It adds quite a bit in terms of how they want to go. But Ball taking a lot of damage already, so he needs to be careful. Understanding, oh, the flash away. No, he's going to give up first blood. I think Xuan is very comfortable on this hero. Ball a little underestimating the damage that Xuan has.
So let me brief you why this specific setup actually happens, right? So for those who don't know or don't play Chicha, every time she changes from melee form to range form, she gets a 50% of her spell refund of spell 1 and spell 2. That's why she can keep spamming her spells and arrows to take down Bao. So Bao was busy clearing the waves. Xuan was like, okay, I'm just gonna hit you, get 2 arrows in, and you're gone.
Yeah. Ball already having a terrible game. I mean, compared to game 1 where he didn't die a single time. But again, I think he just caught it out. I mean, I don't think he's even familiar with this matchup. Chicha really catching him off guard. He really underestimated the damage there.
I believe so. He overestimated it. We do see due to the depth towards the mid lane here on towards Konglin.
Yeah, Zanq though has to just kind of dash away. F1 though, he's going to look to go in for this as well. He flashes, but Zanq is going to be picked. Xuan with yet another kill. He wants to get maybe another one, and he's gotten all of the kills from Nova.
The KI is 3 MVP. Half MVP is angry, and just within 2 minutes of the game, he's 3-0 on the Chicha.
Yeah, so I think Bigetron right now are like, okay, this Chicha, this is a problem, especially from the Clash Lane. It's not even the jungler or the mid or the farm. This is one from the Clash Lane that is completely dominated and is now going to just own that top lane.
Oh my god, if you're a Bao, you're not going to be feeling good because you're against a 3 kills on a Chicha, double buffs, and yeah, cut it. Like, Bao needs to find tempo somewhere else. Laning will never be an issue right now for Xuan anymore. For Bao, it's about finding tempo with the future true contrast on the key target, potentially Konglin or Muchi later on.
Yeah, so most of that farm, obviously more farm will be funneled into Zanq as well as Lanfeng. Ball right now, it's more about that initiation, just the stuns, the controls. Let the damage dealers do their work. Yes, you might be losing. You're down about 1K at this stage. It feels bad, man. And this is not great, but you're up against one of the best in the world in Xuan.
Perfectly agree. And check out the gold right now for both the Clash Lane and jungle coming in from the side of Nova Esports. Konglin has already completed his tier 3 jungle item, which gives him direct access towards minion sharing here. And we see Bao going in.
Oh, Konglin taking a lot though. The duel of death is going to be on point. They find him. They get that kill, and Xuan being bounced around as well. Here's the umbrella upper. Xuan looking to turn this around, and he does it go down. Zanq making him pay. And finally, the great demon that is Xuan goes down.
Perfect timing coming in from the side of Bigetron by Vitality here. Getting the catch on towards Konglin, making sure that he doesn't get to move even a single bit. And Xuan, based on the play on the Riverside just that he had committed, he did not have flash in that specific fight, hence getting 2 back-to-back kills and getting that shutdown goal on towards the key Chicha.
Huge for Zanq right there. Huge for Bigetron in terms of just turning this game, right? Things were looking to get a little out of hand, but Bigetron are like, okay, let's focus on that top lane. He becomes a main target. I mean, yeah, he had 3 of those kills, but he had that farm. Now we've taken that away. It's only 4 minutes into the game, and now they're looking to turn, but now Ball looking to decide to go in with that Raging Sea. It looks like they've been pushing away. They've already taken the Tyrant, which is what they've wanted, and Nova Esports not able to make them pay.
But they do have to give a bit of a tax here because you do burn the flash both on Bao and Lanfeng. That's going to be 2 minutes of unknown danger that may be coming in towards you later on. So maybe, just maybe, Nova won in terms of the long con here if they can make something happen in the next 2 minutes.
Whoa, that is a very positive outlook on things. I would not have gone that far, but yeah, okay. If we're thinking of that, yeah, okay, yes. I can see it. I mean, definitely that is the way to go, but they have a long way. I think right now, Bigetron right now, definitely finding now those avenues of attack. They're down about 800 gold, so Nova Esports, it's still their game to lose, but this is very close at this stage.
Jungle control as well coming from Nova Esports, just treating this jungle like their own base. Oh, but broadside.
Yeah, it looks like they've gotten the flash away, the annihilation, but they find ZonQ. It looks like he went too far ahead, and Kong Lin with a Hardened Jade Seal ensures that they get the kill, but here comes Ball finding him.
He's alive.
Stampede away, wait, Pit, he's somehow alive? Oh my gosh, he's so tanky.
And this is a 4v5. While all this is happening, Shin is just having a field day in towards the top side, picking up all the farm he requires, and bot side is still continuing, and they're still putting a strong hold in for trying to protect this tower here. More kills, more resources in towards the pockets of Nova.
Red team
Yeah, but now it looks like F1 is
destroyed
in a
a
bad spot.
tower.
Kong Lin looking for the chase, the flash away. F1 will be fine. But Xuan, man, he's been left alone. He's just like, he might be the new carry now.
Hey man, if you're playing the Chicha, you want all the gold to be in your pockets here. It's really different compared to the usual Byron, the usual Guan Yu sort of playstyle. You are actually playing like a core player. So for Xuan, the moment he hits that 2-item power spike, the Doomsday and also Spark Scorch, he's gonna be going really aggressive on targets like Lan Feng and Gen Myth.
Red team has destroyed
If
a
he's able to
tower.
find that target, right? If he's able to get on
Yeah, if
top.
he's
So
able
it really comes back to Bigetron of just ensuring that they stay alive, right? If ZonQ were to jump in, understanding that, hey, this could be a suicide mission, he needs to be very careful because Xuan is a problem. Kong Lin is there as well. Look at the gold lead that they have.
Ooh, 5,000 on towards Kong Ling. Shen comes in pretty close in second place, and the other PTR members all colliding on that bottom half of the map. So for now, it's still okay. Only a 1.8 goal lead for the side of Nova Esports. There's still room for BTR to find those big engages in making a potential swing in terms of the momentum.
Yeah, it's all about that momentum, and it looks like Nova Esports have all of it right now. I mean, Muchi right now, he's not actually farming. I mean, he doesn't have the highest of net worth because he's kind of like okay, if we go super late game, I will be ready. I will be able to get that farm because right now it's the Xuan Kong Ling show.
I think it goes back to our conversation here, but hang on a moment though.
Oh, it looks like they're going to kind of just poke and prod a little bit. Waypit still kind of going in for that. Might want to use that Umbrella Outburst. And now Xuan is showing up. Needs to be a little bit careful. The minion wave has been dealt with. But now they want the Crimson Golem before they head on out. The Umbrella Outburst just the zone. Really well played by Nova Esports. They get off with that red buff.
Huh, feels like something that F1 did back in last game. A Bridal Outburst is to push off the enemy sprite and then give it a easy access for Colin to secure that. So rinse and repeat, getting the wins that don't need any potential repercussions, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, but Waypit did use the ult, and that is a bit of a gap in terms of when that's available again. Not the end of the world, it's still very early, but this is a moment where, again, you're just looking to zone as much as possible, and Nova need to kind of use that so that they take away all of the buffs as well.
And back to your topic of why Muchi is just walking around and not taking up any farm, it goes back to one of the few drafts that we saw earlier today. Farm is finite, and if you miss the flash token, okay, doesn't matter. But if you don't assign farm to the important members, it doesn't really allow your team to get to full effect. That's why Muchi is the one giving it directly, you know?
Yeah. I think that, I mean, it's not the end of the world for Nova. They understand again, just who needs it. Xuan and Kong Lin have been very, grateful and blessed in the sense that they've been getting all that farm, but Muchi will be there. Like, he's, again, another win condition. He just needs a little bit more time. As long as he stays alive and just kind of ensures that he's getting some sort of farm, because right now he's not doing the most amount of damage.
And Nova, positioning themselves towards the bottom side here, wants to take more attention towards this upcoming Crimson Golem.
Yeah, this is looking to go for another steal. The Annihilation's going to be on point, but the Hardened Jade Seal, yet another steal taken away. Nova Esports, it's on a timer, and now they actually look to find ZonQ, who's looking to go for this one. Duel of Death is going to be used defensively. The flash on forward, Xuan looking to just trade with ZonQ, and now the push away with that Truth Ball, buying a little bit of space. Everybody from Bigetron right now looking to just at least stay alive.
Slight damage input coming in from the side of BTR. Not the most that we would expect. We need more damage. Hence, this game needs to go longer for BTR to swing the momentum. I do believe that Gemmif is a key factor that can contribute towards this. But at the very least right now, the members of Nova are pretty damn tanky.
Yeah, super tanky and annoying to deal with. They have not been able to burst. I mean, both squads right now, it's coming back to just like they've been able to outmaneuver one another, just staying alive. And at 10 minutes, only 6 kills.
Yeah, this is like last game, but it flips the script and it's more favoring towards the side of Nova Esports right now. With a 2,000 goalie and I would say pure control over this Tyrant because you have to fade.
Oh, it looks like it's been leashed. It's going to go back in. This buys a little bit more time, but now F1 in a bad spot. The Jade Seal is going to be on point, killing him. Ball looking for the back line. He's not able to do too much. He gets picked off as well. Konglin with a double, and now Nova Esports have turned this game on its head as they find Lanfeng. Konglin, an absolute sniper. Team Ace, give the man a quadra.
You know he's definitely not happy after that performance in game number 1. He's biting back hard with some of his signature assassins here. Quadra kill over to the side of Nova's jungle. They are going for all 3 outer turrets off the side of BTR plus the Shadow Tyrant here. From a 2,000 goal lead now, broken apart into almost a 7,000 to 8,000 goal lead in favor for the side of Nova.
And this is the Konglin that we were expecting. Give the man his fade. Let the man work because he's able to just go in at his own will and just taking people out. They've had a really tough time dealing with him because Konglin has just been so aggressive and the amount of damage and finding the weak back line. Konglin, again, an absolute sniper in terms of this fade.
I wonder if we get a replay here because there was so much happening in that team fight just now. Shrem was solo diving against Zonq. Konglin was jumping in, getting multiple fights happening around. Waypit found a beautiful Unbridled outburst. Those are key moments that you can see why team fighting is so important. For the side of Nova, they isolated every battle to a 1v1 or 1v2 scenario that's in favor for them.
Yeah, and with this net worth advantage, I mean, you're going to have that edge. I mean, it really helps, obviously, when Chuan is 4-1-0, Konglin is 5-1-3. Like, those are money bags at this point in terms of what they bring to these team fights. But they're taking down the Overlord. They're basically just imparting their will on Bigetron right now.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very difficult stronghold if BTR wants to delay this into Gemmif's power spike because right now Waypit has the go button here. One Unbridled outburst and they can start the fight off immediately, but Zonq due to the death.
Oh, duel to death. He tried to go in for this, but now he's in a bad spot. It looks like Muchi will be killed, but that's not really the target, especially since Konglin is still alive. A sliver of life. He's looking to go for a ball. He's just going for that 1 versus 1. F1 has been killed, and Konglin just continuing on with Ball there, and Ball is not able to do the damage because Lanfeng wasn't in the fight.
It's a good defense nonetheless because you took down 2 key targets, managed to clear all the waves, and make sure that this potential high ground doesn't fall that easily.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they have much. I mean, the Vanguard will be taking out the Annihilation, ensuring that they get this. But my gosh, the mid T3, the bottom one is gone as well. The Shadow Vanguard pushing in. Bigetron right now need to play defensively.
At the very least, okay, check out this instant replay. This could have been an absolute disaster if Bigetron never won the engage here. Good engage coming in from Zonq and Ball to isolate targets like Muchi, and then Gemmif single-handedly eliminating strength from the equation. As of this point, no marksman is left alive to continue any structural damage. If it was a normal 5v5, Overlord reaching over to the high ground, it could be a potential end, or at the very least, the final tier 3 in favor of Nova. But because Ball and Zonq found strength, that made all the difference.
Oh, the unending sorrow, dodging most of this, and he's right back to full, and here comes Konglin on the revenge tour. He wants to go for Zonq. He's just barely alive. The truth is on point by Ballin, but Zonq falls in the end, and now they turn their attention. They want to just continue to dive. They are sending a message as Gemmif is going to be picked off in the fountain, and Nova will take game 2, equalizing in the series.
14 minutes with 15 kills, Nova Esports with superior team fighting and individual prowess, they bite back strong in this game number 2. Game 1 was draft, was proper gameplay coming in by BTR. Game 2, absolute slaughter in team fight. Very different styles of winning, but now, series has been equalized between these 2 teams.
Yeah, very impressive. Both squads, right? Being able to just kind of understand how to get back into this one. Kong Lin, an absolute beast on this fade. That's how you want to do it. But it really started with Xuan. It's Chicha, right? Being able to just kind of set the tone with those first 3 kills to set up the game, really set themselves up where Bigetron were playing defensive, trying to just get back into the game somehow.
First solo kill on towards Bao level 1 in. Second one, you jump towards mid lane and get 2 more kills for yourself. Man, that was definitely a performance of our first ever Chicha Clash lane for KIS4. Interested to see who else will bring it in towards the table for future teams. Hey, Global Ban pick, you cannot pick it anymore for Xuan at the very least.
Yeah, but this opens up the door for the future, right? We just see the power of it. The reveal by Nova Esports saying, hey, Chicha, it's great even in the Clash lane. And now other teams have to kind of get on it, right? All the Clash laners need to start playing it, need to figure out the lane matchup, because you saw what happens when you're not familiar with it. Ball, you're going to give up first blood.
The extent of the laning phase is really like that. You cast a spell in, if you focus on farming as Ball, you're gonna get shot by the arrows, I think maybe 2 or 3 times. Every time you go from your melee form to overkill form, 50% refund, 50% refund. And then you'll know like, oh, my arrows are pretty free. I'm just gonna stab them. The more HP they lose, the more true damage and execute damage they take on those arrows.
Yeah, just too much, right? And I think on-port targeting, Kong Lin leads Nova to level the score. It couldn't have been a better, newsreel in that sense, because that's exactly what happened. Kong Min really showing up and saying, hey, game 2, I got this one. Game 1 wasn't the greatest, but again, we'll bounce back.
And let's check out the stats that's been provided by us in this second game of this series here. 109 on towards Wendy here, 3-1 and 8 on towards Muji. But take a look at Kong Ling and also Xuan, banking in most of the kills, but Kong Ling having the most kill participation in the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to play this one. I mean, the fact that Weipit didn't die, just Zhang Fei, again, this is why that hero is very strong. The amount of control that they had. Muchi was 3-1 and 8. He was doing a number himself. Wendy with that sustain. The heals were on point. Kong Lin, again, just finding that back line. 6-1 and 8. And Xuan setting it up strong, finishing 6-2 and 4. Really well played by Nova throughout.
And Weipit as well, 0-0-13 on the Zhang Fei, similar to what we saw last game coming in from F1. These Zhang Fei so far in this series has been pretty amazing in finding those perfect unbridled outbursts.
Yeah, just it's been perfect, right? I think that even both sides, right? F1 had an amazing one himself in game 1. Game 2, Weipit responds with his own maestro of a play in terms of this Zhang Fei. So really setting it up. I mean, we knew that these two teams are going to really want it. Who's going to take number 1? A lot of, at stake, right? Being able to pick your opponent, going to be huge in the knockout stage. There's a lot at stake in this series. And now we have essentially a best of 3 to find out who will be number 1.
And that's the exciting part coming in for this series here. Everybody thought it's going to be a clean 3-0. At the very least, some of the fans. That's going to be Nova on towards BTR. But BTR coming in strong in game 1. And Nova coming in fierce as a revenge, as a retaliation in game 2. So no one will know what's going to happen in the next 3 games. Maybe it goes to game 5. Maybe one of these teams 3-1s the others. Nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows right now. I mean, that's the brilliance and the why these games are so much fun, right? These series. I mean, like Vitality being able to bounce back. Like game 1 was super impressive with a roster that we were kind of like questioning, right? How ready are they? They're ready. But now Nova Esports, it's coming back to the draft. They had their own trump card, and this Chicha pick is really throwing people off. Plus you had Kong Lin on this fade, who was just absolutely dominating as well. And now with the global ban pick, both of these heroes, very strong ones for Nova, are not able to be picked moving forward.
We're starting to, see some of the heroes, like you mentioned, right? Slowly removed from the pool, slowly dwindle down to more pick and ban pressure on towards the coaching staff. So it's going to be Wintermelon, also Coach Shuai coming in for both of these teams. So for them to settle the score in the pick and bans, that's going to be really important in allowing both of these teams to have much more of a comfortable environment, because we saw draft is important. Game 1, that was easy win coming from BTR. They control everything systematically. They forced Nova into such a difficult position, even with their signature picks. That's how coaches play.
Yeah. And even moving forward, it's going to be even more of a chess match, right? In terms of which heroes are available, what's going to happen. Because it seemed like Nova Esports were definitely loaded for bear with this draft. They had a very strong one, and they had a good draft synergy, and execution was on point as well. So they need to continue on with that. But now with a somewhat, diminishing hero pool, yes, it's only game 3, and we have a lot of heroes ahead of us. But the man, of course, the MVP of this one, will, of course, be Chuan, right? With the Chicha, the Forge Maiden, 624, 51,000 damage taken, but he was making so much of an impact, especially early.
The first 3 kills in towards the game and the last 2 kills on towards the backline. Those are key ones coming in for the Forge Maiden himself. For this one, I would say the first 3 ones, it was too impactful to not give him the MVP. We know that Colin got a quadra kill, but you gotta say, how did the quadra kill happen? It was because this person, Chuan, found the opportunity for Colin.
Yeah, he was just setting it up. I mean, Chuan was just an absolute menace, right? And just being able to just run it down and kind of find it. But this is a good turnaround. Bigetron responding, understanding that Chuan needs to die as well as Kong Lin. And they had completely turned this game. And things were looking in their favor, but just too much Kong Lin in the end. They gave him too much space, I would think.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? But this is the fight that we need to give prize over to. Sean was 1v1ing against the side of ZanQ here, and on towards the flip side here, Ball failed the assassination on towards Muji, and with no proper peel coming in from the side of BTR, Genmif and also Lanfeng left to dry in towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and look at this is on ZanQ. He was actually looking to chase Muji. I felt like that was a little bit of an overextension. Maybe you look to fight under the tower, so you have those tower shots to kind of help a little bit and play a little bit more defensively. Obviously, ZanQ is a much better player than I, but this is one of those things where you're looking in hindsight is like, did he really need to go that aggressive for Muji?
Maybe it's to protect the high ground turret here. If the turret actually gets focused down by the overlords, then there will be too much wave pressure for the side of BTR to actually put up a proper fight. And maybe in the eyes of ZanQ, it's like, oh, Muji's out of position, I gotta go now.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needs, he was thinking about that. I think that he was pressured to kind of make that issue and try to get onto it. But the rest of the team, not as fast. And that's the problem, right? The mobility and being able to help support when you do jump onto Muji. And Kong Lin and, of course, Xuan had a ton of damage. So it was going to be a tough one. We're basically going on a suicide mission, if anything.
Wow. After these back-to-back games, we just know how much competitive the HOK Esports has evolved into coming in towards this year. Last year, it was the team known as Nongshim RedForce pushing Nova to 7 games. Now this year, who will it be? Will it be BTR? Will it be another team coming in from IKL or PKL? This is what I'm excited for, and this is only the group stage, and we have not yet even go into the BO7s.
Yeah, all of the days have been fire, right? I think that that's the biggest thing is that the level of play has just really gotten so high where all the teams, it really comes back to the minor mistakes, the misplays that you might have, and the other teams really capitalize on that. But it's getting much closer, and you're seeing even like Nova Esports, that was not an easy game for game 2 for them, right? But they were able to pull that one off. We expect them to kind of really be that level, but now it's up to Bigetron to find ways to get back into this series.
Wonder what side they'd actually select coming in towards this game number 3 here. And we see Jonathan Lee Jawan. Oh, I know this guy. Let's go Malaysia. Kalau Nova menang what did he say? He will make his hair purple if Nova is champion.
Okay, all right. We have the evidence of that. I think we need to screenshot that, ensure that he does go purple on this one. So yeah, I think that's one way of doing it. At least it's not a tattoo, right? Hair can kind of be grown out or be cut off, so I think that you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, the tattoo is a big commitment here. Maybe if Nova wins like big, like maybe like KIC or like, EWC, maybe someone gets a tattoo or some way. But talking about selections, talking about life decisions, in the game 3 of this series, BTR selects the red side for the first time and Nova goes on towards the blue side. Seems like for these two teams, red side seems to be the prior side coming in for the series.
Yeah, I think it is important. Draft, again, just being key on this one. But going into this one, look, they need to stop Kong Lin. Easier said than done. In the same way that ZanQ has kind of been largely mitigated, it seemed like Kong Lin had his number throughout that entire game. ZanQ really didn't get going.
I think this is the repeat of game 1 and game 2, right? Game 1, Kongling and Struan was stopped really harshly. Game 2, it was Zankyu and also Bao being limited in the laning phase and in the team fights here. So it's coming down to whoever is able to bring the tempo for the team. If they are stopped, if they are silenced, then it becomes extremely hard for either BTR or Nova to get those advantages they are looking for in the mid game.
Yeah. I think that mid game is going to be huge, right? I think that we kind of saw that where once one of the teams has control in that mid game, they just like take over, right? There's just no sort of gaps that they give. I mean, if you're looking at some of the other squads where they kind of stumble a bit, it's in that mid game where they're not able to transition it properly and close out games. So these are 2 high-level teams. They're ready to go. They're not going to make those sort of elementary mistakes, dare I say.
And with the bans coming in, we see Arlie, we see Chicha, some of the picks that Nova Esports have expended, including the Long and also Dharma that has been used by BTR. What kind of first pick are we seeing here? Is it going to be the Byron, the Dolia? Because the Dolia and also Yang Jian is still available for BTR. But with that in mind as well, there's still the Haya as the potential counter for that as well. So it's down to what we see so far on our screen here, the selection by the coaches.
Yeah, Byron's going to be picked up here. Also, it's a great pick for Xuan. But at the same time, you're also taking it away from Ball, who is an absolute maestro on that himself. But they're going to the Yangjin, or the Trilights, and Tooncaster, the Yuan. This is a nice little combination. Sustain, has damage. This is a nice 1-2 punch.
It is. And this really limits the side of Nova Esports to potentially take away the Dolia, unless they're going for the Dolia-Nurza combination that we see back in KIC. But is it still strong? I'm not really too sure about myself here. We haven't been seeing it for quite a while.
Yeah, it's been some time when we've seen it. But, I mean, what are you looking to pick to counter the Yangjian?
Well, that's an answer here. Moonblade seems to be pretty fine considering there's not a lot of crowd control. But if you want something that really counters the Yangjin, it has to be the Haya. Moment Yangjin comes in, you immediately remove him and box him up for a 1v1. Although we saw how Blacklist systematically removed the Haya, but I want to see another player, which is Wendy, to show us why the Haya is strong. I don't think Haya has a pretty good win rate thus far in KIS4.
Yeah, it hasn't had the greatest one, I mean, to kind of start things off. But it's been more of like, I mean, it's 3-2. I don't think it's been updated with that loss earlier today. So I think it's 3-3. It hasn't been the greatest. But, I mean, it still has that impact when it's able to take somebody out. But, you know, one thing they need to do better than Illusion's, Haya is to kind of ensure that you have some sort of farm, right?
Yeah, sufficient farm, right? Sufficient farm, getting yourself going, make sure that you at least win the 1v1 or stall enough time for your team to jump in towards you. So for Nova, potentially thinking about more of these counters that could break the formation or threaten the Moonblade or Evanet aspiration will be quite sought after in their second phase ban here.
Yep, and it looks like the second phase, I mean, they've picked up the Aaron themselves. This is a hero that, I mean, we saw bits and pieces of it towards the end, I would say, of 2025. What about this Laurel Princess has really, you know, helped, and why it's kind of turning into a bit of a meta pick now?
It is due to the fact that the itemization revamp coming in for the Honor of Kings item builds, that Erin right now, her ultimate can actually apply on hit items like the Sparks Forge Doomsday, which allows her to play very well towards the meta. She's flexible in 2 ways. Like, if your team has less magic damage, she could potentially guild the magic damage build that gives her a lot of defensive stats. The Ardent Dominant that gives you a free bailout. The Splendor that gives you lifesteal. These are potential itemization, right? And she's also pretty good of a laner against popular picks like the Arlie. So she's rising in popularity as the meta goes by, especially in 2026.
Okay. No, I think it's interesting to see, because it's more about the counter picks and just like, you know, some of those heroes like the Arlie, it's been kind of tough to deal with, at least in 2025, but having some sort of options. And that's the brilliance of Honor of Kings, is that you have so many heroes that some heroes are definitely better than others, and you need those counters. And to understand and to play them and to execute, that's a different story.
It's the forever patch that's changing in the HOK Esports game itself. I mean, Honor of Kings itself, right? Where every patch introduces new heroes that are buff and also nerf, and also new addition to the hero pool, right? For this new patch, we had Haya. For the previous patch, during off-season, we have Chicha. So teams have to really adapt and learn more patches and also debunk what's good and what's bad going in towards specific games itself.
Okay. I like it. I like it. Nice breakdown. But now with this final 2 picks, I mean, it looks like the Flowborn tank is there to kind of to deal with the Luna jump in and things. Need to be aggressive, right? Need to steal away those blue buffs from Konglin and make his life a little bit difficult. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Bigetron, especially ZonQ, to really kind of shake up this game here.
And the Flowborn tank is also an interesting one. I've seen one time that ZonQ also picked the Flowborn tank into the Haya. The moment you get boxed into the Musuke Mirage 1v1, the Flowborn tank is interesting, whereby you can CC lock the Haya with your combos and stall enough time to come out of the Musuke Mirage. So for me, it's a good pick by the side of BTR to simultaneously match against the Haya as a tank and also match against the Luna if he comes in aggressively.
Yeah. Has a lot of options, and I do like that, right? Just staying alive is the biggest thing. And you're going to make his life a little bit difficult. Now he has to really choose who he wants to kind of mirage away, right? So this is one where, again, if you're looking at, Yixing, Gen Myth, as well as Lan Feng on this errand, just kind of keeping that distance so that Wendy doesn't get that jump.
Jungle matchup is important, right? And to your point, setup is also very important. As we see for the Nova side, setup comes in the form of either Wendy or Wei Pit here, isolating 1v1 or the Cannon Blast to start off the fight. For BTR, it's looking for more of Bao flanking or ZonQ finding the perfect initiation and allowing Gen Myth to find the perfect board. If they can find Muji, that's going to be pretty big. Muji is the sole prime carry of Nova going into the late game here. If they shut down Muji, they have it in the back for BTR.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to find him, right? I think that Muchi is going to be, all eyes are going to be on him in terms of that damage. I mean, the Luna is going to do some work, right? Let's give Konglin a little bit of credit, right? Especially after that last game. I think that he's going to be able to keep on pace with that and ensuring that the team has a lot of success from this jungle lane. But if he's able to, if we get to that late game, how much damage is it going to really do?
Yeah, that's the thing about a Luna, right? Where it actually scales off after the mid game. And if it doesn't flourish itself in the early to mid game, it's gonna be pretty bad. But with the early game priority coming in, that was almost a steal.
That was very close. And he just barely took that one out. But Nova Esports, this is what you want to do. You want to be aggressive and make sure that ZonQ doesn't have the free farming and that space.
Ooh, he's camping. He's finding an angle towards Wendy.
Oh, they find him, and it looks like they're going to look to turn this. Gen Myth is actually in a bad spot. He needs to be a bit careful. He plants his flag. He's got that Sprite lane just to keep himself alive. But it looks like Bigetron kind of weather that storm. They will be fine.
And they will be fine. Shrent here being a bit of a bully against Bao here, trading blows back and forth. Calling already unlocking level 4, pacing himself to that space Sprite in towards the top side. At the very least, this early game exchange in terms of objective seems to be going pretty fine for both sides.
Still very close. We weren't going to see a huge win without some kills sort of happening. But they will fish. I mean, this is one where they're going to use that gold sharing to ensure that ZonQ gets most of things. Everybody else will just kind of stick around and ensure that they get a little bit of it. But in the end, this is a little bit of an edge for Bigetron right now.
Slow and steady. Level 4 already unlocked for the side of Wendy here. Will he go for the aggressive play here is the question here. He's playing aggressive in holding the river control. This is the strong part of Ahaya. When she finds her targets, it's very difficult for you to actually enter the river.
Yeah, you cannot be there. I mean, if you once he's level 4, which he is right now, this is a moment, right? If Wendy were able to just go, but I mean, you got to choose your moments and you got to ensure that, hey, you don't pick up like ZonQ, for instance, and give him a free kill.
Laning phase as well right now, it's a key essence, right? Like 3-4 minutes, freezing is so important. If you can freeze the enemy and force them to overextend in towards the laning phase, that is key. And look at the top side, 2v2 might be breaking out here, but it's just a bit of a tip and pad. Make sure that Shren is in good hands.
Yeah, Muchi though getting a little bit low. Bigetron forcing the bottom lane a bit. They have 3 members. Going to do a little bit of chip damage onto it, and Muchi just trying to deal with the minions more than anything else. But they'll just kind of hold and like leading up to that 4-minute tyrant, in 1 minute.
It's down to these small things, right? Like you need to pressure Muchi. Yeah. We talked about it during the pre-game draft. Muchi needs to be alive and not be caught by the board or Zankyu. Then Nova has sufficient late game damage to scale well. But if Muchi gets caught, it looks pretty bad, right?
It's definitely not going to be great for him, right? So, Muchi just needs to stay alive, right? Get his farm, ensure that he's just kind of biding his time. Let Konglin, Wendy, Xuan, let those guys work. Let them kind of dictate the pace of the early game. Set yourselves up for success into that mid to late by giving you that space.
And you talk about Konglin on the Luna, he's actually piecing himself pretty well. Already one level above Zankyu due to the superior mobility here. So with this final wave before we unlock the Shadow Tyrant, that's a lot of poke damage already on towards F1 prior to this objective.
Yeah, a lot of damage. But, I mean, he's got that sustain. He has the heals. It's just going to take a little bit of time so that he just kind of gets back to full. It's not the end of the world, but the Tyrant, this is the target that they're looking for. Nova doing a great job of just kind of standing out in front, ensuring that it makes it very difficult to go in. They take the Tyrant, and it looks like they're going to get away. Zankyu wants something. They're not able to find anything.
No actual use of the ultimate, but that is the thing that we want to emphasize, right? As long as Wendy stands there, Zankyu doesn't dare to come in because he knows for a fact if he gets caught in, 4 members of Nova Esports will stand by and wait for it, and Ball has to burn the flash already.
Yeah, he has to burn it. I mean, he was potentially going for that Hound, but Xuan, this is why he's a tough one, right, to deal with. This Byron is a bit of an issue. Bigetron right now, putting the pressure on, taking the bottom T1.
But on the top side, Konglin managed to successfully steal away this Crimson Golem away from the hands of Zankyu. And Bao does not have flash. It means this entire top side is the playground of Nova Esports taking here. Konglin is farming super duper well against everybody on this map.
Yeah, Konglin has a 2-level advantage, and now Waypit just gets over the wall with that flash. Bigetron were almost able to get it, but they have all 5 members in the mid lane now. And with that top lane pushing, Bigetron right now reeling, they have to find a way just to defensively hold.
Defensively hold, find proper markers here. Zankyu jumping in to find a bit of a pressure on towards Konglin. That is the ultimate here be expended by F1 already.
Yeah, used to, the ult, it's not the end of the world. It's still very early. As long as he's sticking with his buddies, right? And it doesn't get focused and get caught out, I think he's going to be fine. But now it looks like their Zankyu is just, again, slowed down, doesn't really have all the buffs, but he's just trying to keep on pace with Konglin, which is tough because he's 2 levels behind.
And this mid-game is where the Konglin Luna actually shines the most, where he's practically unstoppable in the side lane if you don't bring more than 2. So right now, you have to see, can BTR hold themselves longer for all these Crimson invasions here? If they can hold longer, stall more time for Lanfeng, stall more time for the potential of Bao, then we might see a better late game here. But in terms of scaling, it's also pretty tough because Muchi outskills practically everyone.
Yeah, definitely, scales. I mean, that's going to be a problem. And like Konglin taking that Crimson Golem for free, and you were talking about needing more than 1 member, but you need that control as well. And you're constantly trying to chase, a very quick, agile hero like Konglin's Luna. This is a tough situation for Bigetron as they're down about 500 gold at this stage.
500 gold, has to pop the flash because Wendy almost pulled him into that 1v1 zone here. And good tip though, the 1v1 zone doesn't get cancelled by the ultimate here. And Bao, goodbye, buddy.
Oh, Ball was just caught watching. Did you see that? It took him a minute, and he's gonna give up first blood. Konglin got a free 2 hits or so because Ball was looking elsewhere as he was looking to teleport. He just wants to fly first class for free, and Konglin was like, no, not today, my friend.
What first class is free? Sign me up, man. But of course, all getting punished there. Limitless Moonlight times 10 here. Konglin showing off his fast fingers on towards that specific Luna pick. With Ball falling down, that top tier 2 will fall shortly as well. And with this 7 minutes 20 seconds in, a lot of this top side control is in the hands of Nova here. There's no retaliation coming in from inside of BTR. They can't find any source of good engage. And Wendy, he's been holding off that ultimate for as long as I can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Bigetron are trying, but they're just too slow. This lineup has not been able to get any sort of catch. They're looking to make some sort of play, but Nova, all of their heroes have some way of just kind of getting out to safety. And this Konglin Luna is so annoying, so tough to deal with because he's so fast.
He's level 13 against Zankyu's level 10 here. Zanky does secure the Crimson Golem though, but what happens next?
Yeah, but Zankyu, it looks like he's going to be killed on this one, and they have the Mirage, and Wendy is just chasing them down, and they find Gen Myth as well. F1 is the only one. No, he's going to be killed as well, and a team ace going the way of Nova Esports as they're able to take the top T3. They will take game number 3 in a matter of time, and Bigetron right now absolutely reeling as they did not get a single kill in this game.
Wow, that was a fast one coming in from the side of Nova Esports. Like, you can see Conley just showing hands. It's like, hey, this is how it's meant to be played. This is Luna. This is his Luna. The first time we saw his Luna was back in Weibo Gaming when he played for the mid-seasons back at EWC, and it was pretty much of a showdown like this. And right now, he's bringing it back once again into the international stage, this time against BTR by Vitality here. And in a 8 minutes fashion? That's crazy.
Absolutely crazy, right? That was one of the quicker ones. I mean, we're gonna have to get the exact timer. I think the fastest game thus far is like 8 minutes and like 3 seconds. I don't know if it beat that one, but that one was complete domination there by Nova Esports. They were able to play that one out, and again, it kind of comes back to Kong Lin. Just why this guy's been such a valuable addition to the team. His Luna has just been fire.
Do you think his Luna is better than CY's? Or how do you rate it? Because we've been casting for the entire year and we've been seeing a lot of CY's Luna. How would you rate it?
I mean, when you dominate a game like that, it looks amazing, right? I think that we need to see more games to really make it fair, because CY had a lot of games and the competition that they went up against was very different, right? You can kind of see exactly how the player is going to be on that hero when they play across different, teams, right? But that one looked amazing, and Kong Lin looks like the real deal.
So you're saying the competition is subpar when CY is playing? His words, not mine. Find him at Hollow TV.
You can find me at Kindofu. Yeah, and no, I look. I know a gaslighter when I see one because I'm one myself, and that was a very good attempt there. But I do agree. I think that Kong Lin right now, like, look, playing on that Luna and ending a game in 8 minutes or so. I think that, hey, that I don't know if CY did that in 8 minutes, right, with his Luna.
I mean, like you mentioned, right, if we compare it to the Game 1 performance of what we expected from Nova Esports and Game 3, that was an entirely different Nova Esports in Game 1 and in Game 3.
Yeah, very different, very different. And this is a fired up Nova Esports that took things personally in Game 1. They're like, how dare we draw blood, right? That was unacceptable. And I think that this is a team that came out angry, and you're seeing just how they're doing it because they're playing really like a well-oiled machine at this stage.
2-0 and 3 on towards Kongling, 2-0 and 3 on towards Waypit. Kills are very across and scattered for the side of Nova Esports because it's like, what, a 6 kills game in 8 minutes? And that game already exploded with one single team fight.
Yeah. Actually, look at Bigetron's KDAs, all 0, 1, and 0 except for Ball. I think Ball was the LVP of that team, considering everybody else is just 0, 1, 0. But I mean, just that all in all, they were not able to find their footing, not able to get a single kill. That's a tough game when you're not able to get a single kill.
And it just goes to show when you draft yourself into a slower team comp against the Luna, yes, strategically speaking, Zankyu can man-mark the Luna, but the Luna never gets into the face of Zankyu, and he's just dashing around rent-free in Zankyu's head.
Yeah, I mean, Zankyu didn't have 10,000 damage, right? He took a lot. He was unable to farm. He wasn't able to do his thing. And I think that in the same way where you kind of saw Kong Lin, like, he needs to get an assassin-style jungler, right? Let him do his thing, right? And I think that needs to change going into Game 4 here.
I mean, it's too early to talk about Game 4. Right? We still have a small break later on, some of these stats to break down. For me, I think both junglers have essentially the same playstyle. It's really down to how you allow them space to perform. Like this game, Kongling was given all the farm. Everybody was holding waves for him, waiting him to arrive, getting him proper resources here, making sure that he plays comfortably and with the most resource. And the moment like 6 minutes hits, Shen is like, okay, side lane is yours. I'm a dip. I'm a play with the team and be the frontline open vision. You handle Ball. And he really made it work. He solo killed Ball and made Ball's life terrible.
Yeah. I think after game one, they were like smiling too much as they were going in because they just won. And then, that smile, I think Nova Esports all saw it and they were like, oh, it's like that Michael Jordan meme. It's like, and I took that personally, right? Because they have not given Bigetron anything to smile about since that moment. They've taken 2 quick games that have just completely dominated them and have just kind of, dare I say, like taken away some of their confidence.
And we only saw 2 ultimates coming in from the Haya. That's how quick this game was. Okay, we saw one attempt towards mid lane that forced the flash away from F1's Yuan, and 2 more which isolates into a 1v1, and that's about it. The game is over.
Yeah, it was over. It was very quick. I mean, 8 minutes is one of the faster ones that we're talking about. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact timing of this one, but my gosh, that was so
minutes,
quick because
23 seconds, I think.
23. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, 8:03 was the fastest. That was Kagendra over Team Hawk. But this one was just almost as quick. But I mean, the MVP has got to be, of course, none other than the latest edition. It will be Kong Ling. I mean, 203, the Luna, just the amount of impact he had throughout this entire game. I mean, just completely high-flying 8-minute game.
He was styling. There was a limitless Moonlight X10. It means that within a short duration of that fight, he managed to refresh his ulti 10 times. That's how crazy it was. I could never.
Yeah, no, I could never either. I mean, let's be very honest. And this highlight reel is going to be a lot of him. I mean, Ball right now giving up first blood. And that was kind of the beginning where he was just able to take them down. He was obviously just always so aggressive, looking to push in, and just how he's able to take it. Zaku is not able to take his Crimson. Or he does on that one, but he gives it up because he dies. I mean, this game was all Nova.
It was all over. There was essentially just 2 highlight clips in the entire game. 1 solo kill and 1 ace. And that's about it. 8 minutes game. That's how demanding this game was for the side of Nova here. 0 misplays and everything in control for the side of the boys in purple.
Yeah, and it looks like the fans of Bigetron right now, I mean, they're all reeling, right? Same idea, same play, just like, hey, GG, go next, right? I think that we need to kind of shake that one off because it seemed like Nova Esports, again, very passionate about looking to close that game out as quickly as possible.
And it comes from the same thing, right? The quadra kill on towards Kong Ling's fate that just gave him so much momentum going in towards the Luna game. And you know for a fact that his hand is super duper hot and ready to play more of these jungle assassins. We went through the list. Fate is gone. And also Luna is gone. Maybe after the break, we get to see Jing. And breaks are always welcome to suppress players like this from overperforming later on. So we will catch you after this break.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganten datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Di power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali. Berotasi, ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau
tahu ku tak bisa redam. Bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli. Saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang ku hulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tuh kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, Kalau pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go this sing sana. Aku cinta, I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali, tanya lain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jaja.
Back at it again to the game 4 between Bigetron by Vitality and Nova Esports. Currently, Nova leading the series 2-1 against one of Indonesia's premier teams, and this is the updated global banner picks.
Yeah, and going into this one, I mean, the first game went the way of Bigetron by Vitality, just dominating, right? But then game 2 and 3, Nova Esports, this has been the rise of Kong Lin. He's been on fire throughout. If anything, Bigetron need to find a way to stop him and get Zankyu going again.
Zankyu needs to get going. I think he's been silenced pretty hard this entire series. Like, yes, the game 1 pay was pretty splendid, but the game 2 and 3, I gotta say, pretty lackluster. It's not Zankyu's fault, I gotta say. It's really a collaborative team effort in allowing all your teams to be on sync and play on sync. And with this is something that need to be looking into. BTR needs to finalize a better draft. At the very least, allow Zankyu to flourish more.
Okay, but you're saying that it's not Zankyu's fault, but whose fault would you say, or somebody who needs to step up a little bit more then on the side of
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Come on, man, just name a player. Is it Paul, Jedmith, Ludwig? I feel like, come on, who needs to step up? Come on, just give me at least like the first letter of the name. Ball. Okay,
BTR Holler.
Okay, well played. You have navigated that conundrum, and now we're into this game. But I feel like the rest of Ball, I mean, the rest of Bigetron really need to kind of.
He's in your head rent free, huh?
He's in my head too, right? No, the way he's been playing. But the last 2 games, he hasn't had the same amount of success because it seems like Xuan has figured him out and gotten up the better of him with these lane matchups.
Oh, this I have to agree. In game 1, the lane matchup was really favored into the side of Balls Mayin into the Xuan Guan Yu. And in the team fights, it's also very difficult for Nova to play in game 1. That's why Bigetron has such a strong force in terms of these objective controls, in terms of these high ground invades. These are things that allow you to push forward when you have a superior draft. And back in game 2 and game 3, things were much more easier for Nova because drafts were more equal and less one-sided.
Yeah, it's definitely been that case, right? I think that's something to take kind of note of, right? I mean, if we're going into these series that are kind of going to go a little bit more of the distance, this is something where the draft and the execution, I mean, you might have that perfect draft in mind if we're talking like game 1, where everything is set up perfectly because you kind of know where Nova Esports likes to go in that game 1 draft. You have the perfect counter pick. But now, game 2 and 3 and on beyond, we got to figure this out, right? And you need to be prepared. And this is why Nova Esports, that experience, those guys that have been together for so long, you're kind of seeing that synergy play out.
It is. What you say practically makes full sense because it goes back to the opening of the show. Nova Esports only changed one player, which is Kong. BTR changed the entire roster except Zankyu. So it's jungle, but in a different way.
Yeah. And you're kind of seeing some of those effects, right? Where Zankyu hasn't had the greatest of time, but Kong Lin, I mean, he's just taken this situation, this positioning of understanding that Nova Esports, this is the 2nd place team from KIC, and just full out sprinting, right? This team has just been on fire with him. He's been able to kind of just take up the mantle that was left by CUI, and he's completely just turned it up to the next level.
That's what you need, right? In the modern world of HOK esports or any professional sports, when you are given an opportunity, you have to capture it and hold it dearly with your hands. God knows when is the next time that you're given an opportunity to join strong teams that could potentially rule the global scene, right?
Yeah. I mean, it has to be. You're in that situation. How many opportunities are you going to get, right? And if you were to fail here, what does that put you, right? Yeah, you might not have had the greatest of times, but when you are given those moments, and there are few and far in between in terms of this life, you got to take advantage of it.
Yep. These are the moments that's like, what are you training for? I'm training for that opportunity to make sure that when it comes, I grab it. The opportunities, you don't wait for them. You grab them when it's here. We're talking about the draft that we have on hand right now. We have a spicy one, brother. Look at the Jing into the Pei matchup.
Yeah, actually, this is going to be an interesting one, right? I mean, the Jing, and then you have the Chicha as well, and the Mai, it's going to be high flying. So they're, Bigetron are like, hey, let's be aggressive. Let's play our game and make sure that we're able to kind of, react to us. But Nova Esports, again, Konglin on the Pei, it's going to be dangerous.
Sunbin? Where did this Sunbin come from? He's locked in!
He's locked in? Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
you
know where the Pei is going to potentially going, right? The stun from the Lapu, the time lapse is going to be a bit of an issue, and when you have that silence, it could be a bit of an issue for them. But the white anchor, and wow, Kongmin as well, so a lot more damage.
And we're definitely going to be seeing a Baichi ultimate weapon coming in from the final pick of BTR by Vitality. Hence, you see the preemptive pick of the white anchor coming in from the side of Strong. This is a staple because the reason why you pick the Sunbin is you want to have an unstoppable big raid boss tank with the spell time flux of the Time Bender, which allows Bao to be a pseudo carry, an unstoppable raid boss.
I mean, the pull is going to be real, right? Ball definitely likes this hero. This is something that they're going to go back to, and the amount of control that they have. But at the same time, if you're looking at what, like, the pull away, maybe you get Konglin's Pei, Wendy's Kongmin, you're able to kind of pull them. But they have some mobility, right? They have their own ways of getting out. Obviously, it comes back to just like the execution in those micro, moments in the team fights. But it's an interesting attempt at, solving this Nova Esports lineup.
It's a worry for me because on paper, it's like really good, but your roamer essentially is really, really weak against a Pei. Meaning that the Pei gets free reign on your jungle. He can have free access with the Lapu Lapu, with the Kongming that has extremely fast wave clear. And this Jing, yes, Jing's smite range is strong, but there is cooldown on the smite. So when the smite is down, you best believe Kongling will enter your jungle alongside with his mid and roll.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying to find a way to kind of validate this Sunbin. I think it's going to be tough, right? Even in the time flux, the heals that they might have, it's, you know what I mean? They're very squishy, right? So even having long sustaining fights, it's not going to be there. But I think it's more about getting into that speed, getting on. When you have a Mai and Jing flying at you and it can be potentially way faster, that might be the thought process here.
Who are you gonna go to? Kongming has a lot of mobility. The Direnjia has a legal immunity to bail yourself out of the knockups. We saw that, right? Back in the Nongshim RedForce Blacklist series. When you jump on towards a Direnjia, you don't burst him immediately. He's one of the few marksmen that build semi-tank and can survive these sort of bursts. And opening of the game, we do see Kongling going in aggressive on towards this left side of the bush, trying to go for an aggressive invade.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. I'm not a huge fan of this invade. I mean, I don't know what they were really thinking, because if you're looking at the rest of Nova Esports, they just have so much mobility to kind of mitigate most of that. I mean, if he's able to get those time lapses, the perfect silence at the right moment, in the perfect positioning where Waypit's not able to get off his Raging Sea maybe, I mean, the potential is definitely there, but the execution, we're going to have to see if it pays off.
If it scales towards the late game, the Sunbin definitely pays off. They just need to hold. Hold for dear life. That they get the late game here. That does go over to the hands of Muji here, so that's a bit of a sad outcome coming in for Genmit's full.
also in the top lane here. Wendy is going to be up there with Xuan to ensure that they get the sprites. And reinforcements are on the way in the form of ZhongQ. So this is not going to be the easiest ones. And it looks like they're going to take that one, and the teleport is now open.
ZhongQ is not level 4 yet. That's the cause and effect of what happens when your jungle gets invaded that early on towards the game. Kongling's already level 4, almost working his way towards 5 here. I would say this is going to be an important marker here later on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ZhongQ, like, getting any sort of slowdown and being able to keep on pace. He has not gotten Konglin's number aside from game 1. So this is a game, if Bigetron are to have any sort of chance, he needs to pop off. He needs to get going. And so Nova Esports in the same way, you gotta limit what ZhongQ brings.
Myth getting caught out here, has to use the Ryu Engine to escape towards safety here. Going in with the Mirror Domain, catches onto multiple members here. Kongling getting beat up to a pulp here, has to back away towards safety.
Yeah, backing off. I mean, the Mirror Domain was not in the greatest of spots to really kind of do enough. I mean, Konglin might just go for the steal. No, it looks like ZhongQ did take it in the end. That was actually pretty close, though.
It was pretty close. There was no smite on the hands of ZhongQ, and in any moment, if he does miss the spell 1 reset, that could have been going over to the hands of Wendy or Weipit.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster. But it looks like the winning strategy, connecting on a Gen Myth. He has to recall, do the Walk of Shame. But he's been zoned away, but he should be back in time for this mid-wave.
Okay, ZhongQ here looking for a potential jump on towards Wendy here. Wendy has to respect the fact that ZhongQ has the full health bar here. So, taking a recall, have to do the Walk of Shame.
Yeah, E2 will just walk slowly in that one. So Gen Myth right now and ZhongQ, those are the guys to help speed up some of this farm here. ZhongQ has kind of been falling behind. He's a level behind Konglin, who's just been, again, everywhere.
They're just putting so much pressure on towards Baal here. I think they have decoded Baal's playstyle and making sure that if Baal doesn't do well, he isn't able to do some of these big engages on towards the map like what he did just now with the McGee. And now, true limiting Baal, I do think that there has been lesser moments of Baal. Baal side though.
Flash away, they find Muchi. They have a nice little knockup with that religion, and that should be enough. They get first blood, but here come the reinforcements. Weipit looking for the Raging Sea, actually finds Lan Feng, so they do get the return. The Ghost Ship lock it into F1, but he flashes over the wall, and he should be fine, but Ball is still there dueling. He gets pushed on back. The charge is going to be real, but Ball continuing to fight, and here comes Gen Myth. They want the revenge on this, and Ball getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. He will survive, though.
Look at Kongling going for the aggressive take that does steal away ZhongQ's Azure Golem. That's gonna hurt for a mana heavy user like a Jing.
Oh, no smite was used there, and they take it away, but Konglin taking the Tyrant as well. He's gotten the number of ZhongQ, and now with this Mirror Domain, ZhongQ looking to just kind of deal with him, but he needs to be careful because he's in a bad spot, and then now it looks like Xuan, he's going to be there with that Ghost Ship, but Gen Myth is going to die first. Weipit is so low himself, and it looks like Ball is going to be killed as well. Lan Feng not able to find Wendy. They don't get anyone from Nova.
Oh, look at the plays, I mean, from Xuan. So confident on the white anchor as well, but like you mentioned here, blinking health bars on towards Weipit and also Muchi, but it doesn't matter. They survive the fight and they allow more resources to go in towards pockets of Kongling. Look at the first item. That is a Pure Sky. Checking out the instant replay to break down what exactly happened here. Kongling wins the Smite War against ZhongQ, pops a Mirror Domain, plays around in the middle of the fight. Weipit comes in, looks for a good Raging Sea on towards the side of Ball. Just so close. Gen Myth was able to find Weipit, but the damage just wasn't enough in towards the backline. Even though Lan Feng used the fatal arrow for the final shot, it doesn't catch onto Wendy. 2 blinking health bars, just didn't find the final blows.
Yeah, and one thing to take note of is that Xuan, with his Ghost Ship, was able to kind of separate the team into 2, where Bigetron were fighting like very spread out, and they weren't able to kind of congregate together because of that divide, that ship just kind of making it so difficult for them to fight. So again, just a little bit of an impact. I mean, he didn't really get any of those kills, but he was able to separate them. But they do end up finding Gen Myth. The Raging Sea is going to be on point. The Ghost Ship says nay, at least to F1, stuck on this wall. He's going to be dove on and rode down, and Lan Feng trying to do the damage onto Konglin, not able to find that pick, but 2 members down from Bigetron yet again.
It's just a field day coming in for Nova Esports. Free access towards the Azure Golem, picking up 2 quick kills, and the Azure Golem free into the hands of the Nova members here. And Ball, having to commit the flash, gets hit by the golden token, jumps away with the ultimate here, but that is all your mobility being expended, and you will still go down to the grave.
All right, good news for Bigetron. It took a village to take him down, right? Ball, but he did eventually fall. But what value did, or what sort of, space usage is Bigetron doing in that time, right? They needed to have farmed and to constantly push out the other lanes, put a little bit of pressure elsewhere because they're playing a defensive game. They are behind and they need to find some sort of gap to get themselves back into this one. But Wendy getting a little bit low. He was silenced and time lapse was on point, and now it looks like they've gotten the single kill onto their name in that sense, because Bigetron right now are reeling. They need to find a couple more kills just to get back in this one.
Every single kill matters right now for Zara BTR by Vitality. It really delays the game so that players like Zanq, Ball, and also Lanfong starts racking those items that they need for the ultra late game team fight here. Look at Kong's position.
Oh, they find him. They dive in. They try to go for Konglin. This is the great target,
so
but he's got the shield. Oh, he's just way too much. He's under the tower. He turns it around, and he says, you want to go for me? Has the other shield, and Konglin with the outplay as he stays alive. And now Ball's in a bad spot. He dashes over the ghost ship. He's going to be chased. Wendy with that damage. The winning strategy's on. It's not enough to kill, but Nova Esports firing on all cylinders in this game.
Haze S2, Sprightling troops, Pure Sky, he's too tanky, you can't take him down. That is a disaster coming in for the side of BTR. If they could kill, get the shutdown on towards Kongling, that could be their momentum for Zanq to get back in towards the game. But that is such a tanky pay that you're fighting against. Another one!
At this point, and now Zanq is a little bit low himself. He needs to be careful. Xuan with that ghost ship separating him. And Lanfeng finally gets Konglin. He went all in to ensure he gets it, but he trades his life away. 2 members down from Bigetron. The winning strategy is going to be taken by their brothers in that sense. The bottom T3 is under siege, but Nova Esports, they have the power play. They're up a man.
They're up a man, they're up 5,000 gold, and they are looking hungry for this bottom high ground here. Golden token landing on towards the face of Gen Myth here. Wendy playing super aggressive here, does not have the winning strategy, but forces the members to back away from this high ground. 8 minutes, 40 seconds, first high ground of the game, down for the side of BTR.
Yeah, space created there, right? I mean, Wendy was going aggressive to kind of just push them back, and then that created space for that mid T3. That is a gaping wound in the defense of Bigetron right now, and now they need to find a way, and it looks like Ball, Ghost Ship, oh, he just barely gets over that one. That could have been disaster for him, but now he's going to stay alive, get back into that fountain.
Look at Lanfeng's position here. He's trying to go for a Hail Mary play, but gets spotted immediately by the side of Shren. He has the flash, potentially can run away, has to use the Grandmaster's Forge to escape for safety.
I mean, they're going to continue to just farm and just stay alive. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, they're down about 5K. It's not insurmountable, but this is going to be a tough one for Bigetron to find a way to come back in, because Konglin, he's 4-1-4. You're seeing Xuan with his play. I mean, that ghost ship is very disruptive in terms of those team fights. I mean, Nova Esports right now, if they want to take those fights, it's going to be very tough for Bigetron to really crack that nut.
I like this meta here, Caller. We don't really usually get to see picks like the Baichi or picks like the White Anchor. It's really a rare phenomenon. Zanq does get spotted at the 10th minute mark here, has to back away from that bush here.
It looks like Wendy over the wall. He's going to be chased by Zanq. Xuan is now going to be there. He actually has a nice little charge. 2-man stun. The F1 has to flash. Lanfeng is going to be picked off, and it looks like they're going to run them down. Bigetron running, just trying to stay alive. Ball decides to turn it around to just go in, maybe deal with the minions, but he will be killed. Muchi with the double, and Nova Esports yet again with another good team fight.
Fortunately enough, BTR's jungler Zanq does clean up the wave in towards the mid side here. So as long as BTR manages to clear this upcoming wave in this tower, maybe, just maybe, they can stall the game even further slightly here. That's 2 minions in the final zone behind them.
Yeah, they got to deal with those 2 minions before then anything else. But the Raging Sea is on point. They find Gen Myth. That's the pickup that they wanted. Now Lanfeng just trying to deal with Xuan, who's just out-taking him. And now without Fountain, they're going to heal back up. Ball, maybe he's able to get some sort of catch. He's not able to find it onto Xuan. He gets stuck on the wall. Xuan is going to be chased, and he will get back with that dash. It looks like Nova Esports are looking to take the Crimson, taking the Boars, but here's the Mirror Domain. Nice taunt there. That's the one that they needed from Ball, but can they get any sort of catch? There's no damage, and Ball will fall. Lanfeng is a little bit low. Muchi doing some serious work. Zaq gets picked off, and now Waypit is getting in on the action, and they trade away Muchi, but they've gotten 4 members. Nova Esports looking to close this game out, but here we go. Gen Myth, him versus the world versus all 4, and Nova says, I will take that to the bank. That's a team ace, and more importantly, they will take the crystal and they will take game number 4.
Closing out the day with a 3-1 victory for the side of Nova Esports. Yeah, with that victory, they cement themselves as the first seed coming in for their groups. That was just an amazing performance coming in by both teams here. Game 1, it was Bigetron by Vitality shocking the world by taking a convincing win over Nova Esports. But in the quick fashion, 3 back-to-back games, Nova Esports struck back hard with jungle assassin picks coming in from the hands of Kong Ling, the new jungler coming in for Nova Esports. What a way to end the series.
What a way to end that series. And I mean, you lost the first game and things were like, oh, Nova Esports, they're vulnerable, they're able to bleed. But then they essentially went a 3-0 in the next 3 games. And this is the Nova Esports. This is why they're one of the best teams, one of the scariest teams here at the KIS.
Wow. What a day, man. What a day that we actually had. Back-to-back amazing games. Even though you can say like, okay, it was 3-0, 3-1, 3-1. But you have to understand the storyline, right? Team Huck's improvement against Boom Esports was something to be proud of for a baby team. Is baby team the correct word? A debut team, right? Like a new team coming out from a fresh egg, joining HOK Esports with new players and old faces. And then they actually improved, although they lost. And then moving on towards the next series is about conquering fears. It's about Blacklist International going up against their nightmare, which is the ultimate red, Nongshim RedForce. And finally, BTR in home crowd taking a convincing win, showing the maximum prowess and potential of the new BTR lineup. Things like this really shows why you need to watch HOK Esports.
Yeah, and this is why, I mean, after 3 days, we had a lot of questions going in. There was a lot of roster shakeups. How are teams going to be? Were they able to be the same level that they previously were, or are they going to be better? We've definitely gotten some answers, but we haven't figured everything out yet. I mean, I think that last series was pretty impressive by Nova Esports. I think like Kong Ling is definitely the real deal. He was just completely able to control that series. They're going to be very strong even moving forward. But going back to those other 2 series, there was a lot of learnings. There was a lot of things that you talked about, and rightly so, as you kind of spelled out for everybody here.
Wait, I'm that smart? No way. Now you're just like you're putting words in my mouth.
No. I never said you were smart. Let's be very honest. Okay, I would never go that far.
Are you gaslighting me now?
I am gaslighting you, but I mean, one thing to take note of. I mean, let's look at this KDA here, right? Kong Ling 7-1-8, Muchi also 7-2-9, Xuan was 2-0-9, and Waypit 2-1-16. Everybody, and I mean Wendy, of course, 0-1-9. This is a team that was firing on all cylinders, doing everything right. And Bigetron, again, they went to the drawing board. They tried to throw out this Bai Chi. It wasn't good enough. Jing completely shut down. They had a tough time playing against this Nova Esports lineup, and they were possessed.
I think they read the draft very well coming in for Sun Nova Esports. The moment that they pick Sunbin, they're like, oh, they're probably gonna do the Sunbin and also Bai Chi combination. So what really does well in towards it is probably something that is equally tanky, has a ton of sustain, and can mark the Bai Chi and also the enemy backline. So what does this spell? White Anchor, the Ata that's being selected by Nova's Xuan. Look at the amount of damage that he has tanked. 76,000 damage against the enemy team while also dealing sufficient damage up to 58,000. You can say that 91,000 was dealt by Kong Ling. Muchi dealt a collective 106,000. That's because there is a Bai Chi plus a Sunbin to amp up the tankiness coming in from the BTR lineup.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this one, I was kind of like, oh, Ball's there. Like, he's been very impressive, all these things. How is he going to do against Schwan? And Schwan made him look very pedestrian, right? I think that they focused him. They ensured that he didn't have a really good game, as well as on Q. This has got to be a little bit worrying, because once Nova is like locked in with this strategy, now Bigetron had to find a way to kind of counter that strategy. They need to kind of step up or change things up in a different way, and it didn't seem like they didn't really have any answers after that game one.
It's difficult, right? Where BTR, a team that's just freshly forged by this new environment, new players, new coaching staff, to be able to take one game out of a long-time team like Nova Esports is already pretty amazing. To them, winning one game is already an achievement. So moving forward is how they can maintain that game one form going into the playoffs against potential enemies like DMT, Kagendra, or even the likes of Blacklist International, right? Get that revenge story in, and then meet Nova again in the grand finals with a solid performance and a solid form.
Yeah. I think we're going to see, I mean, Nova, this is a team that's just like really finding their footing, right? They're going to be very high flying. They're very strong. I mean, they're just going to get better and better, right? Once they kind of completely gel with Kong Lin. I think that if anything, they can go to game one, do a little bit of research and figure out, like, look at the tape and see exactly what they did wrong and how Bigetron were able to kind of solve some of those issues and shore those weaknesses up, right? Because that's what this is all about, finding those losses and turning them into lessons, and then going in and just becoming out much, much stronger. And if Nova were to get stronger, it's going to be scary for the other teams.
I have a sudden realization. What if Nova losing game one was the coach saying that, hey, I'm going to draft this, you got to play it, and if you lose, I don't want you to tilt for the upcoming 3 games. If not, you can't conquer your fear, which is HBSC.
I think that it's something that they could consider, right? I mean, it's definitely like, I think also game one is like a classic Nova Esports lineup, right? I think that they will always play this lineup. Like game one, and then just be like, oh, can anyone beat us? Let's go. Like, just constantly just putting it out there. You're not showing any of your strategy, all the cards and the things that you might have, and then let them beat you. And Bigetron did. They were prepared, right, for that game one. But Waypit, on the other hand, he's going to be the MVP of this one. He had some serious impact on this Refart Datu with the Lapu Lapu. 2-1-16. The amount of control he had really set things up for this game.
I think he put on a show on this Lapu Lapu here. Multiple engages on towards multiple members with the Raging Sea Flash. And a lot of times, he was like blinking low with the help bar, but he still managed to survive and shock the world with his engager. Take a look at this early game team fight with an equal goal lead here. We see the fact that Gem Myth came in with a beautiful root engine on towards Waypit and also Tong Ling, but see how Waypit managed to survive and still provide value in the team fight. These are moments on why roamers actually matter.
Yeah. I mean, as a former roamer myself, I wish, you know, people were a little bit more appreciative then, but this is that highlight reel. Kongley just barely staying alive. His skill 2, just enough to just be there. I mean, he had everything. And diving onto that tower, Bigetron threw everything in the kitchen sink to kind of deal with him. And they finally do end up getting on that kill, but at what cost, especially since Lanfeng had gone down?
It's okay. You need to do whatever it takes to get back kills in desperate situations like this. And for me, to be able to fight and to be able to consistently try your best to find a lead towards back the game, it's honorable. Is it the best decision? Maybe not the best decision, but you're forced into a position by Nova because of how much gold they have on towards you.
Okay. Yeah. I think going into this one, I think that that's something that they'll have to look into, right? Just kind of how they want to play this one out. But an impressive game. I mean, Bigetron really brought it. I think that, you know, if you're a fan of Bigetron by Vitality, you're going to be happy with their performance. Nova is a titan, right? And it wasn't going to be easy to kind of deal with. And they stuck to them in terms of game one, but the other games are the ones that they really need to look into. And they'll use those losses as lessons, especially moving forward.
And it is not the end of the world, right? Where this is only the group stage. In KIS Force group stage format, you don't get eliminated even if you're a dead last, or like 3rd or 4th place. You still advance to the knockout stage, just like everyone else, but you may lose the privilege of being able to select your opponents. But let's pass it over to Mara to check out the interview with Nova Esports.
Oh
Ooh, it's hard to beat a supernova. Nova showing us how it's done. And here with us, congratulations, Weipit, Xuan. Oh, you guys are so fantastic. So good. Weipit, let's talk about what everyone's talking about. Game 1, we were shocked by what happened. It was a huge difference because BTR, for everything that you guys made, BTR had an answer to it and they were punishing you. Huge difference to game number 3, where the game finished a little bit over 8 minutes and you did not allow BTR to get even 1 kill. Let's talk about the difference between the two. What happened?
Game 1, BTR play very well. Their rumor Changfei play very good.
Very good. Yeah.
Game 3, our Luna play very good, so we win.
So it's the roamer, the Luna. Were you guys surprised with BTR? Is that what happened?
I think no surprise because they are very strong.
Oh, very strong. I love the respect that you guys are giving. Now, speaking of very strong, if we think of the word strong, we think of Nova. Xuan, let's just pretend that you guys are gonna go to the grand finals because you guys are showing dominance. It's very likely that it's gonna happen. So let's say we get there. Which team would you like to face the most and tell us why?
Boom Esports.
Boom Esports, okay. Why is that?
Because I want fight to Carl.
You want to fight Carl. Carl, get ready. He's got his eyes on you. Now, speaking of the grand finals, Weipit, you have one more opponent for tomorrow to seal the deal for the group stage to get that first place benefit. And that's going to be Nongshim RedForce. Last year, Nongshim RedForce gave you a hard time and almost stopped you from getting the trophy. What would you like to say to Nongshim RedForce now?
We will beat you tomorrow.
You will beat them tomorrow? Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot, all right? Prediction. Let's do a prediction.
Prediction 3-2, 3-2.
3-2. Oh, okay. 3-2. Okay, so you're giving Nongshim RedForce a lot of credit with 3-2. Now, Xuan, you got people clapping over there. You got people online cheering because of the win that you had today. What would you like to say to all your fans?
Keep support us. Kita akan buy and buy.
And for sure, they're gonna keep on supporting you. And you seem to be the tournament favorites, and you have the whole world cheering for your win. Once again, congratulations to both of you. Congratulations to Nova Esports. We got a lot more to talk about, so we're gonna head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara, Xuan, and also Weipit for that fantastic interview here. You can see they give a lot of respect towards the players, especially coming in for some Nongshim RedForce. They were the team that pushed them to all 7 games in the previous edition of the Invitationals here, which is Kia S3 back in Manila, Philippines.
Yeah, it was a completely different team, I would say. I think that Nongshim right now, after what we've seen, they need to kind of, a little bit more time. I think that this is still a team that's kind of finding their footing, not really understanding, what each other are trying to do at this point. This is a Nongshim lineup that is they're gonna play, right? Obviously, Nova tomorrow, but this is still a game or a team that is gonna have a tough time. I don't know how easy it's gonna be, especially going up against a Titan that is Nova Esports.
It's a mountain to climb, I would say. It's never going to be easy. It's never going to be a light deal. But this is the updated standings coming in for both Group A and also Group B. Today, we see Nova beating their opponents, Bigetron by Vitality, in a 3-1 fashion, which sets them all the way to the first place of their group. And Group B, it features Dominator Esports still sitting at the group's first place. Boom Esports tying up the series and finding their first win against Team Huck. Whether or not they can actually sit themselves at second place depends on who wins between Boom and Kagindra tomorrow.
Actually, that's going to be the most exciting match, at least for me, going into that one. Because again, there's a lot of questions. It's going to be starting off. These are the 3 matches we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Nova going up against Nongshim to find out exactly where they place. It looks like Nova's going to be on top, though. But Team Hawk going up against Dominator Esports. That's going to be a great one in the second one. And the final one, dare I say, the match of the day, it's going to be Boom Esports going up against Kagendra to find out who's going to be second place. I think that this is going to be super exciting.
This is the 3rd time they have met so far, right? Back in KIC, they met twice. Upper bracket in the same group, lower bracket in the same group, and both times Boom Esports have sent them to the defeating zone here. So, in home ground, this is the time for Kagendra with a new roster, introducing Soling, Zon, Fasher in towards the roster. This is their time to potentially look for revenge, retaliation against their long rivals, which is Boom Esports.
Yeah, this is the time is now, right? I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure, especially in front of the home crowd. There could not have been a better situation, right? You win and you're top 2. This would be a huge statement for them. And again, if dropping to the bottom, you're seeing the top 2 of the other squad, Bigetron and Nova Esports. You don't want to play any of those teams at this stage.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a difficult one, but we leave that to tomorrow for the players and teams to duke it out to see who deserves that top spot in towards the group, who deserves that win in as the second place of the group. Grudges, revenge stories, all these are pretty nice if you ask me, but it's been a pretty good day so far. My name is Sagi, and with me is Holler. Holler, do you have any final closing words before we pass it over to Mara?
No, I think that we have a great number of matches with us today with the 3 that we had. There were some amazing ones and we learned a lot, even for myself. But it was a great time, Sagi. My name is Holler. We'll be signing out. Let's send it over to Mara and she'll close out the show.
Another dusk is met with intense interactions. Brace yourselves as tomorrow will be the final day of the group stage. No room for mistakes. No time for hesitation. Only one road to victory. For the pride, for the glory, for the trophy. I'm Mara Aquino, and you've been watching the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. This is our game. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With the comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, gantian datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi.
Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari.
Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi.
For my party,
push, 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 push.
Everybody,
move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,